Good afternoon, Mary McDonald with ABC News. The US President Barack Obama is cutting short a trip to Europe to travel to Dallas in the wake of the deadly ambush in the city that left 5 police officers dead. Peter Simpson reports.
The White House says the president has accepted an invitation from Dallas Mayor Mike Rawlings to travel to the city early next week. Spokesman Josh Earnest says Mr Obama will seek to bring people together to support police and communities and find common ground. While in Warsaw for a NATO summit, President Obama described the attack on police as vicious, calculated and despicable.
Let's be clear, there's no possible justification for these kinds of attacks.
Police say Micah Johnson, a 25-year-old Black Army veteran, carried out the attack. Officials say bomb-making material, rifles, ammunition and a combat journal have been found at the home of the suspect, who was killed in a police ambush.
The civil rights activist, the Reverend Jesse Jackson, says the current state of violence and racial disparity in America is a national crisis.
Too much violence, too much fear make all of us less secure. These are perilous times for our nation. The environment has been poisoned with the anti-black, anti-police, anti-Hispanic, anti-Muslim, anti-Semitism rhetoric.
The Australian Electoral Commission says it's prioritising counting in the 6 closest seats across the nation today. Danuta Kozaki reports counting is also continuing in the Senate.
The Commission's Phil Dyke says the 6 closest seats nationwide are Flynn, Capricornia, Herbert and Ford, all in Queensland, along with Cowan in Western Australia and Hindmarsh in South Australia. He says progress is being made.
For example, in Hindmarsh, I know that they're not only counting postal votes, but they're starting to process absent votes.
The Commission's first formal declaration has been made in Victoria this morning, with the Nationals' Andrew Broad achieving well over 50% of the primary vote in the seat of Mallee.
Victorians are being urged to use qualified medical practitioners following the death of a man receiving hyperbaric oxygen treatment at a Melbourne clinic. Yvette Gray reports.
Multiple investigations are underway following the death of a man who used a hyperbaric chamber at the Hypermed clinic in South Yarra. WorkSafe and the state coroner are investigating the death, while Health Minister Jill Hennessy has asked the ACCC to investigate the clinic's claims it offers treatments to help cure cancer, HIV and cerebral palsy. She says she has serious concerns.
Vulnerable and sick people often do reach out for alternative treatments, and I want to encourage people to get their advice from a GP.
WorkSafe says its investigation is continuing.
The peak body representing the greyhound industry in New South Wales is optimistic it can succeed in its bid to overturn a ban on greyhound racing. Representatives from the Greyhound Breeders, Owners and Trainers Association have held crisis talks at Wentworth Park in Sydney this morning. Chief Executive Brenton Scott says a legal challenge is being considered.
Well, I think a decision that closes down an entire industry is fundamentally un-Australian. It is unfair, it's unreasonable, and it's causing extreme hurt.
Diabetes researchers fear there might be 100 million more people with the disease around the world than first thought. The official prediction of diabetes sufferers has been around 415 million, but it's now believed to be well over 500 million people. Poor data keeping and inconsistent testing methods are being blamed for the discrepancy. Monash University Professor of Diabetes, Paul Zimmert, says there are 3 different tests for the disease.
Unfortunately, each of these methods don't necessarily cover the same group of people with diabetes. You can be negative for one test and positive for another. So the whole thing's in a mess.
To sport, and in the AFL, Greater Western Sydney can boost its top 4 prospects when it hosts Collingwood at Sydney Showgrounds in the first of today's matches. A victory would move the Giants back level on points with the currently second-place Sydney Swans, who defeated Geelong last night and just 1 game behind ladder leaders Hawthorn. GWS won 3 straight games before last weekend's bye, while the Magpies are chasing a 3rd straight win. Queensland rivals the Gold Coast Suns and Brisbane Lions meet at Carrara Stadium. The Western Bulldogs face Richmond at Docklands and Melbourne takes on Fremantle in Darwin. The NRL has confirmed the Parramatta Eels will be docked 12 competition points and fined $1 million for breaches of the salary cap. 5 club officials have also had their registrations cancelled as a result of an investigation by the NRL's Integrity Unit. To the weather now. For the state, isolated showers in the east, fine elsewhere with sunny periods, although high cloud increasing from the west late in the day. For Melbourne, becoming partly cloudy during this afternoon. We're heading for a top today of 14 degrees. Tomorrow, rain and becoming windy, 14 again. Right now in Melbourne, it's 12 degrees. ABC News.
Yeah, g'day, this is Red. ABC TV's Play School has been exposing children to bears, rocket-propelled timepieces, and strange windows into alternate realities for generations. And now, for Play School's 50th birthday, you and your family have a chance to visit the set and tell Big Ted to put some pants on. For your chance to win a trip for four to the Play School set in Sydney, tune in to Breakfast with me all next week on 774 ABC Melbourne.
Bringing you AFL news from on and off the field, this is the Saturday Agenda.
Something to look forward to this weekend.
Stack to look forward to.
This is going to be a fun game to watch if both sides can get their offence up and running.
Friday night footy exposes everything, doesn't it? So they're going to have to live with it and work on it.
The Saturday Agenda.
Is this a disappointing team right now, Trent?
Oh, I wouldn't call it a disappointing team. You know, we're just not playing to the level that is expected of us.
Are they playing for their lives?
I would like to think so. That's the position we've put ourselves in.
Welcome to the Saturday Agenda.
They don't like to be manhandled. They don't like to be touched. And last night they didn't actually really want to get into the contest. That's not a good recipe for a victory.
On ABC Local Radio and on ABC Grandstand Digital.
The first two games of round 16 have told us much. Again, the competition is chasing Hawthorn. And again, Sydney is the team most likely with their credentials well and truly enhanced by a pure bloods performance down at Kardinia Park. And Geelong, a few frailties exposed there as well. It's all for debate on the Saturday agenda. We're in Sydney, where the Giants can be one of the main beneficiaries of the results so far this weekend and climb further up the ladder still when they face Collingwood this afternoon. Gerard Waitley with you. Mark McClure is with me. Hello, Sellers.
How you going, Gerard? Couple of powers took over the weekend on Thursday night. Hawthorn back in the frame, and then last night no one liked Sydney. Not anybody I knew had them tipped, and they just powered over the top of them and played a brand of football which we know that they can play over and over again, and they still do it, and they still win. And they beat Geelong. They made Geelong look stupid in the end. Seriously, they did. They make them look silly, uncompetitive, I would call it, in some of the places. So we'll talk about a bit about that more later, but. Yeah, Thursday night was another one where they just put their foot down when they need to, Hawthorn, and they win. Someone's got to beat them at some stage.
That looked very complete, what they did on Thursday night.
Someone's got to beat them at the MCG at some stage to finish them off, or else they go right through to the end.
The centre of everything this week has been in Sydney, so we're in perfect hands here with the chief football writer from the Daily Telegraph, Neil Cordy. Cords, welcome to the Saturday Agenda.
G'day, Joe. Great to be here. It's been a dash from Kardinia Park on a Friday night, so it's great to be out here, and Spotless looks fantastic.
What did you make of last night?
Oh, it surprised me. I thought the Swans were really vulnerable after that loss to the Doggies. It was a 6-day break, a really tough physical contest at the SCG. They travel. We know what an amazing record Geelong have there at Simmons Stadium. But credit to John Longmire and what he did at the selection table, dropping two of his top four goal kickers in McGlynn and Heaney, also bringing in Naismith as well. It was an amazing roll of the dice, not unlike what Beveridge did with the Dogs the week before, taking a punt, but boy did his team back him up. And the great thing that from the Swans perspective coming out of it is the youth that they've got. They've lost 1,000 games experience from the departure of players, and they've hit the reset button. And they're in premiership contention. There was 8 blokes played last night who were 30 games and under, and there were 4 of those were blokes that had less than 10 games.
Yeah, they have, and that's exactly right. They got Rose at 7. They got Naismith at 2 after last night. You got Alira at 3, and Papley at 9. And so they blooded as well as won. And regenerated their side, which is incredible. It's an enormous performance, and we don't speak enough about John Longmire's performance as a coach. I think that also the recruiting model is a fantastic one, and it just keeps producing. So I think we should look at that. And then on the opposite side, the selection table there, they took out Stanley Kirstens, who's a lead-up forward, which they actually really needed last night. They didn't have anyone who did that. Gregson, who was out as well, and they took Stanley out of the ruck. I think it upset them a little bit with their movement against some of the Sydney guys, and I was really surprised because the ones that came in Clark, Lang, and Cockatoo were uncompetitive. as far as I can see. Totally uncompetitive, along with a few others as well, I can assure you. And really, they had more inside 50s by a hell of a long way. They continue to hold on, and we'll go through some of these non-competitive players. Ruggles, I thought, was very, very poor. Motlop was the number one non-competitive player I could see on that ground. He gets the ball easily. He could do so much with it, and he's just not good enough. Murdoch, I'm not certain he'll ever play again, I don't think, on what I've seen. Clark, did they bring him in too early? He only averaged 2.5 goals a game in 4 games. That's 10 goals. That's not a lot, I don't think, to get a recall after 2 years. Is it 2 years out? Nearly 2 years.
A year. Yeah, a year and a bit.
Year and a bit, so it's a hell of a long way. Then you got Darcy Lang, who was average as well. Colin Jasny was just okay. McCarthy put in a shocker. And, it just goes on and on and on. That's too many poor performers in the side who are totally non-competitive.
Yeah, and you would have thought, coming off that shock loss to St Kilda, they had 2 weeks to think about, 2 weeks to prepare about it. And that's why I thought, that's why I tipped Geelong. I thought, look out, here we go on the home track, make a statement against a premiership contender. And the Swans were dominant. They led at every change and just extended their lead further. Lance Franklin kicks 1 goal, and they still managed to kick a winning score.
Yeah, but he played up the ground a lot, and they moved away. Because what happened is they blocked him up early. They just outnumbered him back. I tell you what, they withstood the second quarter or the first and second quarters where actually they were dominated inside 50 and still led by 15 points at half time. You go, how does this happen? They're just a very professional football side who get numbers back, work hard, body on the line, contested ball, and all the guys I was just talking about, none of them want a contest, but the Sydney boys do. And that's why they fall apart.
Underrated defence, the Swans. Heath Grundy in career best form as a body-on-body player against key forwards. He's outstanding. And Dane Rampy, what about his game last night? He's got all Australian written all over him. And you talk about the recruiting of Kinnear Beatson. They plucked this bloke. He spent 2 years at Williamstown, basically, and did his pre-season with the Western Bulldogs. Then came back and played in the Sydney Football League. It looked like it was all over. And then he had a good pre-season with the Swans, had a good year in representative football in New South Wales. And have a look at him.
Mature age. That's what you need. Sometimes when you're young, you don't have that ability to be able to hit people and do all the things that you do. And when you come 23, 24, it all sort of turns around and go, hang on, I'm a different person. So that's a difference. So the thing that got me with the Cats, their defence was slow and stodgy with the ball. They never pulled the trigger to go through the middle of the ground at any stage. They took an easy mark, they chip past, and then they go wide. And then they try and go down the line. And you go, they're all setting up. Everyone knows exactly what you're going to do. So what's the point? Let's go. Let's pull the trigger. Let's hit the target through the middle of the ground. You make a mistake, doesn't matter. Let's have a crack. And they just didn't do that. And, and I actually watched it in the coach's box too. Just had a good look in the coach's box most of the time. I was at Fox. And unfortunately, I think Chris Scott barracks a bit too much instead of actually directing him to the traffic. Who cares what the umpires do? They've got nothing to do with what you do. You actually orchestrate your players to play the way you want to. You don't have to yell and scream and barrack. And that's one that got me. And now out of that game, they've lost a stack of confidence in their ability to be able to play against the top 8 sides. So they're in a bit of trouble for the next 6 or 7 weeks.
They are. Look at their position on the ladder. All of a sudden,
second to potentially 7th.
They're under
threat.
Fall. Absolutely, it's a worrying time for Cats.
$3.50 favourites. They won't be today.
No, absolutely.
I don't think they'll be again. At the Sydney side of things, Josh Kennedy's going to join us shortly. It was one of those performances that we have come to know so well across this stretch. It was anchored in the brotherhood, that sense of unity and working for each other. And Jared McVeigh told us in the immediate aftermath last night that there was that determination to hit from the very opening siren, see if they could catch an opponent slightly off guard. And obviously Kieran Jack, for multiple reasons, they were galvanised around him and given that true sense of purpose.
Yeah, I spoke to Ty Kennelly about this, and he talked about the care factor that the Swans have for each other. And it's not inconsequential that the last win that they had was 2011, the last premiership. This is the last win they had at Simmons Stadium, the Swans, and it was in the week that Luella McVeigh passed away, and that team was galvanised. This week they got around their co-captain, much like Blake and Kieran Jack, got behind him, and you could tell right from the first
centre bounce that they were on, and they were going to be unified. We saw it again last year in the Goods game in his absence, when Goods took a leave of absence and they played Adelaide the next week. Kurt Tippett played with a broken hand, had a plate put in during the week. Lance Franklin had pulled a muscle but still played. Didn't play for a month after that game against Adelaide, but they rallied around Goods, and there is, as Kennelly said, there's a massive care factor with the Sydney Swans.
It is part of what makes them so admirable. Josh Kennedy's about to join us, but let's relive how they did the job on the Cats last night.
Third man up here is Blitz, has been tapped it straight to Jack, swings it towards goal, he's got a good piece of it, and it's gone through for a goal. What a start to the Swans, and what a start to Kieran Jack. Into the corridor, luckily to Mills, breaks a tackle, spirals one towards goal. Is it far enough? Is it far enough? It is! It ricochets out to Taylor for the Cats, outside the 50, back inside the 50!
What an extraordinary 4 minutes of footy. That's unbelievable.
Daniel Menzel is on his way. It's 4 in a row to Geelong, and the Cats are in front with Menzel second. A stunning transformation on this game.
Who kicks to half forward where a target is still on. It's Papley who kicks to an unguarded goal front, and he bounces it home. 60 out from goal. He wobbled it up inside the 50, taken by Lloyd under pressure, steadied over the kick and kicked the goal. The Swans are running on top of the ground. They're out by 23 points. He sets it up to the teeth of goal. Geelong have got 5 on 1, but they've given away the free kick to the 1. Parker was tagged around the neck from the teeth of goal to make it 34 points. He does. It's hard to see them being caught. Kieran Jack, he skips in, lets fly from 50. It's close. It got there. It's been Kieran Jack's night. It'll finish as it started, with every one of his teammates swamping him in a demonstration of brotherhood after a troubling week. Selwood's made space at half forward. He takes the mark, but that's where it ends. And Sydney's credentials are well in order. Coming to Kardinia Park and spanking the Cats by 38 points. There's something to deal with in 2016. So they've been highly touted for much of the year, and that was certainly on display last night. Josh Kennedy, one of the prime movers in the midfield, is with us. Josh, welcome to the Saturday Agenda.
G'day, guys. Thanks for having me.
What's your overriding thoughts about last night?
Oh, just really proud of the effort and the result. To be honest, Joe, just to be able to play the way we did and respond to the week that we've had, and for Kieran's 200th game, it was an up against a really quality side on their home deck, which is one of the toughest tasks in football, and to be able to play the way we did and come away with the win was fantastic.
On those nights, we marvel at what we perceive as the brotherhood at Sydney. What was the sense of unity and purpose like last night?
Oh, I think it was, it was very much on display. I mean, Kieran, obviously the captain of our club and really respected individual within our team, and we just wanted to do everything we could to get the win and cheer him off the ground with a big smile on his face, which we were able to do.
Did that sort of have the dual edge to it of the milestone game and then the difficult week that he'd endured?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, that's probably without doubt. It was unfortunate, and we want to do everything we could to help, but I think what it came down to was just trying to put our best foot forward and get the win for him and everyone play their role and do what we could there. And we were able to do that, which was fantastic.
What does he mean to you, Josh? What does Kieran mean to you?
That's a good question. He's obviously a tremendous leader and someone that leads by example with the way that he works on and off the field, and he's such a selfless player and always does the role for the team. And I think I think he makes us such a better side when he's playing, and a lot of his work goes unnoticed too in the outer football community, and he's just such a great player and a great person around the footy club.
Josh, were you amazed at the way he was able to apparently compartmentalise all the trouble that he had during the week and put in a performance like that?
I wouldn't say I was surprised. I think the moment even during the week when the story broke about the family and everything that was going on there. I think just the way he handled it. He came into the club the next day. He still had a spring in his step. He was willing to front up and sort of take it in his stride and move on as quickly as he could. And I think the energy that he brought into the week just sort of overflowed into each and every one of us players. And I think, that was evident in the way that we played.
Where do you rank that win this year, Josh?
Oh, it's certainly one of those wins that you remember for a long time, and similar to the one that we I think it was 2011 when we won down there last time. It's just one of those special victories that you will be able to reflect upon for many years to come. It was great.
I want to take you back to last week when the Doggies just got you on the line.
Yep.
You must have come away from there feeling devastated because you had that game in the bag.
Yeah, exactly. It was a really, really disappointing feeling after that game, and knowing that it was in our grasp, and if we had done a few things here and there, especially at the end, that we probably should have won. So it was a really disappointing feeling, and so again, that was something that we wanted to be able to respond and bounce back from that, and certainly the way that we came out and started last night, it just felt that everyone was on board and wanting to make amends.
We know Geelong are a really good side, and you're probably walking away at quarter time going, well, Dangerfield's had 18. We're in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, it was. I knew he'd had a fair bit of it, but when they said 18, when he said 18, I thought, geez, he's for a massive night here. We just got to try and wear him down a bit, and fortunately, Kieran, Tommy Mitchell, I guess as a group, we're able to get on top and nullify his influence, and then hit the scoreboard ourselves, which was good. Obviously, went a long way to winning.
Yeah, you did. You were fantastic. I tell you, it was a terrific game. You actually cut off all their strengths, which was absolutely brilliant, and their defence couldn't get the ball moving through the middle of the ground. You'd be very proud of the young group that you brought in as well.
Oh, immensely proud. I mean, it was such a team effort, but the way that, Aliir, Callum Mills, Zach Jones, the way that they got those guys played and stood up in front of a hostile crowd, big game, and it's just, it's proud is certainly the right word, and excited too. Hopefully they can continue to progress and provide some more of that, strong performances throughout the course of the year.
So just on Dangerfield's first quarter, Josh, what was your proximity to him? And did you have any responsibilities for him during that phase? And did it change as it went along?
Be honest.
Yeah. No, I think it was it was just a team effort. I think we obviously started coming out of the blocks on fire, and probably maybe got a bit ahead of ourselves there, Jared, thinking that we were going all right, and obviously he's an absolute champion, and he was just everywhere and got them going again. But it was certainly coming in at quarter time. It was well noted how much of an impact he'd had, and that we had to do something about it.
So you were somewhere around him, and then Mitchell did go to him just for a bit, and then when he was quelled in the second part of that second term, I reckon you were nearly on him. I'm just...
Nearly?
Yeah, I'm just interested in...
Put your hand up and
you're
take the
evasive
credit.
here, but just give us an idea of where you were in proximity to him during it.
During the game or during the first quarter?
Yeah, probably during the first half.
Oh, no, I can't tell you. I'm not sure.
See, they don't play on anyone, Jared. They don't play on anybody.
Yeah, it's not. It's it was. We didn't go a hard tag on him. It was just we just wanted to, test our midfield versus their midfield, and but after quarter time, it certainly changed a bit. We had Tommy Kizza go to him, and then trying to work off and trying to cover as best we can as well as a group.
When the Cats came at you in that second quarter and they really looked like they'd got a hold of you, and it's John Longmire would have loved to have got out there and had a quarter-time break, but who takes ownership of that situation on the field and you're able to put the brakes on sort of midway through on the run?
Yeah, it's I suppose it's something that in the past, like if we go back to the Western Bulldogs game the week before in that third quarter, we weren't able to sort of stem the flow, and it was something that we addressed during the week, and being able to try and slow the momentum and get the structures right, and fortunately we were able to do that this week. And the defence certainly in the start of that second quarter was just under the pump. We were getting it out of there, and it was coming straight back. So, it's the responsibility of I guess the leaders on the ground to try and organise the structures and just try and slow the momentum and try and get it back on our term whilst the game's in play.
I thought you were terrific. Leah is tremendous down back. And we know what Smith's like, and Rampy has been fantastic. He's just in great improvement, Rampy. But Teddy Rich was an interesting one for me. He went forward, and the role he had to play was just probably contested, because I saw him go at one stage. He was 3 foot above everyone else, and he just punched the ball clear. Did you see that?
Yeah. He reckons he had more spoils in the forward line in the defence.
It was unusual.
Yeah, he's got to change his chip. He's forgotten what to do up there. But no, he was good to be able to provide a contest and give Buddy a bit of a chop out up there. And did he kick 2 goals or one?
One
goal,
yeah.
1 goal 2 or something like that. So. He was pretty happy with that. His celebrations need to sort of just come in and check, I reckon.
He's not a forward, Josh. He's not a forward.
He used to be. Is he going to stay with a headgear, Josh?
Teddy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's there to stay, yep.
Is he back right to where he should be?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. I mean, he's trained on us. He's obviously came through reserves. He got a bit of match fitness and confidence, and he's been training extremely well. And yeah, I think he's back to where he should be. He's in a good headspace and confident, and his body's feeling good.
Now, the players should be very serious about this concussion stuff, because it is a lethal thing as you get older, and things it does to you. Because I know the movie's not right sometimes, but the American football guys are a mess through it, and we don't want that.
No, that's exactly right. It is. It's very. There's still a lot of grey area around it, and I think it's just about trusting the doctors and I think that the players now, I mean even Teddy, just to be able to take a bit of time off and really assess how he was feeling and be 100% confident coming back, which he is now, which is good. But it is something that is continually improving and being looked into, and I think the stigma around it's changed a fair bit as well.
Being brave's not the way to go. Sometimes. When you think about it, when you've been knocked over, you don't have to jump in again and have another go because to prove your bravery. That's ridiculous.
That's right. Yeah, exactly right. Exactly.
With the youth that you've got, Josh, I'm interested in so there's obviously the demand that young players are able to do a job, which I suspect is cast in a way that they are capable of. But then there's also the trust, and there's clearly huge trust from the coach. And then the support from you, the older group out on the field. It's a fascinating integration that there would be 8 players with fewer than 30 games in that team last night and a handful tremendously inexperienced, and yet they slotted straight into the way that the Swans expect to play their footy.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, our reserves have been playing extremely, extremely well this year, and everyone that's come in has really earned their spot, and whether it's Aaliyah or Jonesy or Millsy, they've really come in and with confidence from their teammates and from us to be able to do their role, and they've been able to do that and been able to do it in big games as well throughout the year, which is really promising.
Josh, do you think you're a real chance here now? You're going to get some home games if you finish in the top 4. Can you take out another one?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the goal. That's what we're playing, and certainly the feeling around the footy club is that we've got an opportunity now where we're in the top 8, sitting in the top 4, to have a crack at it, and I think what's the point if you don't think you can? What's the point? So
totally.
We certainly believe we can, and you go in every week thinking that you can win and want to win. So there's still a long way to go, and we've got a huge test in 6 days' time or 5 days' time. So we'll have to lace up again and get ready to go again and try and replicate that performance.
How big is that game against Hawthorn? It's the most perfectly set game now.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic, obviously, as well. The SCG, it's going to be on a Thursday night. It's going to be absolutely fantastic, and they're in ripping form, and we've got a fair bit of history, so really looking forward to it. And it's just another test yourself against the best. And as I said, we want to be up around that mark, and you've got to take down the best teams, and there'll be another huge challenge this week.
Good on you, Josh. Good to chat, and the very best of luck on Thursday.
Thanks very much for having me, guys.
Josh Kennedy with us on the Saturday agenda, and they are really well set for a tilt at it.
They sure are. There's 15 other sides with them as well who want to get them out of the supporters want them out of there because they've had 3 in a row. They've been dominating for 6 or 7 or 8 years up in the top 5, and we need change. GWS is one of them who's going to come towards that area as well. So and Sydney have a chance to push them out of the top 4, which the rest of them want.
Totally. And one good thing about in the Giants' favour is there's no scar tissue. There's still a little bit with the Swans from 2014. And who do you think are the contenders now, the genuine contenders left in the top 8 cells?
Adelaide.
Yep.
I think Adelaide are a real contender. Their run home's pretty good. Most people thought that Geelong were half a contender, but, they've had a little tidy up. There's a few others in there that I think that are half. Giants are a chance, I tell you. They got some talent, and they're roaring to go. And we were very privileged this morning to go to their facility, Jared and I, and Whitey, and went through it. And you can see that they're oozing some confidence, can't you, from the CEO and all the people around the place. They like what they've got. They like what they've done, and can they pull off against in the final sort of stuff? I still reckon that Wilson Bulldogs are a chance. Totally. I love the Doggies. Yep. I think the way they play is unbelievable.
I thought you were off the Doggies.
No, I was off them. I was only off them for a week. I'm allowed to change my mind, Jared. Aren't we all? This is a business where you can change your mind.
That's true. I mean, I've changed my mind in the last 3 weeks, and the Western Bulldogs definitely, after watching them last week, the difference that Johannesson Wood make to that team.
Incredible.
Even Smith coming in and giving that hardness around the ball. Gee, and it makes it different for Stringer because the ball's coming in with speed. And if they can beat the Swans, they've just beaten Geelong. They beat them. That's the only time they've been beaten in Sydney this year.
Ball movement beats the Swans with quickness. Because they're not the quickest midfield, okay?
Totally.
And that's what Geelong missed out on last night.
Yep.
They didn't understand what they could actually do to a side by moving it quickly through the middle of the ground, and they gave up the ground there.
It was one of the ways that Hawthorn demolished the Swans in 2014 in the grand final was by getting the ball on the outside. Once it gets outside that sort of 10-metre sphere of influence of the hard bodies and the ruckman, then that's where the Swans are challenged, and it's the speed thing, and they are genuinely worried about it. That's why Bird had to leave when Tom Mitchell came in, because there's no super speed. Hanbury, they're not plotters, but they're not quick.
Parker,
Kennedy.
He's actually slow, Parker.
Yeah.
He's not quick, but he's smart in the mind, and that's makes you quick. And Kennedy's not quick.
Cords, how intense was the week in Sydney around Kieran Jack? We got some reflection of it in Melbourne, but not the true 3 front pages and the the news media following him down the street at home.
As Robbo said during the week, it was a perfect storm of a news event. It had everything. It had the model girlfriend. It had the
rugby league great, rugby league legend in Gary Jack. Arguably, Gary is a much bigger name in Sydney than Kieran is, as much as we love and respect Kieran. But he's still known in rugby league terms as the son of Gary and co-captain of the Swans. It's a story that it's a sad thing that it's come out into the public. But as we all know, when Donna Jack tweeted it, she put it out in the public domain. And I've known about the story for 12 months. And you hold back out of respect for the family. But when one of the as I've explained to a lot of people, when it gets put out into the public domain, then it becomes news. And I don't know what the Swans couldn't have done anything differently. You talk about trying to manage a story. I don't think there's anything they could have done differently. It was just one of those, as I said, perfect storms where, and it was we've just had a federal election, and this took off the federal election in a hung parliament where we still don't know who we're being governed by. And this story got two pictures on 2 days and then another splash. It was a remarkable story, and the level of interest in it was, they don't get it wrong. The blokes up the front of the paper, they know when there's a level of interest in a story, and this and everything. And I've got to say, an enormous pat on the back to Kieran Jack and the way he handled himself. He was scheduled to do the media conference that he did because it was his 200th game, and then this blew up 2 days before, and he still went out there and faced the music. He answered questions. He didn't say he said the subject matter was out of bounds, but he answered questions around it and the way he'd handled it and what it was like for him and what it was like for his partner and what it was like for his brother.
You got children? You have?
Yep.
Do you like all their partners?
I do, actually. Well, only two of them. 2 out of 3 ain't bad, as they say.
There you go. So here we go.
Well, the other one, I guess,
everyone's got one. Everyone's got one of those. But you just got to wait your time. You can't. Because once you tell them don't do that, they go and do it.
Yeah, too true.
Mark McCool and Neil Cordy straying into territory.
Well, you'll get there, Jeremy.
Yes, one day. We'll tidy up on the Geelong side of things. This was the coach, Chris Scott, in the aftermath.
There are lots of parts of our game that we're well and truly off. We've got some serious areas we need to work on. There's a clear pattern now of poor performance. Even though we've got some guys playing well, we've just got too many who are down. The first 5 minutes was quite alarming. The opposition just looked a lot cleaner than us and played the conditions a lot better, and that's a part of it. But they're irrespective of conditions. There are parts of our game, the efficiency with which we use the ball, that just needs to improve. I don't think we'll be throwing it around every week. It does need to be relatively stable, and not through choice. We've been a little bit unstable this year, so to get that cohesion, we will have to stick with a group of players. But it won't be 6, but it won't be 12 either. I think the fact that the first 5 minutes we looked off speaks to the fact that we need to go back and have a look at our preparation. You can talk about just shaking it off as one of those things, but I think we're still trying to get a feel for where we're at exactly. I think we know when we play our style, we can beat some good teams, as we've done this year. And when we don't play so well, we look really average. Belief can be a bit of false bravado sometimes. We need to be realists. And the reality for us is that we've got a lot of work to do to compete with the very best teams.
So that was Chris Scott in the aftermath. So, Sellers, you saw them against the Bulldogs and you were left with a strong impression of them. And since then, they've lost to St Kilda, had the bye, and lost to Sydney. Is it retrievable in your mind?
Well, for them, I hope so. Because we need more contenders. This is the best competition we've had for 10 to 15 years, I reckon, in our, where there's a game between top and or 2 games now between top and last, 8th on the ladder. So we haven't seen that. There's usually been streaks apart. So I hope they can. They were poor in so many areas last night. I can't work it out. They had a bye, they had a rest, they knew what they were up against, they would have watched closely, and they just couldn't cope with the pressure and the heat around the ball. They like space, and one likes contact. So the battle is between space and contact. Which one wins? And contact won. Does that mean it wins next time? I don't know. I'm not certain about that, because Hawthorn are the same. They like both. They don't mind the contact and the space. But does Geelong like the contact is where I put the question to you. And I'm not certain they did last night on the home track where they never get beaten, Jared. Never. I don't know how many times I've been down there and watch you smile on the way back.
They've got Fremantle in Perth and then Adelaide and the Bulldogs both at Kinnear Park. So we'll know in this 3-week stretch, and then they finish off with the group of teams outside the 8, which that's actually been their foibles this year.
Collingwood and the Carlton beat them. And St Kilda as well. There's 3 that knocked them over. So I don't know if it's more about the contact, the speed, or whatever it is. I don't know. They've got plenty of speed. But are they too reliant on danger? Is it a Dangerfield-only side?
I reckon when they...
Is that a fair call?
They need all of their team playing well. So you mentioned the tail, and the tail was long last night.
Horrid.
They're not good enough to absorb that many players having bad games. And I reckon that's been the marker in all of their losses.
Desperation to get Clark back in before he's ready was another thing I reckon may be a problem, because he's not strong at this stage. We all understand that, and there's problems with him. And putting him in too early without him having a breakout of a 6 or 7 where he basts them and he gets in there confidently, he's powerful and strong. I reckon that might have been a little flaw too.
Good question about the Dangerfield effect on Geelong. Look, sometimes a superstar can be a bad thing for a team because it gets a lot of other blokes off the hook. When you have a look how Adelaide have improved in Dangerfield's absence. We saw it with Hawthorn, with Franklin. Franklin's moved and they won 3 premierships in a row. We even saw it at Geelong with Gary Ablett when he left and the Cats won a flag straight away.
That's system over talent. Hawthorn.
Yes.
That's system over talent. And this is not system over talent. This is, I reckon they've in their rush to improve, in their rush at Geelong to get back up to where they want to go, they may have rushed a little too quickly and try to put people in spots, and they haven't come on. Because I think they've made look, let me tell you, their recruiting guys as good as anyone in the competition anywhere in the world. But every now and then you might get a couple wrong.
Yeah. And they might, who knows, they might come back and they might come again next year as well. I mean, you look at this list and you look at the talent, they could come again as well.
See, I don't think, they play Danger in the midfield all the time. I like him going forward. I think he's the most dangerous player because he just attracts the ball.
He does.
And
his kicking at goal is horrible though.
Hey, but you know what? He's got to get better at that. That's his fault. Not anyone else's. Him. You fix yourself. Who can tell him what to do?
Just the Hawthorn side of things before we leave what's happened so far. Brad Sewell gave the insight last night. Now, he knows the phases of Alistair Clarkson, and he could immediately tell once he publicly made that statement at the press conference this is the fine-tuning. This was Sully last night with his insights into what lies ahead for Hawthorn.
I saw them finally wake up. I saw the side actually wanting to play again. A bit of a challenge. Port have worried Hawthorn for the past couple of years, and we certainly saw in Clarko's comments prior to the game that they were well aware of that, and this was going to be one match that Clarko had wound the boys up during the week, and they certainly played that way. And then we saw the Hawthorn team really flex their muscles, and they enjoyed doing it. To see someone like Cyril Rioli play in the fashion that he did last night, you never see that. I saw the interview after the game. I think Clarko strategically went to Cyril and said, this is what we expect of you. And you know if Cyril's going to play like that, so much out of character, then everyone else is going to fall into line. And Cyril is like that little brother. When you see anyone pushing him back, everyone else sticks their chest out a little bit. So I think we saw a glimpse of what's to come. I think it's the best that we've seen so far, but the beauty of what this side does is they'll maintain that for next week. They play Sydney next week, and that'll be a huge game. But then they'll just wind down a little bit for a couple of weeks, and then they'll slowly just build up again. Those old boys, they've heard all of Clarko's messaging. They've heard all of his stories. They've seen all of his tricks. So Clarko needs to keep moments like last night up his sleeve when it matters most.
I agree, but I don't think Port Adelaide are any superstar team. So they won by a slender margin, not a huge margin, just the number. It was okay, 3 goals or something like that. It wasn't special. Next week's a test.
It is.
Sydney and Sydney. We'll see how good you are and see if Clarko's got a few things up his sleeve because, tell you what, Sydney are pretty pretty bloody good. I can tell you right now, they're fantastic.
You were talking about body language before, Sellers, and about Chris Scott and how you thought he was barracking a bit.
He does.
Yeah, what about Clarkson's demeanour in the box in that Port game? Did you see it? He looked like Bobby Fischer playing a game of chess. He had his fingers just rolled there, and there was hardly any expression. You could see he said, "I've already flicked the switches." And the teams responded. He was all, it was almost like he was thinking, okay, what's my next couple of moves going to be?
And I see John Longmire, he's very calm as well. I like the way that he handles himself. I know the pressure on these guys is immense, and you can see them age overnight almost, in a sense. Clarkson smashes walls and kicks things and punches things and does all that. And that's his outlet, okay? But yelling and screaming and throwing your arms around is not a demeanour that I actually enjoy watching as a person who's in charge of a business or in charge of a group. And I don't. And what for? What's the point? The point is, how are we going to get better? How are we going to improve? And sometimes a coach has to help them improve. He made one move the other night, put Clark in the ruck, and he put Dangerfield forward. What other move did he make?
Not that many I can
with
think
Clarkson, this is sort of all in the margins
I'm asking,
now.
Jared, what other move did he make last night? Other than nothing.
I don't know.
No, I agree. I couldn't find one.
But I was asking about Clarkson. So this is all in the margins of tuning a team to try to get. I mean, we're talking a 5th straight grand final and a 4th straight flag. So you have to have something along the way. From what we know on the outside, is he's used
everything.
His fury at half-time in matches to get the rise out of them, which is why they're in the position that they have. They have pulled numerous games out of the fire, but that's not sustainable. He knows that.
Yeah.
So you've got to come up with a block after the bye. And I think that's what was... And I know Port Adelaide's the 9th best team in the competition, but Port Adelaide beat Hawthorn twice last year when they were no good.
Yeah.
Port were no good.
Yeah.
They are a genuine bogey team in the way that they played. So he set them a specific task, and he clearly went to individuals. And I can remember the games where Clarkson is out on the ground with the players in the aftermath. There's a game in Perth at the end of last year when they beat the Eagles, and they had to do that to really get their finals chances going. He was out there again with them. As you can pick the markers through this 4-year reign. You can't do it every week, but he's setting them up now.
He got to them at the start of the year and said, you better start looking for a job at the end of this year if you don't start with Lewis and a few of the others. And
all the over 30s he gave them. But you're one injury away from being over.
Yeah, he starts that one, and then he moves into the next one, and then he went to Lewis and barreled him over. He wasn't tough enough over the ball, and wasn't just
told him
Lewis.
that he couldn't guarantee him a place in the side.
Exactly right, and it just keeps building, but see what happens then. What does that mean? If you hit the ace, king, and queen, guess what? It's pretty easy to hit the young blokes too. A lot of coaches go for them because they're frightened of the older blokes. It's not the way Clarkson works. He hits the top boys, and then it filters down beautifully, like a trickle effect. So, look, there's some things that he does, and he's continued to do it, and he continued to hit the sweet spot, and still developing youth as well. He's got the Sydney model down pat with that too. Some of the young guys, with Sicily and those sort of guys, O'Brien and those sort of guys, who are coming through. So, this will be interesting. Next week will be a very, very true test of the two top sides in the competition, I think. Except maybe for GWS, Jared.
Well, they might scoot straight past and get to the top. So that's Thursday night when Hawthorn and the Sydney Swans meet, sort of in the next instalment of that heavyweight challenge. We are in Sydney this afternoon. We're at the showgrounds where the Giants are going to host Collingwood. We've been hosted already today by the Giants, and the Chief Executive, Dave Matthews, is with us on the Saturday agenda. Dave, welcome.
Thanks very much, Jared.
We've had a bit of a look around at how it's all set up here. I'm curious at the end of that are you ready to be a top side? Are you ready to be a contender as a team, as a club?
We think so. I mean, I think the fundamentals are in place. I'm pleased to be able to show you and Mark and Adam around today and see what our training and admin base actually is, because from Melbourne, it's sometimes hard for people to picture, how the game is building and how the club's building in Western Sydney. So we've got an outstanding training and admin base. I think our progress so far on field's been very, very positive this year, and particularly vindicated the recruitment of the established players in amongst our young talent. We've got a great stadium here. We think 14,000, 15,000 today. It would probably be a bit more if Collingwood was still in the contention. But we're really pleased with the year so far. All the indicators are positive, and Leon's doing a great job with the team, and hopefully put ourselves in a position.
I think you could argue both. It's a progressive rise and then it's a rapid rise. I mean, this has the potential to be an especially rapid rise if you get the last 8 weeks of the season right. How do you view the overall picture? It's not just the gradual increase, but the potential for the quantum leap.
Well, I think the quantum leap we're seeing in a lot of our off-field metrics, and that's what you're hoping on-field performance delivers. I think our TV audiences are up 35% this year. Membership will be up 15 to 20. Crowds are up about 23%. We sold out here against the Swans. We've sold out in Canberra a couple of times already. Probably sell out again when we play Richmond in Canberra. So all the things that you want to see growing rapidly to make sure that we can build off-field to keep supporting the football strategy are working. And it's coming off the back of success, but I think it's also coming off the back of the volume of community work we do in Western Sydney and been doing for a number of years. So hopefully it's all come together.
And with that comes status, and part of that is Friday night. So have you requested Friday night in round 23?
Yes, we have. We requested that this week. And it's based on, us hopefully being, as I say, in the 8 and in a position. And, it's one of those things when you're 10 wins and, you need 2 to 3 more to absolutely lock it in. You're sort of loath to get too far ahead, but that's one where you say with the floating fixture against the Kangaroos, we know we're a watchable team. I think we'd play exciting and enjoyable football, and that's certainly the feedback we get from fans who aren't even Giants fans. So, we'd like to think that that's an opportunity, and hopefully into 2-17 leads to more Friday night games, including a game here.
A lot of different scenarios, David. I know you can't lock in finals just yet, but you have to plan ahead. And a potential final, what are the scenarios you're looking at? If, say, for example, if you play against the Swans, will it be ANZ Stadium if you're the higher finishing team?
It's a possibility, Neil. It is. It's a possibility because ANZ Stadium's still available, and the reality would be we'd be locking people out here, which is if the AFL, who make the scheduling decisions, want to maximise the crowd, then they're obliged to have a look at ANZ, obviously. But it was important for us, even this time last year, to just get the principle right that if there was a final for us in Sydney, that it was going to be at Spotless ahead of the SCG. We didn't want to contemplate anything where a Western Sydney club's playing in the East. And, Manuka is a potential finals venue for us as well, but it would only really be the scenario that you described there, that ANZ may get considered. But at the moment, it would be Spotless that we'd be planning for if it happened.
If you get a home final, virtually any of the other teams other than the Swans, it would be at Spotless, any of the other teams in the 8?
Yeah, I think so. And look, it would still be a possibility if it was the Swans, but look, the way they played last night, I mean, it's all hypothetical, isn't it, about where we're going to finish. I'm just really hell-bent on making sure that we just get the remaining wins we need to qualify and then see what's possible.
Do you accept the other side of that coin, that if you're drawn to play the Bulldogs, it should be at Docklands? If you're drawn to play Geelong, it should be at Kardinia Park? If you're going to prosecute your home ground advantage, that if you came to Victoria, that other teams would look to do that?
Yeah, I'm quite comfortable with that. I mean, I've said in the past, I think we had a conversation about it, Cords, where, with the difference between Etihad and the MCG is probably 3 kilometres. And the difference between Spotless Stadium and the SCG for our fans who might be living in Blacktown might be a 70-minute drive, and you're incurring $40 in tolls. And so what I'm saying is a home final to me means you cater for your home fans, and I think say in Geelong's case they've probably got a history of being happy to drive to Etihad and happy to drive to the MCG. Our fans come from as far away as Penrith and Blacktown and Canberra, and for me, it's about the location here.
I want to ask you about your youth. I just watched the reserves play against Southport, and you've got plenty of talent out there. Are you after more youth, or do you want more experience in next year's draft? Because there's a big wealth of people there's a couple at Richmond, there's a couple at Port Adelaide, there's a few around the place that you could pick up that actually would add to the wealth of your side in the seniors, because it's important. Plenty of kids, great, but you need experience.
Yeah, and I think we've been vindicated, Mark, as we discussed, that the experience has really helped us so far. So it's a question of, do you go again? What are the needs? And Wayne Campbell and Craig Cameron will be looking at that at the moment. There's a potential trade for Cam McCarthy if he decides not to go back, or if he decides not to just sit on his contract next year. Does that bring another established player? I think it's the job that, and Craig Cameron's only had his feet under the desk now for a month and a bit. He'd be working through those scenarios, but our priority has so far been retaining the priority young talent we've got and then complementing them with established players in the areas we need them.
You can't do that. You can't do all things. You can't have both.
No, but I think what you've got to do
and hang on to them, you know what I mean, with a paid way you've got to do.
No, you're right, but you can have both in the sense that it's a blend. I mean, I think we've got the mix right at the moment. We needed, Mumford provides such unbelievable leadership in the middle. Heath Shaw in defence has been fantastic, and Stevie Johnson, as an example, has given us the experience in the forward line we've never had. That's what he's delivered. And so, you know, you don't want to trade out a heap of young talent and just fill it full of older players, but you don't want to just have, first couple of years we had a TAC Cup team. You know, we had just such a young team that, to really look Dylan Shield in the eye and say, we think this is where your future is, we needed to make sure that we could deliver some players around him that could help him rise up the ladder.
Having a look at your facility today, there's no doubt in my mind that someone to come here would be very impressed with what you've got. And that's probably why you got Stevie, and that's probably why you got Griffin, and that's why you got a few of the other big boys into your side who have added strength. And also Mummy. That's the key to it. And you'll get more if they have a look at this stuff and the youth that you've got that'll take them somewhere in September.
Yeah, we've got a great facility. You can really live anywhere in Sydney and get to that facility. And I think the other thing, and again, Cords and I have spoken about this a bit, I think the two Sydney clubs will increasingly become destination clubs because of the lifestyle. And to get out of the bubble of Melbourne, and to get out of the constant grind and pressure that I think you can sometimes see when you're down there. But, I think if you ask Ryan Griffin, you're enjoying living in Sydney, he's having a great time.
Dave, earlier this year, Eddie Maguire raised questions about the Riverina zone, and you're playing Collingwood today. Does that seep through to a match day scenario? Is it in your mind?
Well, it certainly wouldn't be on our players' minds. I mean, I don't think they get too worried about the sort of politics of that, but as you and I know, the academies are critical. We, 20% of our list now comes from New South Wales and ACT. That's not just good for us. That's good for the rest of the competition. We're deepening the pool. We haven't had enough talent out of Sydney and New South Wales in particular. And you can't call yourself a national game when 54% of Australia delivers 8% of the talent. And we pay fair value for them. We end up having to bid up and pay fair value. I mean, sometimes Jacob Hopper gets talked about as he's a free hit. He was a top 10 pick. So we pay fair value, and, it's a really important strategy for the game. So, I try not to get too distracted other than, just pursue the strategy.
What is etiquette in recruiting players these days? How many clubs did Adam Treloar get taken through, do you reckon, during last year's season while he was being courted?
Yeah, I would have thought Peter Blutch would probably let him around a few. I've always been strong on the fact that Adam Treloar would have loved to stay with us, I think. And I think probably his manager put him in a position where, in the end, the deal that he was able to extract and what we had left meant that he needed to consider his options. And as part of those options, I know that he went to a number of clubs. I mean, Adam was honest enough with me a few times about what he'd seen and what he'd looked at. I think, the example we've had during the week is no rules have particularly been broken. These discussions take place. I guess there's just a bit of embarrassment both ways that it gets found out. I sort of looked at it and thought, if one of our players did that and it became known, how would his teammates potentially look at him? And also, if we were touring players around right now and our playing group looked at it and thought, well, where do I sit if you're trying to get that particular player? So I think it's just more created a level of awkwardness. But the reality is these conversations go on. But, Neil and I live in a city where the player movement and debate and discussion around the NRL is just borderline farcical or unsavoury. And I just think we've got to make sure we don't get to a stage where we end up having such a shambolic player movement.
So chatting's okay? Meetings okay?
Well, I think if
so Leon Cameron keeps the line of communication open with Ryan Griffin. Is that cool?
I think those sort of conversations take place.
Yeah.
Those conversations take place. And, Jared, I think if Triple M were going to offer you a job and you said, well, I wouldn't mind having a look at my workplace, where's my desk going to be, tell me where I'm based.
Next door.
It's not all I'm saying is it's probably not unreasonable, not unrealistic. It just feels a bit awkward once it becomes I guess exposed as it did.
Yes, I can't imagine what it was like for
Alan.
Lynn Jog. Hey, Dave, good to see you. Thanks for having us here. It's a terrific afternoon in Prospect and a great chance to rise up the ladder. Dave Matthews, the Chief Executive of the Giants, as we conclude the Saturday agenda here. Neil Cordy, great to catch up with you.
Good on you, G. Been great.
This is very much one of the centres of things for the rest of the year with the Swans and the Giants both in the top four. Sellers will stay put. We're going inside both camps and then we'll have the match for you as it unfolds on Grandstand AFL.
Back Monday.
I want to talk.
A bit of this.
John Fane being deliberately contrary to type. Oh, dear.
A little more of this.
Great to have your company. How about this one?
A lot more of this.
What's going on at your place, though? 1300.
We'll even throw in a little of this.
Could we have a little bit of name and shame?
Red Simons, John Fane, Claire Bowditch, Raph Epstein are all back Monday on 774 ABC Melbourne.
Grandstand AFL.
You're with Grandstand.
On ABC Local Radio and on digital radio, ABC Grandstand.
Grandstand AFL this afternoon from the showgrounds where the Giants are really a chance to force the issue further up the ladder still and challenge for the minor premiership. They face Collingwood. But before we settle in for the pre-match and the game ahead, it is a month until the Rio Olympics, and with the ABC being the official non-commercial broadcaster of these games, it's a chance to set the mood with the Olympic moments that have stopped Australia.
ABC Grandstand. Rio 2016.
Sally Pearson looks good. She's in front by a couple of metres. She's over the last 12.67 for Sally Pearson.
Pushes the ball into the back of the net. Gold medal to Australia.
Charging in, world record for Australia.
The Olympic moments that stopped Australia.
Hello, Peter Walsh from ABC Grandstand. Russell Mark is a professional Australian trap and double trap clay target shooter and shooting coach. He's also an Olympic champion. He won the Olympic gold medal in the double trap at the 1996 Summer Olympics in Atlanta.
A little bit of breathing space again for Mark as a miss is recorded against Wang. And Russell Mark gets both targets, 188, and he's won the gold medal for Australia. Russell Mark has won the gold medal, the second gold medal to Australia in the clay target discipline. Russell Mark, the 32-year-old from Werribee, has won the gold medal in the men's double trap.
Didn't really sink in for several hours later, and I'd finally done all the drug testing stuff and got the medal and had done all the press conference and was sitting in a car going into the International Broadcast Centre, and my phone rang, and it was my brother who hadn't watched it live on television. He'd woken up at 8 o'clock in the morning and heard that I'd won the gold medal, and he just called me. He just thought, he'll answer his phone. And I did, and he spoke to me like it was just something we'd done all our lives. I've made a lot of other people happy, but none more so than my family. And I think that was the really good thing, to have a family tie there, because they weren't in Atlanta to see it live, and it was in the middle of the night, and they didn't know about it until they woke up the next morning. And it was just so surreal to have someone just call me out of the blue and talk to me like he'd spoken to me all my life.
Mark was a natural. At every shooting discipline, he produced the very best. But the gold medal was the win that every athlete strives for.
The Olympics is a strange place for a lot of reasons, but I think for me, winning the Olympic gold medal in Atlanta was just relief, and it was personal relief. The fact that your sporting resume isn't complete unless you've got Olympic gold medalists on it. And I'd gone close 4 years prior in Barcelona, but to finally get the gold medal in Atlanta, and it was my third occasion to get to the Olympic Games before I'd won it. I think it just took an enormous amount of personal relief off. And, then people said, it was great to win it for Australia, it was great for them. And it was certainly. I'm very proud to have won it for Australia, but first and foremost, I think I was very relieved to win it for Russell Mark.
So a second gold medal to Australia in the shooting. Russell Mark winning with an unofficial score of 188.
The victory, pomp and ceremony, the presentation. But Russell, where's the gold medal now?
It was passed around for a long time. There was quite a few weeks there when I never saw it, and I finally thought, I better be careful here. So I ended up giving it to the Gallery of Sport Museum in the MCG because my family are notorious for losing stuff. So that was one thing I wasn't going to let out of my sight for too much longer. So from about October the 30th, I think it was, in 1996, was the last time I think I actually physically ever held that medal, and it's sat in that museum ever since.
So it's at the MCG still?
Yeah, it's still there, yeah. It's in my eldest daughter's name. When she's 21, she can get it out. I put it in her name, and she said to me not long ago, she's 17 now, she said that gold medal, I reckon, would look good in a BMW. So I'm worried she's thinking about cashing it in on me. I'll have to change the will, I think.
So there you go. For the 21st birthday of your beautiful daughter, you can give her your gold medal and a BMW.
Yeah, no chance of that, but that's certainly what she's equating it to, that's for sure.
In 2007 in Munich, Germany, the International Shooting Sports Federation inducted Mark into its Hall of Fame as the greatest double trap shooter of all times. Russell Mark.
Join ABC Grandstand August 5.
It'll be generations before anyone sees anything like it.
For more heart-stopping moments with our live coverage of the 2016 Rio Olympic Games.
Set and away.
For comprehensive live coverage from Rio, stay tuned with ABC Grandstand on ABC Local Radio and on digital radio, ABC Grandstand.
ABC Grandstand. For sports coverage like no other.
Is this the perfect start? You bet it is.
Grandstand AFL.
The big man takes it. What a strong mark. 2 bounces. What a burst. He kicks a goal and it's marked in the square. Has a shot. Kicks a goal.
Oh, he is silk.
That's opportunistic. Is it long enough? Yes, it is.
Grandstand AFL.
It's a quarter unlike we've seen before.
How did he do that?
And this is love in football if you've ever seen it. Can go for goal. He curls it beautifully.
How do you like that?
You come and watch football because of blocks like that.
You're with Grandstand.
Big Brad coming into the back. That's a wonderful mark. Oh, the mark deserves a goal. It swings back and it gets a goal.
The tone has been set. If the leaders are prepared to go down that path to ensure that they win, imagine what the rest are going to do.
Oh, the goal and the kick is there.
Grandstand AFL.
Chance to make the pay, and he does.
I don't think I've ever seen a quarter like this in my life.
He kicks over his head. Remarkable goal. If you weren't here to see it, you couldn't quite believe what's happening.
He's through. Broke away. Got to 40. Kicked the goal.
Grandstand AFL.
This football is brutal.
On ABC Local Radio and on digital radio, ABC Grandstand.
It's a lovely winter's afternoon in Sydney for our match of the day on Grandstand AFL. The Giants and Collingwood, who have quite the rivalry, most of it off the field, but perhaps it will build to something on the field as well this afternoon. The Giants are heavily favoured on their home ground. We're going to go inside both camps in our pre-match ahead of the start of the game. We start in the Collingwood camp with Adam White.
Yes, thank you, Jared. I am down at the Collingwood race with Steve Grace, who is an assistant coach at the Magpies. Steve, we were just talking before about how many times Collingwood's played here. It's not a lot of times, and it does seem to be a fairly unique ground in the way it's sort of set up. It's fairly narrow, not really too many pockets. Does that play an impact on the way the game's played?
Oh, no, I don't think so, Adam. It is a little bit unique with the skinny pockets. So it just makes sure that forwards are in the game for a fair way, and then if you're willing to work hard off ball and you're a hard runner, as you know that they are, you can get rewarded. So I think in those aspects it brings a few more into the game.
It's quickly become one of the toughest road trips in football, really, to take on the Giants at this venue. They've been so strong here. How do you stop them, or do you just take them on?
Well, I think there's got to be an element of taking on the game, and we certainly will do that. Their midfield drive their legs hard, and they're a great contested side, across the ground. So, we certainly need to match the midfield grunt. We certainly need to be on our toes to eliminate their marks. They like to contest the ball and control it with marks and kicks, through their back half. And they've got some firepower, not only with their talls, but it seems to be their mediums and smalls, Stevie Johnson and Toby Green being able to score, willingly. So they're a hard contest, that's for sure.
I'm fascinated about selection this week because Nathan Buckley's spoken about this a bit over the last couple of weeks, that there is pressure on spots, even though you're not in the top 8 at the moment. actually picking your team on a weekly basis is quite difficult at the moment.
Yeah, we've come into in a healthier state. We've got more players playing well at VFL level. We've had a healthier list. We had nearly 40 out there training during the week. It's been amazing for us. So it's able to build some selection integrity. So those guys are performing well at VFL level will get rewarded. And certainly those guys who are coming back in from injury, they need to make sure that they're playing well or building form.
And with the forward line, we saw Travis Cloke and Darcy Moore play together and have 17 marks between them last week. You've changed it up again with Cox out and White in. Are we going to see this more from Collingwood towards the end of the year, where you're sort of mixing and matching and trying to work out what your best combination is for more a long-term view?
Well, I think you've got to have an eye on now and an eye on what's going to go on in future days. So we've got a unique proposition with Mason, and Mason still is a building development player, and he's done a fantastic job. But then once again, we've got to show him selection integrity. With Darcy, who's come back in and he's performed well enough, and he's shown that. And then Travis has held up his end of the bargain, with his ability to play multiple roles, not only to play deep but play up the ground. But I suppose Mason's not at that stage where he's able to do that. And Jesse White's been able to play tall and small for us, and went back last week and performed admirably. So I think the mix, it's going to take us a little while to find out what we like best, and then there's the other side of the coin as to who performs best. And I think it's a little bit of a balance of both.
We're talking to Steve Grace from the Collingwood Football Club. A couple more, Steve. I'm interested in how well you think the team is playing at the moment, because I think it's been well documented. The players got together at the break and said, look, enough's enough. We've got to start to... the question was about effort, but I think it was more the consistency of the effort. Yeah. And you've won your last two, but it was against average opposition. How do you think you've actually come back from the break from an assistant coach point of view?
Yeah, look, we've had a couple of those moments. I mean, we've had a few moments earlier in the year where the Port Adelaide game, was well below how we want to play. And we'd had a good 2 or 3 games before that with the Bulldogs, Geelong game, the Brisbane game. So we've built some form. And I think you're right. The players are getting frustrated. They're not getting rewards. So I think it's the attention to detail stuff. We're coaching the same way. We're trying to drive inner leadership and trying to drive some emerging leadership amongst that group as well. So it's about them holding each other to account, do a little bit better, having a greater depth of players to choose from. That helps. But I think it's us being more settled. Yeah. Certainly that back line was a lot more settled. There was a revolving door there for a while. So I think that's been an important part of it. And I suppose it's one of the reasons why Jonathan Marsh's come back in. Try and get a settled back 6 or 7, to then be able to drive us forward from there. So that's helped.
And last question on Adam Treloar, who returns to his old hometown, is playing against his old team. What's the week been like for him? I mean, I imagine the way he is, it wouldn't affect him too much, but has he been used for some inside information, or and have you tried to make it business as usual for him as much as possible?
Yeah, I think he is a young professional. He's a very driven young man, which is fantastic. But we've certainly used his intellect for IP on some of these players. There's no doubt about that. Each line coach has spent some time with him. And I think, he's got a little bit more of an edge about him. And, we've spoken about it. And we've had a few players who've come across from other clubs in the last few years, with Jack Crisp and Jeremy Howe. And, there always is a little bit of edge, no matter how professional they are. So we'll get around him today, and we'll make sure that we can get him to play the brand of footy we love.
Looking forward to today, Steve, to see how Collingwood, how much they have improved since the bye up against one of the best teams in the competition. Thanks for joining us today. It's been good, fun having a chat.
No, thanks, Adam. It's a great challenge for us.
Steve Grace from Collingwood. Now, Jared, I believe you are in the Giants' rooms, and you love going in the rooms, and I know that you've got a couple of guests that you're going to talk to over the next 15 minutes.
Yes, Adam, we've been granted the Inner Sanctum access with the Giants this afternoon. So the drums are beating outside with the multicultural display that's going to be part of this afternoon, and the team's just finishing the warm-up above. We're in the cage away from the lane work, so as it all happens, we'll be nice and safe, but we will be very much close to the action. We've enlisted a bit of inside knowledge for the afternoon in its entirety. Matt Buntine's going to be our man. Matt, welcome to Grandstand AFL.
Thanks for having me.
Hamstring injury for you?
Yeah, unfortunately did a strain in the hammy against Carlton, but not too far away. Hopefully a week or two to go.
We were just having a chat. You've had all manner of different injuries, broken ribs and concussions, not the stock standard soft tissue injury.
Yeah, well, even doing this, I did the splits to manage it, not even just running. So I unfortunately haven't managed to get the normal injuries of AFL, but yeah, hopefully this is a short termer compared to most of the other ones that have sort of made me watch too much footy for my liking.
So just give us the inside feel from the players. There's a huge opportunity opening up for the Giants this year, which you've crafted for yourself, and you've had the bye, you've got an 8-week stretch. How real is that opportunity for the players?
Yeah, it's great to be winning football club at the moment. Obviously, we're sort of come from a place where we're sort of been on the back end of defeat. So in that sense, we're very happy to be 10-4 where we're sitting, but we know that's a long way to go. We haven't had finals experience, and that's what we're ultimately aiming for. So, this 8 weeks is really important about winning as many games as we can to give ourselves the chance, and also getting our processes and sort of the way we want to perform week in, week out right for that chance in September if we get it.
So what's the difference between being a young team that loses most of the time to shifting gears to being a team that is not only on the rise but holds a lofty position and becomes a winning team regularly?
Yeah, expectation of performance is one. We rock up and we know that we need to perform one and what our expectation and demands are. It's sort of used to be you'd rock up hopeful to win, but now we sort of rock up expecting to win and really go from there. So training standards, all the rest have sort of really picked up probably 2 years ago, and it's sort of starting to translate into performances on the weekend, which is great. And like we said, we'd rather come off and sing the song than sit there and lick our wounds.
Is it a demanding environment now?
Yeah, very much so. Which is what you want to be. You play footy to win and get to as deep into September as you can, and that's what we're aiming for. So yeah, it's great.
And how does that divide up between the younger players who are, in a way, I'm sure still learning the caper, and then the older players who have been there elsewhere and bring such invaluable experience to the team?
Yeah, I think obviously your Heath Shaws and Stevie J's and Ryan Griffin, the like, they've sort of experienced that football. They sort of have the experience and knowledge of where to go and what it takes to get there. And I think their sort of habits and their desires are really creeping into the club, which is really good. And I think it's really been player driven, which is a great thing, and not just from those older guys, but from your 4th and 5th year players like Stephen Canelio, and it's really good and infectious around the club, which is great.
What's the challenge of this afternoon to lock back in immediately, I guess, to the momentum that you were experiencing on the way to the bye?
Yeah, the buys are obviously interesting. It's really good to rejuvenate and take that time to refresh for the year. But, it's also, you're not playing football, you're sort of a little bit out of tune. So we just hope to bring energy and effort, which is, what the buy does provide you. And, just get back into the groove of things. It might take a couple of minutes in, but you can't afford in this caper to sort of to lag a bit and sort of give your opposition a chance. So we just sort of want to get back into winning that hard contested footy, putting on as much pressure as we can, and then hopefully that translate onto stopping them and getting some scores on the board.
Has there been a bit of that vibe of don't take things for granted, don't assume that this is going to happen, and don't take an opponent who's outside of the 8 and having a struggling year lightly?
Yeah, well, the comp's shown that if you don't rock up on any given day, you can get beaten, certainly, and that showed against us. We're probably a little bit off our game against the Bombers and nearly got done down at Etihad. So, we certainly don't take any opposition lightly, and Collingwood are a very talented team on their list, and if they get a chance and we provide them with a chance to sort of play the footy that they love to play, we'll be in for a long day. So, playing our football, playing really tough, hard, defensive football will go a long way today.
We're in the Giants' rooms on Grandstand AFL. Matt Buntine is not only our guest, he's part of our team this afternoon. Just give us an idea what happens from here. So the players are about to finish the warm-up on the ground and then come down. Is there one more meeting or rev up? Is what's left?
Yeah, so after the warm-up, they'll come in and sort of have probably five minutes to themselves to do their final touches. A few might box for a little while, a few might just chill out. A few might have a nervous pee if they need that. But, then will come in, get some body hits, gets the ball floating around, and then Leon will have his final say before we run out. So, it's sort of... it's a quick time. The time goes very quickly at this stage, but every player is just doing their right thing to get prepped.
Is Leon's last words, are they motivational? Are they instructional? How does he pitch those?
More motivational, yeah. He sort of drives sort of the key messages that we need, and sort of really whatever our underlying theme for the week might be, he sort of drives that really hard.
And who are the leaders who take control of this as well? Who are the loud ones we're about to hear as they've come back in?
Yeah, Mummy's always one of the loudest around. It's interesting, sure, he's sort of pretty quiet at this stage, but Phil and the leaders are always loud, and probably Steve Canelio is another one that sort of drives a lot of the stuff that we're focusing on here.
All right, you finish your lunch, and you will head back upstairs once they run out onto the ground. Good on you, Matt.
Beautiful, thanks for that.
Matt Buntine, who's part of our team this afternoon on Grandstand AFL, the General Manager of Footy Operations now at the Giants is Wayne Campbell. Wayne, welcome to Grandstand AFL.
Thanks for having me, Jared.
How long have you been here now?
3 months, I think, yeah. So I came up after round 1, so just before the round 2 Geelong game.
What have you found?
I found a really good footy club. Yeah, fantastic coach, good coaching group, great conditioning group. Dave Matthews has been an awesome support for the footy department and myself. Unique, I reckon. It's a bit different to what I've seen before. You'll see after the game sometimes there's all parents and family down here, which doesn't happen at other clubs. We've got players from everywhere else other than New South Wales. I think we have 5 or 6 guys, so we've got to be a little bit different, but I think we embrace that.
Do you like what you found when you got here?
Yeah, I mean, I've always sort of taken an interest. Leon Cameron and I played a bit of footy together, so I took a bit of an interest, obviously, because of that. And, like everyone in footy, you liked watching them play and knew that they had a good young list and all that sort of stuff. But really enjoyed it. Can't say I was surprised by much, but I didn't think too much about it. But just for a club that's only 5 years old, it's got a good feel about it.
What's it like being back inside a club and sort of living the highs and lows of the week to week and the wins and losses?
Luke Ball sitting up in the box at a rival station, and he just texts me saying, you look like you're comfortable out of the green. And I said, is it that obvious? So, I loved my 2.5 years in umpiring. It's a pretty tough job. It's 9 games a weekend and you can never relax. Whereas with this, you wake up with that little feeling in your stomach on a Saturday morning. You know you've got one game and you'll know you'll either win or lose, and so you'll be ecstatic or a bit disappointed. But with the umpiring, it's 9 games, and on a Sunday night at 7:40, you're still there watching it, sort of thing. So, I absolutely loved it, but it's got a limited time frame, I think.
Does it take you back to when you were a player, even being back inside a club?
I worked at the Bulldogs and worked at Richmond, so I was really only out of it for a couple of years, I suppose. But really, just really enjoying being back inside a club, and winning certainly helps.
Give us an insight into Leon, who you have known for a long time, and he's well into his tenure by the time that you've arrived. How have you found him entrenched in the coaching position?
Pretty much as I thought he'd be. Very impressive fella. We first played Teal Cup together back in 1989, so I got to know him a little bit then, and then he finished off his career at Richmond. He was probably, as a player, was the smartest football tactic-wise I sort of played with, and not so much with ball in hand. He was that, but he would come in at quarter time or at half time or whatever, and he was the one that could say, this is what's happening. I don't reckon I was that. I was sort of around the footy and couldn't really tell what was going on, but he was pretty honest with his teammates. He wanted them to get better. And could form really good relationships. So if you combine those, that ends up being a pretty good coach. So he's been pretty impressive with what I've seen so far.
Could you define what the opportunity that's opening up for this team, or that it has opened up for itself with 8 games to go?
It's cliche, but we just can't look too far forward, Jared. I've been involved at clubs where you sit there and you look at the draw and you think it looks okay, and you start to put W's and L's, and all of a sudden you've lost 3 in a row and you're not in the position you were in. So we just need to beat Collingwood today and then have a look at next week.
So it's a team experience and all of this for the first time. Do you feel like it's a group that's ready for it? Is it ready to be a successful team?
Oh, we're young. There's no doubt about that. The stats don't lie, but we've also got some talent. We've had a lot of firsts this year, of whether it's winning on the road or beating Hawthorn by a record margin up here, or whatever it is. So we're yet to beat Collingwood. I think we were yet to beat Freo and we knocked them off over there. So it's all uncharted territory. Obviously for the club, we're only 5 years old, but it's an exciting time.
Just watching Phil Davis get himself ready, he's obviously done a lot of work to overcome injury. I don't think many were expecting him to play today. What's he done to be right?
Right from the moment. He did it, as most players do now. They're unbelievably professional. They wake themselves up and ice and do all that sort of stuff. So I'm sure he would have done that. He's a really smart guy. He's a fantastic leader of our club. I don't think we thought he was going to play after the game here just before the break. So he's obviously done pretty well. He's so important to us.
What's your match day role?
Not much.
Stay out of the way, or
yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I sit in the box, and if Leon needs calming down every now and then, I might put an arm across him. But no, there's. I think it's important in this role to try and just oversee stuff. So, which effectively means you don't do much. But if there's something to be done, I'm probably there to do it.
All right, let me have one straight on the way out, will you?
Sorry.
Does the score review system work?
Absolutely it does, Jared.
You're still holding to it.
Absolutely it does, and I can't believe for such a smart man you keep questioning it.
Good on you, Wayne. Nice to catch up. Wayne Campbell with us on Grandstand AFL as the warm-ups really start to get going. Now in front of us, Matt Buntine slides back in. Do you miss it right now?
Yeah, this is obviously the time of the week where it's struggled to watch. I'm not a great watcher of football, and sort of this is the time that you really want to be out there and performing.
There have been coaches right throughout the years who've said they can never tell whether a team is on or not. What sort of vibe do you look for? What sort of vibe do you sense when in these moments?
Yeah, I guess just really clean with the skills, everyone on the same page here, and just that feeling of just everyone all feeling the same way. So it's interesting where some coaches can get that gauge. I'm not really great at it, but as long as the intensity is up now and some voice are, it's normally a good feel.
Who dictates the mood within this team, would you say?
Mummy's one. Mummy and Shuri are two big ones, and then I think your Steve Cornelios and Toby Greens are the like that sort of bring the energy every week and really lead from the front.
Steve Johnson down in front of us. Who are your closest friends within the team, would you say, Matt?
Roommates Adam Kennedy, Nick Haynes and Phil Davis, and a lot of the backs, mate. We're a gentleman's club down there. We stick together.
Who do you most admire in your teammates?
Phil Davis and Heath Shaw and Stevie J too. He's the impact he's had this year is tremendous, and the performance and output that Phil and Heath Shaw every week do is just outstanding.
Phil's courage is really something that I imagine players would look up to.
Yeah, Phil's unbelievably courageous, and his just ability to take on the big guys every week and perform even when he sort of lacks a bit of continuity in his game, but always delivers for us.
Shane Mumford always do his warm-up without his jumper on. Everybody else is in orange, but he's bare-chested.
Yeah, Big Mummy keeps it. I think he's just a sweaty prick, so he doesn't really want to make the jumper too heavy for him. But he'll swap over at half-time as well, his jumper. So that's just Mummy's thing, I think.
So they're all going through the physical contact and I guess getting the adrenaline pumping and feeling the body on body. Who do you stay out of the way of? Who's the most intense bloke as we look in from the cage?
No, there's not too many intense blokes. I think I probably would be the one that in that group. I sort of like to be in a really good, sharp, peace of mind before the game. But no, I think we're really tight and obviously we've gone through a lot together. So everyone sort of has a good relationship, and especially pre-game, we sort of just get around each other to encourage and really target what we need to target.
So Leon Cameron's just called them into the coach's room to the side here.
Yep, this is sort of Leon's last 10-20 second message for the group and last sort of touches for each individual player, whether it's a mouth guard or just sort of having a quick sip. Yep.
Can he really go, Leon?
Not at this time though. This is sort of when it's if you need to G you up at this time of the day, it's you probably will lose the game. So yeah, he sort of just reshifts everyone's focus to the right things and what we need to do, and really inspires us to perform.
The rooms have a lovely ebb and flow to them, from all of the energy now to the silence, and no doubt they'll come bursting through the doors again in a moment to get themselves going. Have you been close enough to it to give us one or two things that have been the focus through the week with Collingwood?
No, I've sort of been, unfortunately, rehab's a tedious thing, so I imagine just our effort and energy would be one big focus. Obviously, coming off the bye, it's important to really just give it all and don't give them a chance to sort of play the way they want to, and as most teams do, focus on defence, just to sort of pressure simple acts that really inspire teammates and drive us towards a good outcome.
So we can hear just from out on the ground that Collingwood has run out and their theme song is going. Nick Maxwell's just tidying things up before the Giants come out from this last address from Leon Cameron. And a chance this afternoon to go to second on the ladder if things go right and come off the bye with the full energy. So from the Giants room, where there's the lull before the charge, and we'll follow them out and head up to the broadcast box. Matt Buntine is with us throughout the afternoon on Grandstand AFL to give us the full insight for the Giants and the Pies.
Raph Epstein.
Karen Jacobson, voice of Siri, but probably your GPS as well.
The company that was creating this text-to-speech voice system had done some research to discover that the Australian accent is considered the most pleasant English-speaking accent to listen to, believe it or not.
It's beautiful. I love it.
Raph Epstein.
Weekdays from 3
You have reached your destination.
on 774 ABC Melbourne.
Grandstand AFL.
The players, the coaches, the fans, the faithful, all aiming for the one ultimate goal. This is ABC Grandstand's coverage of the 2016 AFL Premiership season on ABC Local Radio and on digital radio ABC Grandstand.
It is the Giants versus the Magpies here from the showgrounds in Sydney. Adam White, Mark McClure upstairs, Jared Waitley and Matt Buntine to join us shortly. They're currently down in the Giants' rooms. The Collingwood players are already out on the ground. The Giants players not far away. Just a reminder before we get into the full preview with Mark McClure that today, because it is multicultural round in the AFL, we're giving away one of those fantastic multicultural footballs. So to get involved, all you've got to do is either SMS us or tweet us. So the SMS number is 0467 920 222, or tweet us, which is at ABC AFL. And there is some details to this competition on our Twitter account at the moment. But what we want is either a photograph, in fact we do want a photograph, of something that you bring to the footy. So it might be your favourite scarf, there might be like a good luck charm, there might be one of your grandmother's crocheted rugs, something that you bring to the footy. We want to see a photo of it, and the best one will get the footy by the end of the day.
Maybe a bit of attitude. Can you bring some of that?
No, well, you've always got plenty of that.
No, I haven't.
we want something, as I said. It might be a rug. It might be
your mum.
I don't know. No, it's got to be something. No, it's got to be something. Not a mum. Not a person. Not a person. But it might be a stubby holder or something like that. Anyway, you send them through. We've already started seeing some of them coming through at the moment on our Twitter account. Get involved. That number again, if you want to tweet it to us, text us to us, you can do that on 0467 920 222, or that Twitter handle again is at ABC AFL. What do you like to bring to the footy? Might be a bashed up old thermos that you take to make your own coffee.
Why would you bring a bashed up old thermos?
I don't know. Whatever it is, get us. You'll get involved, and you might win that footy. We'll have more details throughout the course of the day, and we'll retweet some of the best photographs throughout the course of the day as well on our Twitter handle. Anyway, let's get into this game because it is Collingwood and the Giants, and the crowd isn't too bad, especially down towards the Vincent Fairfax stand end of the ground. Both teams are out at the moment. What's going to happen, Mark McClure?
Well, the Giants are emerging as a football side, and we can see that very clearly. Their talent is immense, and they've added some experience to it as well to actually give them that lift that makes them look like a finalist. They haven't made it yet, let me tell you. They have not made the finals yet at this stage, but they look pretty destined to. Their defence looks really good. Phil Davis has been a star since he's got here. I really like the way he works and plays there. He sure is the general in the back half, and that's what you want with Patfull. So there's your experienced players, and then you put Williams in and Kennedy and Haynes, the other ones who are the youth who come through that area. And then there's a mix in the middle when you look at it. Scully, who's now emerging as a really true runner, tough. and keeps running and producing millions of miles on the ground. Caniglio and Steele comes in. Mumford in the midfield. He's the one who's the experienced one. And Ward as well. And then you got Dylan Shields, who's a star, absolute star of this competition at his young age. You look up forward and Stevie J's up there. Cameron's still finding out about himself, I reckon, Cameron, and so's Patton. We're not certain about those two exactly yet. Cameron started off with a splash, but he sort of slowed down slightly, and Stevie J's there to help him. Whitfield, of course, and Green, who continues to kick millions of goals. They're a very, very talented side. With Dylan Shields in there, Kelly, who's a really good player as well. Tomlinson comes in, and Reece Palmer, who's an experienced player. So there's a blend of both, and it's starting to emerge as a good football team. They're exciting to watch. People are liking them, and we want to see more of them, especially around finals time. The Pies, well, they've made a few changes. Greenwood was managed out. Cox is managed out. Tyson Goldsack, who was taken out last week, I'm not certain why he was taken out this week because I thought he was okay. Marley Williams gone, he was poor last week, and Phillips as well went down. But in comes White, McCaffer, who'll take someone in the midfield. I'm not certain who that'll be. Probably Dylan Shields is a star there. Fasolo is the one who actually in the forward line makes them tick. They kicks goals. He works hard. He tries hard in that area there. But their defence is strengthened by Reid and Brown. They're the two that are in, and Marsh comes back into the defence. Treloar, who's the ex-GWS player who went to Collingwood, was side bottom and ace on the wings. Grundy in the middle. Pendlebury's a star, and Crisp will run with somebody as well. And then we look up at their forward line. It looks the most balanced I've seen it for some time, with Cloak, White and Moore as the tools. And then you've got Blair, Varco, who's good on the ground, good chase and tackle. Fasolo, good chase and tackle. But that's what they need to do because they're up against a really big, talented side. De Goey, I thought was average last week. McCaffrey will be run with. Maynard will play down back at some stage. And Josh Smith. The one for me, Sinclair, who's improved his side dramatically with his run from half-back and pace. That'll make a big difference for him. We're looking forward to seeing what the Pies are doing. I have a look around here. The Pies aren't travelling. They're not travelling to Sydney, I can assure you. They used to come in their droves, and they've dropped off a tad in the last 6 or 7 weeks coming to watch their games. Maybe they've made a decision already, Whitey, on what should happen with Collingwood side, but they won last week. They won ugly last week. They got by because they had a better defence, and their both attacks last week were pretty poor, I would think, Carlton and Collingwood, but we'll see what they can do today against the GWS Giants, who are on their way to the finals. They're not there yet.
They're not there yet, there's no doubt about that, but they're awfully close. Jared Waitley has made his way back up from the GWS rooms, and Matt Buntine is in position as well. And you might detect, Jared, that Sellers is up and about.
He's looking forward to it.
He's looking forward to it.
It's clouded over a bit since we went down into the tunnel.
Well, I fully expect it to rain between now and then, now and the end of the game, because that's what happens when we come up here.
In Sydney, isn't it? They're wearing the multicultural Guernsey this afternoon, the Giants, so there's a bit of colour in there on the mid portion, which is typically grey, and a bit of symbolism in there as well.
Just some furniture removal work being done in the boxes at the moment.
Set up. In fact, the two of you might switch over mics. Whitey
we will.
Matt,
Hang on.
You're cross purposes.
Take it over, Jared.
So the teams are as selected. The emergency's not required this afternoon, and the Giants with a real chance to move to second on the table and take advantage of the events of last night, the events of the weekend so far, and perhaps deny Thursday the status of the top of the table competition. But Collingwood stands in their way. They've not only won ugly once, Sellers, they've won ugly twice their last 2 wins. So Matt Buntine now taking his place alongside Mark McClure. You'll guide him through.
It's a bit tight in here, Jerry. It's like a telephone box, really. I'm sitting up here on a fruit box here. I don't know what I'm doing.
You wanted it like
I don't know why I wanted that, but I'm here now, done. I'm here with Matty Buntine. Fantastic. It's good to see you, and you must be excited about what's happening at this football club.
Yeah, it's great to. It's great to starting to win some games and sort of become a real threat in the competition. So,
what's the big power of this footy club? What's the difference? What's made the difference for you guys as a team? On the field, not talking off. I'm just talking about when you're out there and playing.
Expectation on performance now. We used to sort of rock up and sort of ebb and flow through our 4 quarters, but now we sort of have expectation where effort and energy needs to be there every minute of the game, and we do that consistently now.
A bit of ACDC getting hurt either.
Yeah, it's great to hear some old school rock and roll around here.
Maybe a bit of Thunderstruck, Sellers.
Oh, Thunder. Hey, don't worry about Thunder. He goes all right. He was fantastic. Just gobbled him up at the end.
Oh, I sense a punting story, which I'm oblivious to.
4-1, Jared.
Listen, the Pies have got some strength, and you know that. And you guys would have gone through it during the week, and you would have been part of the meetings. Tell us about them.
Yeah, obviously they're a really talented group. They have few ins, Adam Trelaw, ex-Giant, Tay Adams, ex-Giant. We know how good they are, and we certainly need to be up to this challenge because they're certainly a formidable side if they play the way they want to, and sort of we let them do that.
Does their forward line worry you with Cloak, White and Darcy Moore there, who've got some tools?
Yeah, their tools are quite flexible and actually play a very different style each other. So Cloak is obviously a big bull, and Jesse White's got some speed, and Darcy Moore plays and reads the ball really well. So it's really interesting.
Stephen Cornelio greeted Adam Trelaw with a punch on the arm. We're into it. The Giants and Collingwood on Grandstand AFL. You're with Adam White.
And it's Shane Mumford in the ruck against Grundy. Grundy wins it down, but Cornelio gets the first disposal. It's a handball to Ward, who swings it towards centre half forward, but Reid marks for Collingwood. Spreads it wide out towards Steele's side bottom, who gets away from his opponent comfortably, shaped to kick on his left, and then in the end he gave the handball out wide, and now he gets it backside bottom. The left foot kick into the forward 50, but it's a poor kick, and Phil Davis takes the mark for the Giants as the Giants aim to rebuild.
He's done a good job to even be here this afternoon, Davis, after all that the club expected him to be missing. He's laid it off to Tomlinson, who'll kick out of the defensive area. A long ball down the wing. Cameron into the pack, knocked away from him. Whitfield edged off the footy. Chris Patago for the Pies, he was dispossessed. Cameron a fresh look. Ham passed it straight to Pendlebury though, and off to Trelaw. The Magpies whisk it away. Sinclair kicks it up inside the 50. Cloak was a target. Tomlinson was in front of him. Davis mops up. He's run down from behind. He's lost the footy. Cloak works the hand pass to Varco. Close in. He snaps and the Magpies get the first. Built on blue collar grunt. It took a minute and a quarter.
Doesn't have to be pretty. It's just got to get in there with some haste. Plenty of room there at the front and square was Varco. Straight in front of Cloak. Cloak actually good contest. And that's all you ask from the Tools in that area. And Cloak's been down in that. But that was terrific there. And Varco cleaned up beautifully. Good work by Sinclair again from half-back, who charges and bangs it long, which covers a hell of a lot of ground and cuts over the top of a whole lot of GWS players and put them in space. So that was good work by Sinclair.
Any matchups that have surprised you, Matt, from what you've seen?
Not surprised me with Tomo playing backline. Obviously, he's generally played wing forward, but his size and fitness can really help us down back.
Mumford wins the tap from the middle. Pendlebury overruns the footy. They'll then jump on top of the football. And Mumford is going to get a free kick. He's ridden his opponent like he was a jockey. Now, that would never happen, but he's won the free kick. Handballs to Cornelio, who kicks out towards left half forward, and Green marks for the Giants. He's going to handball onto Kelly. He's inside the 50. He goes at goal on his left, but he's missed to the near side. The best kicks in the game. You'd think he'd do better from there, but he missed. It is the Giants' first score. It's a behind. Collingwood a goal after 2.5.
Reid is on the kick in. He's going to clear the defensive arc with a long ball intended for Howe. Green disputes it and brings it to ground. Kelly goes through for the Giants, but he ran into Grundy. Somehow managed to get it to his boot out towards the boundary. Green takes hold of it, keeps it alive. Shield desperately clever to get it onto his boot and inside the 50. Cameron couldn't mark, but they're still in the play. Pendlebury cuts it off though for the Pies. Off to side bottom, gets it back, and he flares it out into the pocket. Marsh is confronted by a few, and his kick is smothered by Patton and out of play.
David Mark for the first time this afternoon.
Thanks very much, Adam. Yeah, beautiful conditions here. There was a tiny spot of rain early, but very even now, 16 degrees, no breeze.
Mumford wins the tap down to the front. Stevie J's lurking. He can't pick up the ball. Ward can, though, for the Giants, close to the boundary. Kicks over his shoulder, deep into the pocket. Toby Green was there. It bounced off his chest in a big pack. Lob got a handball out. Steele. He centres it up for the Giants, and it'll be a mark. Cameron on his chest. Only 20 metres out from goal, directly in front.
It was a good centering kick. They didn't have to go for goal. You put it into a spot that's dangerous, 10 or 15 metres out from the square. Guess who was there?
It was Jeremy Cameron. Directly in front, 25 out. And he's hooked it a bit, but it's still a goal. The Giants in front, 1-1-7 to Collingwood, 1 straight 6 after just 4 minutes of play.
Yeah, it was great kick there by Wardy to obviously be selfless and centre it to Jezza Cameron there.
Jezza?
Yeah, Jezza. But yeah, lovely finish. He seems to kick a lot of goals at Spotless, knows where the big 6 are.
Yeah, he's a good player, and that's what you want to see from your team. Selfless work.
The Giants by a point early. 1-1-7 to a goal. Ward alongside Treloar on this occasion in the middle. As Crisp goes to Shield. Mumford and Grundy to contest the bounce. Grundy went early. Mumford waited down, knocked it down to Ward, who's brought down by Treloar. There's nothing forthcoming from it. Secondary ball up. Ruckman lean into each other. Mumford down to Shield. Clean win. Kicks it inside the 50. Bounces short of Lobb, who tries to protect the drop zone and keep Reid out of it. Reid gets underneath him, so he laid the tackle. Coming through was Scully. Off to Ward. Now to Kelly. He can take a fresh shot. He missed the first, but he gets the second. And the Giants double up quickly. And that felt quite ominous out of the middle. 2-1-13 to 1 straight after 5.5 minutes.
Mumford to Shield. We'll see a bit of that this afternoon. A tremendous ruck work from Mumford. Pushes it down the forward line. Kelly wasn't going to miss that one. He had the chance early. He missed with his lethal left foot. And good pace, Kelly. I really like his style. He's got great balance in how he goes about it. And that was a beautiful kick by Kelly, but really set up by Mumford in the middle, and Shields just cleaning it out of there quickly and straight into the forward line. That's what you require.
It's hard to get into that centre square, Matt, isn't it, when you see so many good players having to play at half forward?
Yeah, certainly. We've got a lot of class, and Toby Green obviously can't get in there, which is a bit of a shame, but yeah, it's great.
Mumford wins it down to Cornelio. Handball to Ward. Quick handball coming off the square. Williams drives it long. Patton should mark this, and he will. 20 out from goal on a slight angle. Thought about handballing over the top to Steve Johnson, but he's going to go back and take the shot. Collingwood's defenders were pressing up, and just sitting all on his own was Jonathan Patton, only 20 metres out from goal. We've already seen Jeremy Cameron kick a goal from similar range. This one just a slight angle to the right. He comes in, and Patton has missed to the right, to the near side. The goal umpire was scurrying away to his left. So the Giants sitting at 2-2-14. Collingwood 1 straight 6 after 7.
What about the transition of the ball from half back to full forward? That was extraordinarily quick. Just a quick handball, sharp stuff, and that was great.
Howe on the kick in, beyond the defensive arc. Collingwood have flyers in the air and side bottom on the ground. He worked it forward to Blair, who was hot, didn't take possession. Back to side bottom, whose hand pass is almost smothered on the wing by Haynes. The Magpies still should be able to work it forward, although the Giants have numbers around it. Shaw is held up by McCaffer. The ball just rolling around, really. Pendlebury had a go. A hand pass gets credited to Cornelio. It got settled in the end by McCaffer, who worked it to Pendlebury, and Collingwood scrounged it up to the half forward, knocked away from Cloak. Crisp gathers the crumb, gives it off to Fasolo, hand passed out the back to Pendlebury, stepped around the tackle and kicked to centre field for Reid. Reid had Sinclair out wider, he goes more direct inside the 50 and more. Darcy Moore saw that coming, he took 3 big strides and he takes the mark 40 metres from goal.
What do you think of Darcy Moore?
Yeah, I think his ability to take the ball at the highest point is really, really strong, and he's generally a good finisher, so he's something that we certainly put a lot of work into this week.
Good athlete, isn't he?
Very, very good.
He's kicked 15 goals in his 11 games this season. He's on the angle to the right, but it's not substantial. Moore kicks fluently. It's at the right-hand post, and it gets away. It's a behind. 7 points the Giants lead. Matt, if you'd played, who would have been your natural matchup?
Probably like a Fasolo type. Maybe found myself on Moore or a third tall at times, but Fasolo is normally the one I've played on.
Heath Shaw, a very dangerous kick down the middle, but Zach Williams made it okay. and took the mark around 3 Collingwood players. He handballs back to Shaw, who goes short to Shield, who gets knocked down after he took the mark, but the umpire says no, that's okay. It felt like about a 10-metre pass. Shield goes back into the corridor, a lateral pass to Davis, who's only 30 metres out from Collingwood's goal. It's going out to the far side of the ground. It's another good kick. And Tomlinson marks for the Giants between wing and half-back right. As Matt Buntine said, playing a different role in defence this week. He goes in short to Steve Johnson, who drops the mark. So he's under pressure, so Tomlinson has to go back and help. He gave the handball to Kennedy, who slipped over at the critical moment. His handball missed Patfull, and it's gone out of bounds for a throw-in. And some concerns on the Giants bench, David Mark.
That's right. Zach Williams has just come off Adam and he's hobbling a little bit, so we'll keep an eye on that and get back to you.
Stevie was calling for that ball for 10 minutes. And when he got it, he spilled it.
Grundy wins the tap at left half forward, but the Giants come up with it. Shields kick is towards and over the boundary. No, a little bit of help by Devon Smith to make sure it wouldn't be called deliberate. Still left half forward for the Pies. The sky's clearing overhead, but the lights are on. It's the Giants by 7 points, 10 minutes into the game. Grundy gets it out of the ruck. He flings a kick forward, but Patfull is well set in defence. He takes the mark. Hand passes to Shaw. Ghosting around the back. He kicks for lob out on the wing and he takes the mark ahead of Grundy. The Giants with a chance to set up around the outer side. Bob's been told to get it on. He drives it up to half forward. Patton in the pack, so too Mumford. Kelly's the crummer. He hit it at speed, gave it to Green. Off to Johnson. It was round the laces. Didn't matter. Hand pass it over his head. It reaches Ward, who runs in and kicks the goal. They move the ball at such a rapid pace, the Giants. Once the Magpies lost it, they never saw it again. 3-2-20 to the Magpies, 1-1-7 after 11 minutes.
Ball movement is king, young man, and that was just brilliant, wasn't it? That was one of the best bits of play we've seen this season from a football team.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, Josh Kelly's roving was really elite there, and once you get out the back, a few of our running boys are pretty hard to catch. So it's hard at training to try and catch them. So I feel for some of the Magpie defenders there.
They share it though. That's the best part. They don't actually. There's no greed at all, and you don't want any of it to come in either.
Yeah.
There's going to be some cricket scores today with some of the stats from the midfielders of both teams. Already some big numbers. We'll get to that shortly. Bounce back in the middle. Lob in the ruck. Wins it down. Ward, a handball out to Canelio. Handball missed Kennedy. So Canelio had another go off the ground, but Pendlebury picked it up for Collingwood. Handballs to De Goey. Handballs further forward. Crisp on the bounce. Took it. Put it to boot and missed to the right from 45. That all happened really quickly, but a behind only to Collingwood. 1-2-8. The Giants 3-2-20.
They can't afford to miss their chances, the Pies. They've squandered a couple. Long kick in was for Haynes, who dropped the mark, and he's turned the footy over as a result. Side bottom off to Marsh, bounced it up to the 50. Cloak didn't take it. He was pushed off it by Davis quite legally. Ward works the hand pass out to Whitfield, who kicked for Johnson. Went up one-handed, couldn't pull it in. Marsh is dragged down in a terrific tackle by Palmer, and Reece Palmer wins holding the ball. Centre wing under our broadcast position. Palmer, 30-metre pass for Patton. Strong hands out in front of his eyes. He was initially going to blast it in, but instead he decides the shallow pass right to the 50. And on the boundary, Whitfield takes the mark. It would be a most difficult shot at goal. Not a lot to work with other than either rolling the dice or setting it up to the top of the square. It goes to the top of the square. Patton stands in front of the pack. He would not be moved.
The best bit of work there was from Roy Lobb, who just went in behind and pushed out all the opposition out of the way. So great teamwork by Roy Lobb. And Patton takes the mark and is going to be the recipient of an easy goal because of Rory Lobb's work.
As good as point-blank range. He missed one previously. Jonathan Patton on his approach to goal, and he dobs it. The Giants quickly have 4. 4-2-26 to the Magpies 1-2-8 after 13 and a half minutes. David Mark.
The concern with Zach Williams was his right ankle or shin. He's done quite a few run-throughs, gone from side to side, and he's just coming onto the ground now, so that's some good news. On another note, the Giants would be hoping for a record crowd for a non-Swans match today, and I think they could be well on their way. The key is the Martin and Angus stand opposite you, Gerard. The top tier of that is filling up, and that is normally empty, and there are people still coming into the ground.
Yeah, it's great to see more fans coming out to Sydney and come along to our games. Obviously, the Swans sellout was brilliant, and it seems to be a big building crowd here.
Matt Buntine with us on Grandstand AFL this afternoon. Injured Giant. Williams back into the play straight away. Came off the square for the Giants and kicks the ball towards forward 50. Palmer got a bad bounce and Howe collected for Collingwood. Goes short into Smith. Smith will handball back to Howe, who kept running almost on the wing. Caught on his left. He kicks wide towards half forward. He wants Cloak. Tomlinson with the spoil. Gets to the back of that contest. McCaffrey there. Tapped into the path of Varco. Varco in the pocket. Centering ball on the bounce to Fasolo. Spins around. Handballs to Aish. Aish with the snap. Aish with the goal. Collingwood gets it second and snaps a run of 4 goals in a row from the Giants, and the margin back to 12 points. GWS 4-2-26, Collingwood 2-2-14.
It's a battle each time, though, but Ace was a good finish there. The ball came into the forward line. Varco and Ace battled amongst each other. The ball spilt, but they got it in with some haste, which is very, very important. They're going to need to, because the way that the GWS move the ball is just incredibly quick, and they're going to have to combat that pretty well. But that was good work by Ace. We haven't seen a lot of him this year. He's been missing for a while, and he hasn't been at his best, but that was good stuff.
And they needed it. The Giants by a couple of goals. Mumford and Grundy stare at each other and then run at each other. Grundy, the clean tap down to Treloar. Hand pass to Pendlebury. Works it back to Grundy, who's under pressure. He's knocked off it by Whitfield. It has to be one all over again. Shield intercepted a hand pass, gave it to Whitfield, and it was in the skirmish. And the umpire will blow that to a halt. Taylor Adams with Toby Green just back from the stoppage. Mumford taps it down under the pack, so it's harder to clear from there. Smith's hand pass for the Magpies was okay. It set up Adams, who gave it to Varco, and then off to DeGoey, who nearly missed his boot. It just trickled up to half forward. Varco has a go at winning it back, but the Giants have numbers around it. Shielder Green hit hard by Howe. Good tackle, and he should win holding the ball. He does.
He wanted to go quickly with the advantage, but umpire Fisher said no. You've got to take your kick, Jeremy, and he'll do that on the interchange gate wing. He's going to centre it up into the centre square to Reid, just behind the centre circles, and he'll go out to the far side with a kick over the head of Jonathan Marsh, who will collect it just inside the field of play. Handballs to Grundy. Grundy's kick is a poor one into the 50s. He's kicked it straight to his opposite ruckman, and it's an easy mark to Shane Mumford, who kicks out towards Devon Smith, who gets taken high in the marking contest, and he will play on. Handball over the top to Scully. Haven't called him a lot in this opening term. Scully out wide towards Green in a one-on-one with Howe. It gets past both of those players and over for a throw-in right half forward for the Giants, kicking to the big scoreboard end in this opening term.
Jeremy Howe's given Green a bit of work, isn't he? Pushing him around, shoving him around. He's a dangerous player, Green.
The Giants have it forward and further now. Mumford just pounded that ball down to Devon Smith, who kicks it up to full forward. No mark. Green's the crummer. Hand passes towards goal. Adams got a hand in there. It's loose in the square for a moment. But Maynard backed his skills for the Pies and then kicked it particularly wide on the way out, and it bounces out of play. He did at least clear it. It was bold defending. Braden Maynard, who's had a couple of good weeks in particular. At the throw-in, Grundy just wrestled Mumford. I doubt that's legal. It's Mumford's free kick. He'll set it up, 30 out. He's gone for Patton. He's behind, and Marsh takes a solid mark in defence.
Straight back into the team after missing last week through injury.
Dangerous
Marsh's kick is, it's dangerous is one word, awful's another. He's missed his teammate by about 10 metres. It's bounced out of play for a throw-in.
Actually, don't mind him trying something, because they're under pressure here from the GWS forwards, who are pushing and shoving them, and they need to get the ball out of there and clear it quickly. So trying to go the other side is good stuff.
So the throw in, 45 around from the Giants' goal, right half forward. Mumford and Grundy in the ruck. Neither really want it down. It comes out to Varco. Handballs to Pendlebury. Back to Varco. Falls over. Handballs to Adams. All very close to the boundary. He handballs back to Varco, who kicks without looking to the wing and sliding in, taking the mark for the Giants is Haynes. He's forward of the wing, but he's got no Collingwood players behind him. So it is congested as he kicks towards the 50. Ward crashes the pack. Steele with the crumbs. He gives a handball to Shield. Shield's kick is very well smothered there by Smith of Collingwood. And the ball falls to Blair, who kicks wide to Fasolo, back part of the square for Collingwood.
Fasolo watches a few break up ahead of him. He uses Jesse White out to the side. He delivers up near half forward. Moore sets himself, takes the mark, gives the hand pass immediately to Blair. Broke a tackle, gives it back to Moore. This is a good build-up. He sets it to the teeth of goal. Cloak prepares himself and he takes the mark. One best position, clunked it clean at the top of the square against Williams.
We've been waiting for that for a while. The Pies people have been standing around saying, well, when is Cloak going to grab one? The next part is the drama.
Oh, yes. He's 12 metres out directly in front. I'd forgotten that it was Travis Cloak. Right. So the easy part of the contested mark is done. The kick at goal, never in doubt. Controlled that beautifully. Travis Cloak with a goal in the best possible way for him and his team. And the Magpies are back within a kick. 3-2-20, chasing the Giants 4-2-26. Time on of the opening term.
Well, it was good work from half back. They moved the ball quite well, and Blair and Darcy Moore were just teamed together pretty well. Darcy was outside, kicked it right to where he was supposed to. Top of the square, one-on-one Cloak, hard to beat. I don't care who you are or how strong you are. He's an awesome sight in that position. The kicking was beautiful, perfect, and that's what you require from A-grade forwards.
Can't imagine that's too easy when you see Cloak in the top of the goal square one-on-one, Matt.
Certainly not.
Trying to stop him. In the middle we go once more. Mumford wins the tap down. Jumping into it was Crisp, lost it. Pendlebury scrounges a kick forward for Collingwood. Blair outnumbered out at half forward. Haynes did particularly well, though his handball missed Kennedy and Sidebottom took the ball. Handballs to Fasola, gets tackled, dropped it, holding the ball. And came up, oh no, he's okay. It looked like he was coming up limping there, but Fasola is okay. Davis with the tackle and the free kick. Handballs to Kennedy from defensive 50, right half back. Out towards the wing. Cameron into the contest. He couldn't mark. It's a Collingwood ball. Smith gives the handball to Treloar. Treloar into the 50. It clears the initial contest and an easy mark in the end to Haynes. Goes back into midfield. Missed Shield. Maynard for Collingwood in the centre circles. Got tackled and threw it away. It'll be a free kick to the Giants. Will advantage be paid? It is. Shield from 45 will kick into the square. Steve Johnson lets it go through for a goal. The entire Collingwood midfield stopped when that free kick was paid, and Dylan Shield said, well, thank you very much, I'll just run through half forward, and the Giants get their fifth. 5-2-32 to Collingwood 3-2-20 after 22 minutes.
Yeah, two big crucial tackles there, one from Phil in the back 50, and obviously that holding the ball in the centre. Really set that goal up, and like we just alluded to before, it's pretty hard to stop the Shields and the likes when they get goal side and on the run, so it was great. Great finish there by Shield, and good to get a goal back after two from the Pies.
What about the attack on the ball by Haynes?
Yeah, strong.
That's the sort of stuff you want, isn't it?
Yep, brilliant.
No shortage of goals, 8 of them in the 22 minutes that we've seen so far. Mumford knocks it to the side of the pack. Steele is onto it. He's in the tackle, though, of De Goey. The umpire will ball it up again.
What's Steve Johnson doing, not marking in the square?
Well, he couldn't reach it. It was the only reason why he didn't.
At the ball up. Mumford again, although it's batted further forward by Sidebottom. Steele cuts it off, though, for the Giants. Puts it through Mumford and then Whitfield, who ekes out a kick to half forward, bounces over Patton and Reid. The umpire said over the shoulder contact against Reid. Just confess that eluded me.
He was pretty close.
Was taking shape.
He was pretty close, Jared.
Ball bounced up over the top of them.
He was 1 yard away. We're about 100.
And yet, Jonathan Patton, he's going to take a shot at goal.
Some numbers in that back half, isn't there?
Yep. 55 metres out. He's left of centre. Stuttering start, wheels onto the right, didn't kick it particularly well. It gets out to the behind post and off hands. It hits the behind post. No, it hit the behind post on the full before it hit the hands. So no score, the Giants by 12 still.
Nathan Brown with the free kick, deep in the left back pocket for Collingwood. Only 24 played in this opening term. The Giants by 12 points. The clearing kick goes very close to the boundary, stays in play, off hand, side bottom. Just make sure it will be thrown in about 55 around from the Giants' goal. Ward 7, Kelly 6, Shields 6, Canelio 5 for the Giants, disposals wise. Pendlebury 9, side bottom 7 for Collingwood. Thrown in, clears both ruckman that throw in. It's loose at the back for Whitfield to poke the ball inside 50, and low down Patton's marked again. 35 from goal, just left of centre.
Well, Matty, that's what you want your forwards to be, in that position in front of their man. Even when there is a little scummy little kick in there, guess who's in front?
Yeah, it's hard to defend when the forward's in front, and like you said, even if it's a pressured kick, it can often just buoy up and land in the lap of your forward. So it's great by Johnny to be in front there.
4 marks to Jonathan Patton. We've only played 24 minutes. This a chance for his second goal. From about 40, hits it nicely, and he has got 2. And the Giants have got 6, and they're back out by 18 points. GWS 6-2-38, Collingwood 3-2-20, 25 minutes have ticked by. David Mark.
Boundary? Matt, Jonathan Patton, last couple of weeks, as we've heard, he's had 4 marks today. Last couple of weeks, he's really been getting back into the sort of form he was in a couple of years ago before he did his second knee. What does that mean for you and your teammates?
Oh, he's a big presence out there, Johnny, so when he's playing well, we play a lot better. Big men are pretty hard to play in form and kick goals, so if he can do that for us, he's pretty hard to stop.
Steve Johnson coming off under the blood rule, whacked around the left ear earlier on, so it's the second time that he's had treatment. So yes, he's never terribly reluctant to leave the field of play, Steve Johnson.
So he comes in, he goes off about 6 foot, and the other bloke comes on, he's 7 foot. So how do you match up on these guys? It's a very difficult thing for you guys, Matty, for the opposition, Matty.
Yeah, very tough. Obviously, Lobby, Johnny and Jezza, all sort of different type players, and it'd be hard to match up on.
Mumford, lovely tap out the back. Canelio gave it away to Kelly, who kicks it up beyond half forward. Lob couldn't quite reach it, so it was a high kick, and the ball goes out of play, 55 from the Giants' goal.
Do you reckon that they'd actually set up for that? He's done it 5 times already so far. Mumford straight to the back, and they taking it away. But no, the Pies don't set up. Why is that?
Have to scout that at quarter time. The iPad's out. White won the tap that time, but Green worked it forward for the Giants. Canelio threatens to get it away. He got a toe to it. It's in the congestion. Crisp settled it to Treloar, to Smith, but then he lost it. Whitfield kicks to full forward. It gets past Steele, and Marsh gathers it for the Magpies in defence. He clears the defensive 50. McCaffer's his target. Shaw's right after him. Shaw worked McCaffer off it. McCaffer has to go the tackle. Shaw loses it. Adams gets there to offer support for the Magpies, and he's able to win the ball away. Kicks around the boundary where Cloak presents. Yes, that's a mark. It was knocked out of his hands by Davis, but he stopped it cold in its passage.
He's just forward of the wing, Travis Cloak. Close to the boundaries. He kicks the ball inside 50. He wants more. It clears him. And the Giants have got so many numbers at ground level. Zach Williams for the Giants. He clears back towards the wing. It's a nice kick, and Davis marks. Immediately plays on, kicking in the Palmer direction. He dives and he marks on his chest. He will handball on to Steele, who's just outside the 50. He didn't like anything inside 50, so he's gone back to Palmer, who's between wing and half forward right for the Giants. The forwards just hadn't quite set. He kicks on to Patton. That was a sloppy kick. It missed him, and Adams collects the ball for Collingwood. Handballs to Sinclair. Now the Magpies through Brown. Handballs over the top to Cloak, who jams on his boot just before he was tackled. Almost to half forward. Good spoil there from Shaw, but straight into the path there of Moore, who's slipped over for Collingwood. Now he's in trouble, tried to knock it out. Side bottom comes in for support. He overruns the ball. Smith for the Giants. Handballs across to Williams, now to Shaw, and he kicks forward of the wing to Steele.
Steele has a look. Patfull is racing up to half forward. He marks against the boundary. He hoists it up to full forward. Cameron sets himself. Marsh got a fist in. Towards goal it was going. Cameron will get it and trickle it through from the goal line. It got through a few. Whitfield and Howe were the first contest, and it got further towards goal than that. And Cameron, having brought it to ground, was able to finish the job. The Giants by 24 points. 7-2-44 to Collingwood 3-2-20.
Matty, what about the run from behind from Patfull? That's the sort of stuff you want from your half-back line.
Yeah, well, with Wilson out, it's probably going to have to be the load spread across a few of those, and Jolly used to do that back in his heyday, and probably found he hasn't done that much this year, and really been working on it. So it was great to sort of get that and get into a one-on-one where Jezza is so dangerous.
How would you like to play in this forward line? The ball's coming in so easy. Be good stuff, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it'd be good fun, I think.
Matt Buntine with us this afternoon on Grandstand AFL. From the middle, Ward jumps on the ball. They jump on him. I thought he might have got a free kick for a push. It wasn't to be. Canelio kicks it off the ground for the Giants out towards the wing. De Goey first there for Collingwood. Has a bit of a fumble, but was able to get his handball away. And through Adams, it's a handball back to De Goey to Pendlebury from the logo. Pendlebury kicks towards the 50. Fasolo couldn't mark with one hand. It's loose, only momentarily. The Giants again across half-back, sharing it by hand. It comes out now to Shield, confronted by Howe, so loops a handball over the top to Tomlinson. Has to retreat and go backwards to Whitfield by hand. Whitfield also confronted. Handball, he's coughed it up to Fasolo, who handballs to Howe. Howe centres it up. Oh, side bottom dropped the mark at centre half forward, and this could be catastrophic as Williams kicks to midfield.
Yeah, the spoil was put on though by Marsh, so the situation retrieved at least momentarily, and then Mumford and De Goey ended up in a skirmish, and it's a free kick down the field against Mumford. So Crisp is going to come up with it 52 from the Collingwood goal. He'll set it up to the goal square. Cloak again, got hands to it, couldn't complete it, got it onto his boot, dragged down by Davis, the ball smothered. Patfull works it away to Canelio, to Williams. He gives it to Lobb, who goes bouncing through the defensive 50. Hand pass to Canelio, took the tackle and lost the footy. Josh Smith has it for the Magpies, but a blind kick inside 50 lands on the chest of Davis.
Davis will kick back to the defensive goal square to Shaw, and that's quarter time. A big quarter from the Giants. They kick 7 goals to Collingwood's 3, and at quarter time, GWS 7-2-44, leading Collingwood 3-2-20. The Giants kick 4 in a row there from the 4-minute mark to the 13-minute mark, and another 3 in a row between the 21-minute mark and the 28-minute mark. Goal kickers for the Giants, 2 each to Patton and Cameron. That's ominous signs. And singles to Shield, Ward and Kelly. And for Collingwood, the 3 goals have been spread. Aish, Varco and Cloak. The Giants by 24.
This is Grandstand AFL on ABC, local radio, news radio and Grandstand Digital.
Grandstand football.
Hi, this is Andrew Moore. State of Origin 2016 is almost done and dusted for another year. Queensland winning again.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Queensland Maroons are the 2016 State of Origin champions.
But first, we have one more battle coming your way. Wednesday night, it's State of Origin free with ABC Grandstand on your mobile, online and on your radio, live at Sydney's Olympic Park.
On 774 ABC Melbourne.
Grandstand AFL.
You're with Grandstand.
Davis mops up, he's run down from behind, he's lost the footy. Cloak works the hand pass to Varco, close in, he snaps and the Magpies get the first. Reed gets underneath him, so he laid the tackle. Coming through was Scully, off to Ward, now to Kelly, he can take a fresh shot. He missed the first, but he gets the second. And the Giants double up quickly. Patton in the pack, so too Mumford. Kelly's the crummer, he hit it at speed, gave it to Green, off to Johnson, it was round the laces, didn't matter, hand passed it over his head, it reaches Ward, who runs in and kicks the goal. They move the ball at such a rapid pace, the Giants. Once the Magpies lost it, they never saw it again.
Gets to the back of that contest. McCaffrey there, tapped into the path of Varco. Varco in the pocket, centering ball on the bounce to Fasolo. Spins around, handballs to Aish. Aish with the snap, Aish with the goal. It's loose at the back for Whitfield, but to poke the ball inside 50 and low down Patton's marked again. This a chance for his second goal. From about 40, hits it nicely, and he has got 2. And the Giants have got 6, and they're back out by 18 points.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Local Radio and on digital radio ABC Grandstand.
At quarter time, it's the Giants by 24 points. We have a multicultural round Sharon, one of the game day balls to give away this round, either on Twitter using the handle ABC AFL or the SMS, which is 0467 920 222. Wherever you are around the country today, it's suburban footy, country footy, down at the local oval, at an AFL ground. What do you bring to the footy? Now, whether that's a flag or a crocheted rug or a beat-up old thermos or Sellers with his form guide, Whitey with his pink highlighter, my binoculars, whatever you've got, take a photo, include your name, suburb and a description of what it is that you can't go to the footy without, and we'll announce a winner at the end of the broadcast from the showground. So about 4:25 this afternoon local time. So what do you take to the footy? What do you bring to the footy? Share it with us on Grandstand AFL, either on Twitter or the SMS, and somebody wins the game day sharing.
Before you did this, Jared, what was the one thing that you would always bring to the footy?
I might just take that on notice for a moment. Have a think about
your
that.
memory gone?
Yes. Mark McClure and Matt Bunt.
I would definitely bring my footy to kick after
your own footy.
Yeah,
so you upgrade.
Then you get on the ground afterwards and have a kick. That was what you'd always do.
No, I think that's a good idea. Bring your footy. They let them do it here, Matty?
Yeah, after the game, normally the kids are all out in fierce numbers kicking around.
Okay, we're seeing an awesome side here from the GWS, who've kicked 7 goals to 3-2 at quarter time. Their forwards are having an absolute wonderful time with Batten, Cameron and Lobb, who are just getting quick movement of the ball and clean ball into the forward line. Their midfield just continues to win with 14-5 clearances in that area, and that's a strong result for them. And they keep winning it out of the centre bounce. What would you be doing if you were Collingwood to stop that?
Yeah, you can either obviously change your sort of setup to dictate a bit more defensively, or just go man on man and just try and scrap a contest in there.
Yeah, I think they should probably do that. You should probably be coaching Collingwood anyway. So at the 102 possessions to 84, they're winning that area. Marks at 24-12. They're so dominant with controlling the ball with their hand and foot, and their clean ball movements just making it very easy. Their midfield is just Caniglio, and you got Scully there who's getting plenty, Shields getting plenty, Ward who's tough and hard, we know, Dylan Smith and Kelly. They are just dominating around the packs, but they've also got some opposition in Pendlebury, Sidebottom, Cripps, and also Varco, who are doing pretty well for the Pies.
Yeah, certainly. Pendlebury with 10 disposals and Sidebottom with 7. I'm sure if you continue to let Pendles off the chain like that, he can really hurt you. So I'm sure Leon would have addressed that during that quarter time break and maybe get Cogsy or someone like that to him to curb his influence.
What would be the message from the coach? Just quick, sharp message that he have?
Yeah, just continue to get the ball in there deep and forward and hard and keep putting on the pressure. Not too much different, I don't think, for this quarter.
It's good to see Travis Cloak take a mark up forward. He's been under a lot of pressure lately. That was a ripping mark and a good goal for them.
Stats unbelievable here. Clearances 14-5.
Yep.
And a lot of that because of the hit-outs, which are 13-5 Mumford's way. Contested possessions, Giants +8. But individually for the Giants, the key midfielders all getting plenty of the footy. Caniglio 10, Ward 8, Shield and Kelly 7 each.
Giants by 24. Entering the second term on Grandstand AFL. They kick to the right as we look at it from our broadcast position. Grundy flies high, taps it down to Treloar, swallowed up in the tackle of Caniglio. Do it again. David Mark.
Steve Johnson went off just before quarter time complaining to the boundary umpire that he hadn't had a cut, but he went down to the room, so maybe he had a stitch or two. He's back out there now.
Mumford the tap. Crispo knocks it forward for the Pies. Treloar gets hold of it, hand passes it wide of the pack, where Crisper's back onto it, and he kicks it lace out onto the chest of Cloak. He takes the mark within range.
He probably gave himself an uppercut. He's only had one possession, Steve.
So Cloak kicked a goal in the opening term from close in. This has always been his more favoured range, about 51 metres out. Slight angle to the left. He can give it the full-blooded strike. Travis Cloak marches towards goal. Let's fly on the left boot. He nearly missed his foot. It wobbles out to the top of the square, out near the boundary. It's gathered by Haynes of the Giants. It's not a great kick coming out, and Howe jumps the pack and wins it back for the Pies. And he can take a shot at goal.
Seen those marks a few times from Jeremy Howe. Gets above the pack with his hands. That was a good mark, but Travis Clark. You reckon that's his preferred distance, Jared?
Well, it had been. He's got to play a provisional, doesn't he? Oh, dear.
That missed by 40 metres to the target.
He only barely made contact with it. Like when it hits the curve of the club rather than the face. Jeremy Howe from 48. He's put it out across the face of goal as well, and Haynes gets it again. Stands in front of the pack and takes the defensive mark.
Hit the hosel of the club.
Yes.
Haynes.
What now?
Really? No, that's out of bounds because he never came in the field of play but played on. So that'll be thrown in.
Did he leave his line?
Yes, he did.
Well, he played on and he was not in the field of play. He tried to get away from the man on the mark. So deep in the left forward pocket, the ball actually be thrown in now. It's a shallow throw in. Mumford wins it down to the front. A lot of players around the contest and big tackles applied by the Collingwood forwards just to hold it in. It'll now be thrown up 15 metres out from goal.
Who's the one you've got to get out to get back in there?
Sorry?
Who's the one you've got to admit? Oh, sorry, I'll let it go here.
Mumford taps it down. Haynes gets tackled well by Moore. No, he didn't get tackled well by Moore. It was high. So it will be a free kick to Haynes. He'll give an immediate handball to Jack Steele. Steele will kick out wide, wanting Whitfield running back with the flight. He takes a good mark and he plays on. Handballs to Steve Johnson. He'll handball back into the path of Whitfield. Waited for it to bounce. Took possession of the ball. Trying to get away from side bottom. Caught on his left side. Bottom did well there. And it meant that the kick was a tumbling ball towards half forward. Cameron one-on-one there with Marsh low down. Got a handball out, but straight to Smith of Collingwood. Now the Magpies can build on the far wing.
Kick in the Fasolo direction, and he takes a sprawling mark at halfway. He looks inboard. Thinks it to Adams, barely the 15. He brings it into the centre square for Crisp. So Collingwood intent to come through the centre of the field. Now to Josh Smith. In the bullseye. He plays out to right half forward where side bottom. He's got himself a couple of steps of space. Inside the 50 to White. So that's precise ball movement from the Pies, marching it down the field.
Yeah, just slow chip passing, and then all of a sudden side bottom plays on from a mark, and that actually gets the forwards moving. And White was the one who was the recipient. Side bottom's got great skills, left and right. Hit him right on the chest. Perfect.
He was stiff to lose his place last week, Jesse White. Quickly back into the team. A set shot, 45 metres out. Right foot drop punt, perfect. The Magpies get the first of the second term off the boot of Jesse White. And they cut the margin to 18 points. 4-2-26. The Giants 7-2-44, 4 minutes in.
Yeah, as Mark alluded to there, the change of angles of Collingwood really makes it hard to defend, and you're always sort of searching which way they might go, and they were fortunate enough to hit Jesse White there, and it was a nice finish.
Injured Giant Matt Buntine with us this afternoon on Grandstand AFL.
Who's the one you've got to get out of that side?
Get out. I'm a bit of a mixed bag, so I'm sort of in between heights, so this is probably...
You want Haynes out?
Nah,
Haynes let's name a name.
No, I'm not going to name a name. They're all good mates down there, so...
Who's playing your role?
Bounce back in the middle. Grundy wins it down, but Mumford sharks the football. Handballs on, wanted Shield, but it was knocked out of his hands by Pendlebury. Collingwood with the ball on the wing. Blair, a handball to Grundy. Handballs to Trelaw, slips over. Williams with a late pressure. Handballs back to Grundy. Grundy kicks over his shoulder towards half forward. Moore crashes the pack. Good roving front and centre from Pendlebury. He also slips over after being tackled by Mumford. Ball comes back to Mumford. Handballs it on. That wasn't great there towards Tomlinson, who was overwhelmed by the numbers. Grundy a handball to Trelaw. His centering kick was smothered. Mumford goes again. Handball straight to Trelaw again. Handballs to Barco. Handballs to Cloak. Cloak just kicks it as far as he can. It gets to the 50. Fasolo got a bad bounce. Shaw collects the ball
well
for the
played.
Giants. Bounced off a tackle. Handballs to Williams, who handballs onto Scully.
Scully takes it on the bounce, gives it back to Williams. He can't get through. He's confronted. He's brought down first by Blair, then by De Goey, and De Goey wins the free kick holding the ball. The Magpies have locked in far better in this second term than they did the first. Kick across half forward, taken by Howe. Delivers deep in the Cloak direction. He's kicked it too wide. And off hands, it'll be thrown in the right forward pockets. Much better start from the Magpies to the term. They're down by 18 points. At the throw-in, Grundy, front position, knocks it down. Adams was waiting for it. He fires at goal and he kicks it. An instinctive snap from an excellent tap. And Taylor Adams gets a second in a row for the Maggies. They're down by just 12 points. 5-2-32 to the Giants, 7-2-44.
Well, great start by the Pies. They've come out and they've used the ball better. They've actually shared it around a bit. They've changed their angles of kicking the ball. They've moved it forward. They had a really good fight here on the wing for 30 or 40 seconds and up and down and handballs all over the place. And they've come in for the fight. Can they hang in there is more the point. They've turned this around a little bit. They've cleared the centre bounce. They haven't actually got any clearances out of the centre bounce again. They're actually manning up on the back half there, so they've changed the way they play. And all of a sudden, the scoreboard ticks over. That's how you do it.
28 disposals to 13 this term going Collingwood's way. Back in the middle, Grundy jumps high and wins it down and then kicks it out towards the wing. Scully was good there to just tap it in the direction of Williams, who goes back into the centre circles. Mark couldn't be taken by Kelly, and Collingwood will bring the ball forward again. A tumbling ball towards half forward, only as far as Haynes. Haynes for the Giants, gives the handball on. Good pressure from Varco. They've turned it over again here, the Giants. Fasolo gets away from one. From the boundary, kicks deep. Cloak underneath it, goes with the one arm. He gets a free kick against him. I'm not sure how that happened, but it was a free kick to Shaw. And he goes in short to Canelio, who had 10 disposals in the first term. Spreads it wide to Shield, who handballs on to Kennedy. Kennedy will go back inboard to Shield, gets away from Chris. Great acceleration and a bounce. And now a handball onto Scully. A handball over his shoulder, missed Steve Johnson. And Smith for Collingwood has the ball.
Off to Howe, who breaks the lines, kicks long inside 50. White with the flight, takes the mark and kicks the goal. The Maggies have kicked 3 on the trot. And they're running the Giants ragged. Back within a goal. Jesse White with his second, 6-2-38 to the Giants, 7-2-44, 8 minutes into the second term, which has changed things significantly.
Yeah, just a bit of overuse of hands there coming out of the back line. Shield speed, and that can be so devastating. But if you don't give it, if you're under pressure, normally kicking it long and giving your forwards a chance helps you. And when you turn the ball over sort of in the middle of the ground, can really hurt your backs. And Jesse White really got out the back there early and kicked a nice goal.
He's second, and Collingwood 3 goals in 4 minutes. And we've got a game on our hands at the moment. Back in the middle, Grundy will take it out of the ruck. If he can pick it up, he couldn't, so he tried to kick off the ground. Straight to Williams of the Giants, who pumps the ball towards forward 50, clears the pack. So it's a bit of a foot race here. Reid against Lobb. Reid got there first. Handball down the line. Only as far as Devon Smith. Gets past the tackle. Chips it back into the 50. And Lobb just sort of drifted back into the pocket. After that initial contest, he's taken the mark. Only 25 from goal in the right forward pocket.
Well, they need one here, Matty. Settle themselves down.
Certainly, yeah. Obviously, the quick start by the Magpies would be good for Lobby to go back here and drill it.
He's marked a few things on the turf there. I thought he was going to go with a left foot snap. There's about 3 different markings he's placed on the ground. Is that usual, Matt?
He used to have the stutter, so now he goes back and has a bit more of a deliberate approach.
And that's exactly what it is. It's very slow, a little bit of a stutter, settles in, makes good contact and kicks the goal. So whatever it was, it worked. The Giants 8-2-50, back to a 12-point lead over Collingwood, 6-2-38 at the 10-minute mark of the second term.
It was really good to see Devon Smith get involved there again. Obviously, he's had a long spell on the in rehab and on the sidelines, so it was good to see him get involved there and hit Lobby up nicely.
David Mark.
two former Giants playing for the Pies in this match. Adam Treloar, of course, is getting booed every time he touches the ball, but he's got 9 touches already. But not so Taylor Adams. He's getting a clean run. He's also got 9 touches, though.
Grundy and Mumford square off. 12 points the margin. Bounce straight. Mumford knocks it out the back. Adams is onto it, though, for the Pies. Gives it to Grundy. Not much of a kick. It sits on its point, though, and gives them a chance to run at it. Haynes stands against the flow for the Giants. He's dragged down in the tackles. It'll be balled up. Up it goes. Grundy, good job to get that down to Adams, who was under fierce pressure. He still got it away to Josh Smith, to Sinclair. Magpies have got runners through the middle. Howe, and now to Treloar from 52. He would love this. It's out across the face, and it falls in a fraction short as well. And Phil Davis marks and kicks to Haynes in the left back pocket.
Haynes chips it down to Devon Smith. Will mark a long way away from his normal spot inside 50. He goes short as well.
Now they want to control the ball. They just want to hang onto the ball. GWS.
Tempo footy.
Yeah, a bit of tempo. Just slow them down. They've been smacked up a bit early, and this is the way to get out of it.
Palmer now kicking towards the wing to a big contest. No one could mark. Scully almost throws it out to Ward. Handballs to Canelio. Back to Smith. Gets tackled. Absorbs the tackle. And then handballs to Palmer. This kick is much better from Palmer. And Steve Johnson marks, kicks into the corridor to Steele, who marks, he plays on, bounces off a tackle, handball to Patfull, front part of the square. He handballs, good pressure here from Collingwood. The Giants thought they were just going to line up from half forward. That's not going to happen, at least at the moment. Ward got a handball out to Canelio, tried to kick it forward. Mumford took a bouncing ball extremely well. Handballs to Williams inside the 50, and there's Steve Johnson all alone at centre half forward. How is that possible?
Well, when you see Mummy coming through, everyone jumped out of the way, didn't they? Did you see that, Matty?
Yeah, it was very good tackle on the ball, and yeah, you'd be stupid to run in front of him, I think.
It's like a train.
Directly in front, Steve Johnson will kick from 40 out to the Vincent Fairfax stand end of the ground. And as soon as he made contact, he turned around and starts applauding himself. Didn't even bother to see it go straight through the middle. The Giants 9-2-56 back to an 18-point lead over Collingwood 6-2-38. 13 played second term. That's Stevie J's first goal.
Yeah, pretty fortunate there. Obviously, it was a really good transition with Steely unfortunately playing on and getting us into a little bit of trouble. But like Clue alluded to there, the attack on the ball by Mummy was brilliant, and that set up that goal for Stevie J.
Is he a confident man, Stevie?
A lot of self-belief.
Matt Buntine and Mark McClure on Grandstand AFL this afternoon. Not quite at the halfway mark of the second term. We've seen 15 goals between them. The Giants by 18 points. White wins the tap. Sheila's on for the Giants, though. Hand pass to Ward. He puts it up to full forward. Brown in best position to at least make the spoil away from Patton, and he gets it out of play. So dangerous when they win the clearances cleanly like that, the Giants.
Got such a tall forward line that it's hard to handle.
At the throw in, Lobb does the ruck work once. Johnson swats it further goal side. Josh Smith the other way for the Magpies, but he blazed it out of bounds on the full. Heath Shaw on the restart at right half forward. Congested 50, which has been the Magpies' tactic. It goes to a big pack. Howe got one of the best rides of his career, but he ended up knocking that down to Palmer, who had options in the goal square, and instead he tried to trickle it through himself. He rolled it all the way across the face of goal and out for a behind. Out of bounds, past the behind post. Jeremy Howe got right up there and then went to spoil, Ted Richards style.
It's the most spectacular spoil I've ever seen. I don't know why he didn't try and mark it. Would have been mark of the year. From the throw in, Aish, under pressure, got a handball out to Adams, who's kicked it straight to Steele, who snaps it back to the goal square. Not quite far enough. Brown knocks it into the pocket and out of bounds for a throw-in.
Matty, they seem to resurrect control now of the game. Stop them.
Yeah, it was good to probably, like you said, take a bit of the heat out of the game with a few chips around, and obviously 2 goals, even the ledger out a bit.
Ball thrown in. Crisp gets a kick straight back into the mess. So they all fight after the football. So many around the contest. The umpire waits a while, but then has to throw it up, and that's what he'll do. Now 25 out from the Giants' goal, straight in front. Bit of scragging going on. Not surprising to see Steve Johnson involved in all of that.
Is that how the defence should be set up, Matty?
Yeah, obviously Heath and Phil are probably the generals out there, so they're set up really nicely.
White tapped it down. Palmer had a piece of it for a moment. Steve Johnson out of that congestion, snaps and misses. To the left. Only a behind. It's the Giants by 19. 15 played second quarter.
Howe on the kick in. He goes for distance. He went too wide and he kicked it out of bounds on the full. A really poor turnover. Kelly gets it back. He'll be 60 metres from goal. He goes to the lead of Patton. He overkicked him. The ball runs away, actually all the way for a behind. Kept going and going and going. So it's a Kelly behind. And 20 points is the Giants' lead.
1 goal, 2 to Josh Kelly this afternoon. Howe kicks into play to Pendlebury, who had Shield right behind him. And not for the first time, Pendlebury slipping over. But he'll be able to take his kick. He's going to come the interchange gate side of the ground. Scott Pendlebury and kick to a contest. He wants White or more. Oh, good mark. He's in front. No, it's not paid to Lobb. Thought it might have stuck for him. The umpire said no, he's going to throw it up instead.
He's got such reach, hasn't he? It's incredible reach.
It's a big boy.
Umpire gets the ball back. He's going to throw it up. Just forward to the wing for the Giants here. Lobb taps it down. Treloar had a piece of it, so did Crisp. And Crisp actually kicks it forward to the wing. More in another contest. Tomlinson in front, drop the mark. Crumbs now to side bottom of Collingwood. Takes a bounce. He's reached left half forward. A long handball to Blair. Quick handball to go. Too quick. And he couldn't control that one. Patfull coming in another direction. Took possession of the ball. Got tackled. And created a stoppage. 45 out from Collingwood's goal in their left forward pocket.
What about the work there of Shorey? How good was that?
Yeah, he read the play brilliantly there and probably saved us a goal.
Body in line.
Giants by 20. At the ball up, Grundy knocks it into open space. Scully shuts it down. Hand pass to Kennedy. Kicks the Giants into midfield. They need a jumper at it. Cameron came over the top. Knocked down. Crisp fights his way through for the Magpies. Hand pass to Maynard. Kicks it up to full forward. McCaffrey's in a wrestle. Fasolo tried to tow it goal side, but the pack held the footy up. And it will be tossed up 20 metres from the Collingwood goal.
So has McCaffrey gone back to play on Shaw? I think he has.
Yeah, it sort of feels that way. There's Shaw. He roves the tap, but his kick doesn't clear the area. And Josh Smith dives and takes the mark for the Magpies right on the arc of 50.
So he is. He's taken him to curve his run from the half back, but he's also trying to take him out of the play here, if you can see. He's not falling for it.
Josh Smith is going back like a man who can kick this the required 55 metres. We'll see, I suppose. He gets full momentum. He launches at the goal front. He gave it a great ride and he carries the pack. Josh Smith knew precisely what he was doing. And he pegs one back for Collingwood. They're down by 14 points. 7-2-44 to the Giants, 9-4-58. We have got 19 minutes of the second term.
Well, 4 goals to 2 is a terrific quarter for the Pies. They've come out with a different mindset. They've been strong on the ball. They've been hard at tackling. They're actually doing a bit of man-on-man. They're stopping. They put McCaffrey on shore to curve his influence on the game. And it's working. Outscoring them 4 goals to 2 is a very, very good quarter. They've stopped the bleeding in the centre bounce as well. Been very, very good for the Pies.
That's what they've done. They've fixed clearances.
Yeah.
They got hammered in the first quarter. It's 9-6 Collingwood's way in the second term. That's one of the clear differences. And back in the middle with Grundy winning the tap down. Canelio just come from the bench. Handball straight to Treloar, who squeezes a kick forward. Shaw spoils away from McCaffrey for Solo. Just tackled, but got a handball out to Pendlebury, who handballs to Treloar. Goes out wide. Lovely kick. That was a spear of a pass, and Blair marks 40 from goal at right half forward.
Difference of winning centre bounce, Matty.
Yeah, they were certainly in top in there, and it's hurting our backs.
Clearance is now 10-6 Collingwood's way this term. So Jared Blair is not a long kick. He'd have to kick it probably 48 metres out at right half forward to the end where the big scoreboard is. He's on his way. Sort of stabs at it. It's straight and it is far enough. And the Magpies are back within 8 points at the 20-minute mark of the second term. 2 quick goals from the Magpies. The Giants 9-4-58. The Magpies 8-2-50 at the 20.5-minute mark of quarter number 2.
As you guys were mentioning, just the impact of some of the Collingwood mids in Grundy, Treloar and Tay Adams this quarter have had a big influence on. They're coming back into the game. It's really coming straight out of the centre bounce and into the Collingwood forward line. That puts the defenders under a lot of pressure for the Giants, and they're capitalising on the score.
5 goals to 2 for the quarter. It's a mini victory.
It has them 8 points adrift. Still with plenty of time left in the half. Bounced in the middle. Grundy didn't get a lot on the tap. Blair comes through. He's offloaded, but he got the hand pass away to Treloar. And then to Aish, who kicks to half forward. Pendlebury in front, couldn't hang on to the mark, but the arms were chopped. So the skipper rises with the free kick. Gets a bit of momentum up. Kicks it inside 50, hoping for side bottom. Not terribly well placed. Gathered for the Magpies. The hand pass comes the way of Fasolo from Crisp, who sends it to the teeth of goal. McAfee has a go. He's brought it to ground. He's got it onto his boot. He kicked it over his head. And he's drifted it home for a goal. This is inspired stuff from Collingwood. And Brent McAfee, not a terribly regular goal kicker, in the next instalment of his career, has all his teammates come to congratulate him on the effort. So the coaching move provides a dividend as well. 2 points the margin. 9-2-56 the Magpies to the Giants 9-4-58. 22 played of the second term.
6 goals comes about because they actually got their mind on the job in the centre bounce in the clearance area. They're actually working for each other, and McAfee's doing a job up forward. They're all combining, and you can see now that Collingwood do have some talent. Once you start to compete well and put your body in line, things go pretty well for you.
And he continues to niggle Shaw as well as this bounce in the middle takes place. Blair came off the square but handballed straight to Green. Handball to Canilio of the Giants, who goes wide towards right half forward. He wanted Cameron, but he's not going to be able to keep the ball in play. It goes out for a throw-in. 45 around from the Giants' goal. David Mark.
The other issue surely is tackles. The Pies are leading at the tackle count 40-18, and that pressure is very evident.
Ball gets thrown into play. Grundy over the top, knocks it in towards side bottom. Cameron coming in another direction, handball straight back to Grundy, who handballs to side bottom on his left, punches the ball towards the wing. There's a hold, a free kick to McAfee against Haynes. So Shaw's gone to the bench, so McAfee has a different opponent for the moment. Kicks down the line, wanting Cloak over his head. Tomlinson should be able to mop up for the Giants. Got a bit of a bad bounce, but was still with the numerical advantage, able to pick up the ball and swing it back towards the wing. It's gone straight to Adams, a former teammate.
Adams with risk into the middle for Sinclair, who got tunnelled by Johnson. Sinclair's okay, and he has the footy. Short into the middle for Brown. It wasn't 15. Straight back to Sinclair, who kicks through centre half forward. Rising in the pack was Fasolo. Couldn't get hands to it. Underneath, Josh Smith works it around to side bottom. Hand pass to Blair. Out the back to Maynard. Kicks up to full forward. Cloak worked underneath it, but it hits the ground. Varco tackles Williams. The ball still found its way to Scully, who kicks the defensive 50 where Sidebottom cuts it off. He wanted to go quickly. Whitfield got across his boot. Tremendous smother. Maynard tried to win it clear. Kelly cut it off for the Giants. Off to Patton, hitting the tackle. Kelly and Devon Smith, and the Giants running should win out on the wing.
Canilio handballs over the top to Johnson on the bounce. Gets away from Crisp on his left. He swings the ball towards Cameron, who on the bounce knocked it towards Whitfield, who slipped over at the critical moment. Allowed Howe to come in for Collingwood. Handballs to Adams. Adams takes a bounce. Back part of the square. Kicks forward of midfield. Again, not a great kick. Haynes took it on the second bounce. Handball missed Williams. Williams now in a real bind. He gets overwhelmed by numbers, loses the ball. It's going to be locked up in the end and will be thrown up. It's front part of the square for Collingwood as the sun starts to shine here, and it's shining on Collingwood.
Giants by just 2 points. Shield working hard under the pack. Wrapped up the moment he got hold of it. It'll be balled up centre half forward for the Pies. 25 gone of this second term. Grundy knocks it out the back to Adams, puts it onto the right boot, gets it 30 out from goal where it lands on the chest of Fasolo.
Another clearance in a dangerous spot. Quick kick forward, just a hack kick forward, and guess what? Forward's in front, and Fasolo is there with pace. Dead in front, he should kick this easy. It's a beautiful kick.
40 out, no angle. Deep breath. Alex Fasolo makes his approach. He kicks and misses to the left. A point down. Never should have missed that, with a chance to take the lead.
That's their first point for the quarter.
Clearances 13-7 Collingwood's way.
This
inside,
quarter.
Yep, on inside 50s 14-8. Disposals 83-65. Tackles 19-9. Williams into play for the Giants. Grundy up, couldn't mark off hands. It's gone out of play for a throw-in. And then individually for Collingwood, Adams 9, Treloar 9, Grundy 9, Smith 7, Crisp 6. Canelio, the only Giants player to have more than 5, and he's only got 6. 70 around from Collingwood's goal. Grundy took it out of the ruck. Yeah, got some sort of piece to it. Treloar got a handball out to Sinclair. It's now with Blair, who feeds a handball to Smith. Smith for Collingwood, a handball to Reid. Took a bounce. He's at left half forward. Deep kick into the 50. Who's down there? Giants players. Haynes dropped it though, and the crumbs and the goal has been kicked by Fasolo. And that gives Collingwood the lead. The Magpies, 10-3-63, 7 goals for the quarter. The Giants, 9-4-58 at the 27-minute mark.
Well, the GWS are just getting a little lesson here on how you actually turn things around in the game. If they play like this, they won't worry about making the finals. It's been ordinary at this stage. Their first quarter was soft, easy ball movement, quick into the forward line. The midfield won the clearances. They won, and their ball movement was quick and beautiful, and all of a sudden they led quite comfortably. Bit of pressure on, different game. And this is what happens in finals when you play against the big boys. They'll get it. It's a good learning process for them, Matty.
Definitely. It is
You've got to be quiet, mate. What's going on?
Game, all right. Collingwood by 5. Grundy wins the tap. Treloar's over the footy. Mumford wrapped him up, made sure he couldn't get rid of it. The umpiring to do it again. David Mark.
There's a Giants fan who always sits in the same seat near where I sit down here at Spotless Stadium. He's just left in disgust.
Grundy pulls it clear in the middle. Kicks up to centre half forward. White knocks it down. Pendlebury's onto it. Gives it back to Jesse White. From centre half forward, he lofts it to the goal square for Solo in a one-on-one, and he takes the mark.
Wow. Another
Good
clearance.
positioning and strength. Worked his way around Haynes and pulled it in one-handed.
They get a bit ahead of themselves, Matty, are they?
Don't think so. I think Collingwood certainly, that's their intensity around the ball and around stoppages, and we just really haven't gone to any lengths to really put pressure on and tackle and really prevent them from getting the ball forward.
Alex Fasolo kicks another goal for Collingwood. He's had the last 3 scoring shots. And the Magpies lead by 11 points before half-time.
So what would be the message now to the players at this stage of the game? Now they've lost a very solid lead. They're in trouble. What's going on? Because they haven't seemed to have changed.
Yeah, you'd be hoping that obviously some leaders out there would be just wanting to half contest and sort of slow the game down and make it a bit more of a scrap instead of keeping the ball going up and back. It's just sort of about doing simple things well, putting your head over the ball and tackling them when they get it.
Well, they're just not doing it.
It is 5 goals in 10 minutes for Collingwood. It's 11-3-69 to the Giants 9-4-58. 29 played in this second quarter. Mumford wins the tap down to go. He had it for a moment, lost it. Crisp for Collingwood. Missed the target there with the hands to Treloar, which enabled Devon Smith to come in and kick it into the 50. But a defensive mark's been taken by Howe. And Howe spreads out to the far side of the ground to Reid. Right half back flank. Kicks on to Grundy. He'll play on. They're moving it quickly, the Magpies. The next kick in the link finds Jesse White, who's forward of the wing. Bright sunshine at the moment here in Sydney as the kick goes into the Fasolo. It passes him. Barco's lurking, so is Blair. Keeps it in play. Goes with the snap. No, surely not. Oh, surely not. That is a goal. It is a goal. That is the definition of impossible. From deep in the right forward pocket, on the boundary, he finished in the crowd, did Jared Blair, and he has given Collingwood a 17-point lead at the 30-minute mark of the second term. 12-3-75. That's 9 goals for the quarter, Collingwood. The Giants 9-4-58. That just defies logic that would be able to be going through for a goal, but it did.
It's amazing what you can do, Matty, when you start to get a bit of confidence and you do the basics very, very well, which they started at the start of the quarter, and then everything started to rush their way.
Certainly, yeah, we're under the pump here, the Giants.
90 seconds left in the half. How much more damage can Collingwood inflict? Ward has a go in the middle. He wins it to Williams, but his hand pass is knocked down and stolen by Treloar. He wedges a kick forward. It bounces on Pendlebury. It got through his fingers. Kelly gathers for the Giants. He kicks to the wing, but they've got the outnumber. The Magpies. Sinclair made the spoil. Whitfield's hand pass is battered down by Varco. Treloar overran it. Crisp has a go. He's brought down. The ball still going Collingwood's way. Blair for Solo up to gather. Needs support. Gave it to Pendlebury. Worked out a kick, but only as far as Shaw. And he turns his back on play. Absolutely determined to slow things down inside the final minute of the half.
He's gone wide to Phil Davis in the right back pocket. 9 Collingwood goals this quarter. Davis down the line. Lob is the one he wants. Sinclair over the top of Lob. Wonderful mark. Maybe the Magpies have got one more chance. The kick into DeGoey just outside the 50. Left half forward. Smith is screaming for it at the top of the 50. DeGoey didn't like that option. He's going to go long instead. Cloak has got 2 to beat in the square. Can't do so. Mark was dropped though by Patton. Ball loose. Patton picks it up. Cloak grabs him. Ball still loose. Maybe still a chance for Collingwood. Crisp is down there. For Solo's down there. It'll be thrown up with 9 seconds remaining on the clock. So there is time for Collingwood.
It's 11 metres out from goal. At the ball up. Knocked back into the skirmish. Mumford gathers. He's caught. He's holding the ball. Grundy will get a shot after the siren. The most stunning transformation across a quarter of football. And Collingwood has one last fling to make it 10 goals for the term. And Brodie Grundy 15 metres out from goal on the angle, which is not significant. Grundy has gone a long way back to setting himself. The players of both teams all line up to his left-hand side to make the margin 23 points at half-time. Grundy kicks and misses. That's a bad miss at the end of a remarkable quarter. Highly commendable from Collingwood to steal themselves like that and not only claw their way back but have a substantial lead at the main break. 12 goals for 76 to the Giants, 9 for 58. The goal kickers for the Pies, 2 each for Fasolo, White and Blair, with singles to McCaffer, Adams, Aish, Varco, Cloak and Josh Smith. For the Giants, 2 to Patton, 2 to Cameron, and 1 each to Shield, Ward, Johnson, Kelly and Lob. So 9 goals 2 to 2 goals 2 in that term. Amazing stuff. All unfolding on Grandstand AFL on ABC, local radio, news radio and Grandstand Digital. Mark McClure and Matt Buntine.
What an interesting game we got, Matty. This is the real stuff we're watching here now. This is like finals. You started off extremely well, GWS, in the first quarter. Controlled the game, controlled the centre bounce. Clearance work was terrific. The midfield just took over control. And when you look at it, Coniglio and Scully and Shields and Ward, they just flogged them through the middle and gave the forward line first chance, and Patton, Cameron and Lob and all the others to kick goals and do it quite comfortably. Led quite comfortably by 22 points at quarter time. Second quarter, there was a little bit of a change in the centre bounce. The clearances work started to turn around. White got the 2 goals early with Adams. And then all of a sudden there was a couple of goals. Johnson got one and the Lob got one. And you thought, they're going to get back into this game. And then when we've seen the most amazing onslaught that I've seen for some time, built on the back of tackles, no free ball to the opposition, clearance centre work, just one-on-one all over the place. Stop that, stop Shaw down back from running off and doing what he has to do, and all of a sudden you start to fall apart. You feel vulnerable, and they just destroyed you in every way, shape and form. They just got more confident and more confident and more confident, and goals just piled on. 9 goals 2 for the quarter to 2 goals 2. That's a massive turnaround from the Pies, and it was great to watch.
Yeah, it was a tale of two quarters there. Obviously, the start was really strong by the Giants, led by their ball movement and counter attack. But that quarter, the Collingwood were hungrier for the ball, tackled hard, and the Giants didn't get much of a chance to stem the flow when we couldn't really win the ball, because, as you said, their pressure and their contested ball work was tremendous, and especially when you win clearances, it's very hard to defend, and when the ball's in and locked away in your forward half, it's tough to get down the other end and score, and Collingwood certainly did that.
We're going to find out a little bit about your boys, what they've got, what they're made of in the second half, I can assure you. And right now, they'll be sitting there going, oh, what happened to us? Because they were just cruising along, and sometimes, we're on our way to the finals. Guess what? You're not now.
Yeah, I'm sure Heath Shaw and Phil Davis and Leon and the rest will certainly address all those issues, and I'm hoping for a big response in the second half.
The Collingwood side of things, Sellers, is the belief in what they're trying to grow after a season that hasn't been what they hoped. That's the quarter.
That's the quarter, and they're up against a side who was pretty happy with themselves, I would have thought, at quarter time. Totally comfortable. They didn't do anything too hard. The tackle count was poor at quarter time. It's now worse at half time. Their clearance work was brilliant. It's actually destroyed now. The 19-5s, the clearances in the second quarter, was huge turnaround in that area. So Collingwood have the depth and have the players if they want to do it, but they've got to play like a team. I thought their forward line was more balanced when we got to the game, before the game, with Cloak and White, and also more in there with a couple of smalls around, like Blair and Fasolo, who really helped, and Varco, who were handy there. But they didn't have enough ball in the first half. Didn't have enough ball in the first quarter. Then when they started to get it, and you could see some movement and some tackle chase and really good pressure from the Pies, 19-5 inside 50s. That's a difference. 19 to the Pies for 9 goals. That's incredible transition of play, and also efficiency of play. 9 goals, and then 5 they got. That's incredible what's happened there. So I'm really pleased for the Pies. I think it's terrific for their supporters to see that they have got some talent here, but we just need to see. This is a good thing for. I'm actually glad that we're here, because we'll just see what the Giants have got. Yeah. See if they can stand up. See if they can actually fight it out and win a game. Because if they can't beat the Pies in this game here on their own dirt, their own track, they're in a bit of trouble come finals time.
It's not easy to withstand something like this within a game, so it's a good test of character. I like it.
Yeah.
Collingwood by 18 points. We are giving away the Game Day Multicultural Round Sharon. The SMS 0467 920 222, or the handle ABC AFL on Twitter. So a photo of what you bring to the footy. It's only right to give you a clubhouse leader at half time, given this ends at full time in this game. The Richmond supporter who takes a cap, a scarf, a membership, a radio, and a box of tissues.
And a microwave?
A box of tissues to the footy as a Richmond fan. That's going to be hard to beat. It's in your hands from here. What do you take to the footy anywhere around the country at any time to go and watch the Indigenous game? We'll have more from Matt Buntine and Mark McClure, and a throw ahead to our Olympics coverage, which is less than a month away as well, after the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
This is ABC News. I'm Catherine McGann. The federal opposition leader, Bill Shorten, is indicating he won't concede defeat until the coalition officially wins 76 seats. The ABC's election computer has the government currently on 73. The coalition appears on track to win some undecided Queensland seats, with postal votes flowing its way. Mr Shorten says if Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull wins, he would be leading an unstable government.
There's no doubt that if Malcolm Turnbull scrapes across the line, he's going to be hostage to the right wing of his party. He's going to be hostage to the right wing of his party and have to promote more of the Abbott supporters back into his ranks, which will lead to greater division and instability.
Tasmanian crossbencher Andrew Wilkie has repeated that he is not giving political support to Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull. Instead, Mr Wilkie says for the sake of stability, he will support supply in the likely event of a coalition government. But Mr Wilkie has left the door open on supporting no confidence motions against the government.
And I'll approach everything on its merits, and if a Labor opposition brings a no confidence motion against Malcolm Turnbull and the Liberal Party, just as I said the other day, I will listen to the debate and I'll make my decision how I will vote based on its merits.
In the United States, Dallas police have named the main suspect in the killing of 5 officers as 25-year-old Army veteran Micah Johnson. After the shootings during street protests, Johnson was killed when police remotely detonated a bomb that they sent into his hideaway using a robot. The BBC's James Cook reports from Dallas.
We're just learning a little more from the police here in Dallas about Micah Johnson. Police have been at his house. They've been searching his house in Texas, and we're told now that they believe he had no criminal record and that in that house they have found what they call a ballistics vest, that is to say a bulletproof vest, rifles and ammunition that they have been found in the house of the suspect. They have also formally confirmed for the first time his identity as Micah Johnson, this 25-year-old US Army veteran who served in Afghanistan.
Donald Trump released a video saying the shooting has shaken the soul of the nation.
We must stand in solidarity with law enforcement, which we must remember is the force between civilization and total chaos. The deaths of Alton Sterling in Louisiana and Philando Castile in Minnesota also make clear how much more work we have to do to make every American feel that their safety is protected.
Back home, and a meeting of representatives from the greyhound industry has heard passionate opposition to the New South Wales government's decision to ban racing from next year. Greyhound clubs across the state say tens of thousands of people will be affected. They've joined forces to launch legal action, and the president of the Dubbo Greyhound Club, Shane Stiff, is vowing to fight tooth and nail.
This fight will bring down a government, right? I was part of a union movement that brought down a government, right, and it can do it again. The people of New South Wales will fight for this.
The NRL has confirmed the Parramatta Eels will be docked 12 competition points and fined $1 million for breaches of the salary cap. 5 club officials have also had their registrations cancelled as a result of an investigation by the NRL's Integrity Unit. The Eels have also been stripped of the Auckland Nines title won earlier this year, and there will be no official winner for 2016. NRL CEO Todd Greenberg says he carefully considered the responses from the club to the breach notices, which were issued around 2 months ago.
This is the day when those involved with this club have to make one of the most important decisions in this club's 69-year history. They can continue fighting with the game to the detriment of their coach, their players and their fans. Or they can take the lessons learnt from this investigation and turn the Parramatta Eels into the powerhouse club that they should be.
In the tennis and at Wimbledon, 6-time singles champion Serena Williams will face German Angelique Kerber in the women's singles final tonight. Serena will return to centre court later in the evening to partner with sister Venus Williams in the women's doubles final. The weather around the country now. Brisbane, it's sunny and 21 degrees. In Sydney, there's a shower or two and 16. Canberra, partly cloudy, currently sitting on 12 degrees. In Melbourne, partly cloudy, 14. Hobart, it's also partly cloudy, currently 12 degrees. In Adelaide, late rain expected, 14. Perth, showers, a possible storm, currently 13. And Darwin, it's sunny and 30 degrees. ABC News.
When I hit the water, everything fades into the background. I just focus on my game, my lane, my race. The pressures, the expectations, they only make me swim faster, strive harder. Winning is everything.
Based on the novel by Christos Tsiolkas and from the producers of The Slap, Barracuda, tomorrow 8:40 on ABC TV and iView. Grandstand AFL.
You're with Grandstand.
At the throw-in, Grundy, front position, knocks it down. Adams was waiting for it. He fires at goal and he kicks it. An instinctive snap from an excellent tap. Off to Howe, who breaks the lines, kicks long inside 50. White with the flight, takes the mark and kicks the goal. The Maggies have kicked 3 on the trots. And they're running the Giants ragged.
Tried to kick it forward. Mumford took a bouncing ball extremely well. Handballs to Williams inside the 50, and there's Steve Johnson all alone at centre half forward. How is that possible? To the Vincent Fairfax stand end of the ground. And as soon as he made contact, he turned around and starts applauding himself. Didn't even bother to see it go straight through the middle.
Gathered for the Magpies. The hand pass comes the way of Fasolo from Crisp, who sends it to the teeth of goal. Macappa has a go. He's brought it to ground. He's got it onto his boot. He kicked it over his head. And he's drifted it home for a goal. This is inspired stuff from Collingwood.
Deep kick into the 50. Who's down there? Giants players. Haynes dropped it though, and the crumbs and the goal has been kicked by Fasolo. And that gives Collingwood the lead. Barco's lurking, so is Blair. Keeps it in play. Goes with the snap. No, surely not. Oh, surely not. That is a goal. It is a goal. That is the definition of impossible.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Local Radio and on digital radio ABC Grandstand.
Half-time at the showgrounds in Sydney. It's Collingwood by 18 points after trailing by 24 at quarter time. 12-4-76 to the Giants, 9-4-58. So a most intriguing second half ahead. We're a month out from the Rio Olympics and a chance to set the scene for what's to come. Grandstand on the ABC will be the non-commercial broadcaster, the official non-commercial broadcaster of the games, as you have come to expect. And a set of memories to inspire the Olympic spirit. These are the Olympic moments that have stopped Australia.
ABC Grandstand.
Rio 2016.
Sally Pearson looks good. She's in front by a couple of metres. She's over the last. 12.67 for Sally Pearson.
Pushes the ball into the back of the net. Gold medal to Australia.
Charging in. World record for Australia.
The Olympic moments that stopped Australia.
Marjorie Jackson, who won 2 gold medals for her country in the Olympic Games, returns to her hometown Lithgow. And what a welcome she receives. She's been cheered by people of all nations, but never like this.
Hello, Peter Walsh from ABC Grandstand. Marjorie Jackson Nelson, the Lithgow Flash. 2 Olympic gold medals and 7 Commonwealth Games gold medals. 6 individual world records and every Australian state and national title she contested from 1950 to 1954. An athlete of substance, admired by all. A memory as sharp as a tack, even when talking about the first spikes she ever wore.
My dad bought some old, I don't know who they were from, some old men's leftovers, and they were too big, so I stuffed them with newspaper. And then I used to run in them, but the shoes were too big, because women didn't run much those days. We weren't allowed to run more than 200 metres, and that was the furthest that we were allowed to run.
And just taking that one step further, the tracks that you ran on, give us an indication, can you, as to just what they were like?
Oh, well, it wasn't a track where I trained. In Lithgow, which was a mining town, they just had the one big oval, and the cyclists would go around it, and the trotting horses. In the middle, it'd be the footballers, rugby league training, and had all potholes in there, and it was just a real old track. And then when I got selected for the Olympic Games, of course, we'd only ever run on grass, and we didn't even know what cinders were. So the people of Lithgow all had fundraisers to raise enough money to build a cinder track for me to train on to go overseas. They didn't have any money left to put any lights up, so I trained by the lights of a motor car, and some days when the fog was, I wouldn't be able to even see my hand. My trainer had put the lights on in his car, and I'd just run into the fog and bang into his car and know that I was there at the end.
Destination Helsinki, the 100 yards. Marjorie Jackson first, daylight second.
Newsreel cameras have been very much on the spot at Helsinki, where a recent highlight recorded by them was the women's 100 metres. Watch Marjorie Jackson, Australia, second from the left. A great duel had been anticipated between her and Mrs. Blankers-Koen of Holland, but she was ill, and now Miss Jackson won comfortably from Daphne Hassenjager of South Africa.
Official margin, 5 yards. Bring on the 200 yards. Jackson drew lane 1, the gun runner in the gun spot.
It was great because I drew the inside lane. So I saw all those people ahead of me, and in my mind I thought I've got to catch them. So of course, you tend to run faster. I broke a world record that stood for 26 years, and they found the record I broke, the person's record was actually a man.
In the centre of Lithgow, Marjorie is carried shoulder high through the crowds. For the shy, unassuming little typist who smashed world records in the women's 100 and 200 metre sprints, this is a great day.
Despite the success Jackson continued to enjoy, she was always kept in check by the wise words of wisdom from her father.
I was very fortunate that I had terrific parents, because when I was 15 I had my photo in the paper and I thought I was really someone. So my dad saw me and he just took me in the lounge and he just said, now listen to me, God gives us all a gift, yours just happens to be running and you're no better than anybody else, and don't you forget it.
And Marge's own message.
I was really brought up, to treat people how you'd like to be treated, and just an ordinary person. I'm no different to anyone else. I have all the same problems like everybody else. We're no different. I'm just so proud that if I've been able to help somebody in their lifetime, that to me then my life hasn't been wasted, even if I only help one person.
Marjorie Jackson Nelson, the Lithgow Flash. 2 Olympic gold medals, 7 Commonwealth Game gold medals, and 6 individual world records. What a star.
Join ABC Grandstand August 5.
It'll be generations before anyone sees anything like it.
For more heart-stopping moments with our live coverage of the 2016 Rio Olympic Games.
Set and away.
For comprehensive live coverage from Rio, stay tuned with ABC Grandstand on ABC Local Radio and on digital radio, ABC Grandstand.
Rio now so close. We're zeroing in on the start of the second half of an intriguing match of football now. Collingwood by 18 points over the Giants, and play shortly to begin.
I just wanted to go through some of the stats in that second quarter where it obviously turned around. Collingwood 105 disposals to the Giants 71, but contested possessions, Collingwood plus 17, inside 50s 19-9, and clearances 17-8. So 17-8 in that second quarter, Collingwood's way. In the first quarter, it was clearances 14-5 the Giants' way. So, Sellers, that's where it's turned around. I mean, the Giants midfielders didn't get their hands on the footy in the second quarter. They did in the first.
Yeah, and they became comfortable, the Giants, I thought. They thought they were going, hang on, we're going to breeze by these guys. And you come out with a different attitude. We'll just see what the attitude change is after Leon Cameron's had a bit of a chat to him in the last 15 minutes.
I'm surprised we couldn't hear him from here.
Buntine's still down there.
We're back in the middle and we're away and running in the second half. Pendlebury takes possession of the ball. Canelio with a big tackle inside the centre circles. It will be thrown up.
Be gentle with him, Sellers, when he comes back.
Oh, no, you got to have a bit of fun, Jared. You can't. Look, he's a grown man.
Thrown up. Secondary stoppage. Mumford and Grundy. Grundy tried to grab it, got tackled. Shield for the Giants. He loses it. Jack Crisp for Collingwood. Kicks up towards the 50 for Solo. Looking busy. Couldn't quite take possession on the second bounce. Varco comes in late and wins the ball from the boundary. Swings it in towards the goal square. Moore flew high. Couldn't take the mark. Off the pack. It's a Giants ball. Davis scrubs the ball back towards defensive 50. Steele, that's Giant Steele, fell over, which enabled Howe to get the handball over to Pendlebury. Tackled as he kicks it. It's okay, though, to go. He took it on the bounce. Handball missed the target. Grundy comes in, fends off, handballs it, but handballs it to the Giants. And Green and Haynes combine, but maybe not far enough. It's not far enough. Sinclair from the 50. He goes at goal, and he's got another one for the Magpies. What a way to start the second half. The Giants looked like they were out, but that last outlet possession outside defensive 50 was simply no good. And Sinclair has given Collingwood a 24-point lead 1 minute into the third term. It's 82-58.
It was well blocked, and then a poor kick by Haynes out of there, and all of a sudden Sinclair, who we know can kick the ball, we know he's got some pace, and they're set up around outside the circle there, was just fantastic. No one else was there, just the Pies, and he just set up and went bang. When you get the ball inside 50 in the back half, you must hit towards the boundary, not towards the centre square. You must do that all the time when you're under pressure.
13-4 to 9-4. Grundy wins the tap. Canelio had the footy knocked down by Pendlebury, who kicks it off the ground up to half forward for the Pies. De Goey leads the chase. Hand pass too fierce for side bottom. Getting hot of it is Scully for the Giants. Off to Ward, then to Shield. He works it forward to Canelio. Kicks up inside 50. Johnson is the target. Maynard made the spoil. They chase out into the pocket. Maynard's quickest to recover. He gathers. He clears the area really well and onto the chest of Steele side bottom.
Sidebottom will handball on to Sinclair for Collingwood. Up to the wing to De Goey, who marks strongly. He plays on. He handballs to Adams, forward of the wing. Kicking up to Cloak, 70 out from goal. He bounced off Mumford, and from 45, he goes to full forward. Jesse White! Collingwood playing inspired football.
That's outstanding movement, and the big boys involved. It's just tremendous stuff. Cloak hitting hard and leading up at the ball. That's a sight you want to see from Collingwood supporters. Haven't seen it for ages. Hard, charging footy, and then White backing back to the goal square and took a really good mark. This is brilliant football. This is just at its peak, I reckon. And we haven't seen it from the Pies for 10 weeks. Something like this just hasn't worked.
Jesse White from just outside the goal square kicks the goal. The Magpies have got 8 in a row. Jesse White has kicked 3. Collingwood 14-4, 88, 5 goals up on the Giants, 9-4-58. The Giants led by 4 goals at quarter time.
They're just running harder. They're tougher. Their bodies are in line. They've actually made a little pact amongst each other. Hang on a second. This is we're embarrassing in the first quarter. From now on, we're not going to do that. They're playing on at all costs. This play on football they're playing is just fantastic. They're on the ground, handball out straight away to someone who's in the space. So their numbers are in the zone as well. And they just keep, every time they get it anywhere near goals, they put it through. They're so clean and clear with it. It's just really good to watch.
2 goals in 4 minutes. It's a 5-goal lead. Grundy wins the tap. Hacked out of there by Adams. Only as far as Cornelio, but his ball was cut off by Varco. Hand pass across half-back for Maynard. Gives it off to Marsh. The Pies build around the outer wing. Kick for De Goey. Wedges it up over the top to Grundy. Varco works over the mark. He receives the hand pass. He had to get rid of it in a hurry and he lost it. Gave it straight to Scully. It then comes through Shield and up to Mumford, who works it on to Kelly, trying to find the way forward. Kelly kicks the Giants. A terrible ball up towards the 50, out of bounds on the roll, and the umpire slightly generously calls for a throw in.
See little things like that on the mark. He just pushed Kelly so his kick doesn't get to the right area. All the things that they're doing are just the basics. Are doing it very, very well. And it's upsetting the Giants. They just can't get any clean ball.
The Magpies by 30 points, 5 minutes played in the third term. Ball gets thrown in. Mumford wins it down to Cornelio. His kick was smothered. It's close to the boundary. Will it go out? No, Adams kept it in towards Maynard. Only 45 out now from the Giants' goal. Scully with a big tackle to lock it up for a stoppage. About 45, 46 metres out from the Giants' goal, right half forward. Ball thrown up. Mumford knocks it, but straight to side bottom, who gives the handball to Adams, who clears to midfield. On the bounce towards Tomlinson. Got a bad bounce, but he's still got some time to pick up the ball. Handball wide to Shield on the bounce. On the wing, he gets away and then kicks long inside 50. Where are the jumpers? Lobs one of them, couldn't mark front and centre. Kelly bounces it through for a behind. Missing to the right-hand side. So Kelly now with 1 goal, 3 this afternoon. Collingwood's lead 29 at the 6-minute mark of the third term.
And the Giants' talls all gathered together. They need to come towards the ball.
Reid has been doing the kicking, and this is ambitious. He went for Blair, and Patfull jumped all over him. Took a screamer. Patfull's been called to play on, having run off his line. He kicks to the teeth of goal. Cameron was behind. Johnson tried to tow it out of the air. Gathered by Scully. Hand pass to Green. Got onto the right boot. The snap was smothered by Howe. He's against the boundary. He's in the tackle. He loses it. Scully works it away to Cornelio. Kicks to the hot spot. Ward flies. Chris spoils. Shield. Crum snaps and misses. 2 behinds in quick succession. They're down by 28, the Giants.
They haven't scored for about 35 minutes. Not a goal.
They kicked their last goal, the Giants, at the 13-minute mark of the second quarter. The kick into play is short to De Goey for Collingwood. De Goey out towards Crisp. Ward with a late spoil. At the drop, it's a ball to Cameron. Under pressure handball. Tried to go back to Ward. Oh, he got hit hard by De Goey. Haynes, though, for the Giants. Handballs it out to Whitfield. Now to Cameron. Now with a settling goal. On his left from 35 in the pocket. He's kicked his third. And the Giants, with the last 8 points of the game, 1 goal, 2, get within 22. Collingwood 14-4, 88 to the Giants 10-6, 66. But incredibly, that does break that run of goals. 8 unanswered from Collingwood until that goal from Cameron.
Set up by Callum Ward, who was just hard at it in the contest in the middle ground. He didn't get a stat for it, but all of a sudden he set it up for Stephen Coniglio, who just put it out there in front of Jeremy Cameron with the hands. And you know what, he's a special player in front of goals, Cameron, and they needed it badly, desperately. But Callum Ward set it up.
They need to get their hands on the ball a bit, and that's what's happened in the past few minutes. Collingwood by 22. Lobb rucks against Grundy. Lobb wins the tap. Chris working in the middle though for the Pies. Good hand pass to Treloar, who goes breaking clear and he kicks to full forward. Cloak is wrestling. Davis with the flight. White is the crummer. He's in the pocket. He gets it onto his boot. He hooks it into the post. Had a great dash at the flying snap. 23 points the margin. Jesse White, 3 goals, 1.
He's had a big afternoon, Jesse White. There's no doubt about that. Oh, the kick into play. White's a chance here for the intercept. Got a hand in there. It went to Fasolo. Handball to Aish. He gets tackled. Handballed it away. Kelly for the Giants. Gives the handball to Scully at centre half back. Just kicks it as far as he can. It was partially smothered, but it does reach a defensive 50. There's a free kick. It's a Collingwood free kick here to side bottom off the contest. So he has it front left corner of the square. Side bottom. Goes long. Moore will have the jump. Also jumping and marking for the Giants is Lobb. What a mark at the top of the defensive goal square.
He's a player, isn't he?
My word, he is. Out to Haynes in the back pocket. 23 points to Collingwood lead. 9 minutes into this third term. Haynes short to Cornelio. They clear the defensive area. Just pops it along the wing. And Marsh is able to take a pretty easy mark for the Pies to keep it in their own half. Nothing scientific about it, just back inside the 50. See if they can get a contest. Cloak made the spoil. Cornelio's at the drop off to Davis. Kicked it out of bounds on the full. He was under a lot of pressure. He got bumped as he kicked it. It went at right angles. Aish outside the 50 for the restart. They bring it into Brown with the lateral kick. The Magpies search for an angle of attack through Marsh on the wing.
Marsh with no player behind him. He chips it over the top to Maynard. This is dangerous. Maynard, though, was strong as Palmer came late. He took the mark, Maynard, and spreads to the far side with Smith and now Reid kicking out to side bottom, who marks low down left half forward for the Magpies. He goes on to the lead of White, who marks at the 50, but he's on the boundary at left half forward.
It's the best game we've seen him play, White.
Well, he's going that well, he might be able to kick it from here. He's kicked 3 goals, 1, and that one hit the post from the snap from the pocket from only about 2 or 3 minutes ago. He looks like he is going to take the shot. No, he's not. At the last minute, he just changes the kick, and Cloak! That's the best thing he's done in 2016 without question. Strong mark. 15 from goal straight in front. He had a lot to contend against there, and he marked it strongly.
He was committed, though. That was the key with him. He's committed to actually have a crack at it. He flew in the air, and you wouldn't want to be underneath him. 110 kilos jumping all over your knees.
Not wasting any time. 15 out. Straight in front. He's missed. He has missed. He's gone from doing the best thing he's done all year to almost the worst. Oh, dear.
I tell you what, though, he's still taking marks, and that's one of the things we're seeing about him. He'll get his kicking right, maybe one day.
No, I don't think that's likely. 24 points is the margin. Shaw plays on out of full back, and he kicks long. Moore makes the spoil at the pack and gets it out of play. That just feels soul-destroying.
Oh, yes. 5 marks he's taken. I reckon 4 of them, Jared, have been contested.
Right half forward for the Magpies. The game delicately poised. Grundy flips it to the back. Treloar got caught with it. Chris paddles it for Pendlebury. Hand pass to Howe. Hit by Cornelio. Wrapped up. The umpire in to ball it up. It's inside the centre square. Lob against Grundy. Grundy over his head, but Kelly's there for the Giants. Hand pass into the scrimmage. Cornelio's hand pass was picked off, though, by Aish, who puts Collingwood back to the 50. Well-judged mark by Tomlinson.
Tomlinson at the top of defensive 50. Out wide to Ward, just inside the centre square, out on the far side of the ground. He wants to draw the man on the mark and handball over the top, which he does to Whitfield, who goes out even wider to Scully, just outside forward 50, 70 from home. Wheels onto his left, he's going to go long. Now, where are the jumpers here? Cameron! Oh, nearly nearly the mark of the year. Couldn't quite take it. Marsh handball straight to the boundary, and the umpire says throw it in. The Giants players can't believe it, that it wasn't paid as deliberate, but it wasn't. I reckon Marsh was trying to handball it through for a score and missed. Anyway, it gets thrown in, deep in the left forward pocket. Grundy handball, gets it down to Pendlebury, handballs to Howe, beats a tackle, handballs to Treloar under pressure, out towards McCaffrey, Shaw with the spoil. He gets it to the boundary, throw in, 70 out from the Giants' goal. I'm still wanting to see a replay from that jump from Cameron.
You just close your eyes and picture Michael Roach, and that's what it looked like. Such a pity he didn't hang on. Collingwood by 24. 13 played in this third term. Mumford clears the way, wins the footy, but his hand pass is indiscriminate. Josh Smith with a hand pass into a pack. Players converge, umpire to ball it up. Matt Puntine is back with us. What was it like in the rooms, Matt?
Yeah, pretty intense. Obviously the boys are really keen to make amends for that second quarter.
So we're trying to dig in for the fight here. Down by 4 goals, the Giants. Grundy, the tap down to Adams. Poor hand pass. Devon Smith bats it inside the 50, but Reid is waiting for it for the Pies. Kicks in the cloak direction, who's working down inside the defensive 50. They break for him around the outer wing. Jesse White's the target, and he takes the mark in front of Haynes. White brings it up to half forward for Blair on the lead. Blair has a look inside the 50. McCaffrey had separation for a moment. Shaw closes late, makes the spoil. Steele on the tidy up, gives it to Whitfield. Not much of a kick around the wing though, and Marsh is going to put it straight back.
He handballs out wide to side bottom on his left. Inside the 50 again. McCaffrey got hands to it, couldn't mark. Moore with the crumbs. As he was tackled, got a handball away to Cloak, who squeezes it deep into the 50. Blair slips over at the critical moment, deep in the pocket, and the ball bounces out of play for a throw-in. David Mark.
I get to see the Giants every second week, and the interesting thing about what they're doing now is they're not playing their game. They're just bombing the ball in panic.
Ball to be thrown in. 25 around from Collingwood's goal. Lob unopposed. Knocks it into the direction of Green. Handballs to Ward on the bounce. He gets tackled by side bottom. He's not getting it out. The umpire says, holding the ball. Great forward line pressure from the Magpies. And Callan Ward, who usually would be able to get a handball away under pressure, wasn't able to. And Sidebottom opens the angle and kicks the goal as the Giants players are arguing with the umpire. And the margin is back out to 5 goals. 15-6-96 to the Giants, 10-6-66. Once the ball came out to Sidebottom, who was getting the free kick, he immediately just snapped it through.
3-1 for the quarter again. So they dominate this quarter again with play and play on and pressure and tackling and they just continue to smash the Giants. And the Giants can't contain them. They can't hold them. They can't get themselves up. This is the great test for a young side. What do we have to do now? Where do we start from here? I've got to beat my man for a start. That's the first one. And some lead-up forwards wouldn't hurt.
Collingwood by 30. White in the ruck, wins the tap down. Adams took the tackle, lowered the head and gets high contact. Seemed like a fortunate call. Adams quickly to Sinclair. Collingwood back inside the 50. Moore was playing from behind. He moved the pack, but Haynes got back to take the intercepting mark. Brings the Giants out to the defensive 50 for Lobb. Palmer works for him 20 metres further afield. Then they're all manned up ahead. The kick carefully placed in the Johnson direction. Over the top of him, though, came Crisp. Couldn't quite take the mark. Devon Smith got it away to Green, who might have been taken without it. Yes, Toby Green to come up with the free kick. On centre wing. Brings it into Scully. Wants to get it on quickly. Not a great hand pass to Canelio, but he strides out of trouble. Hand passes it forward. Devon Smith gets it onto his left boot on the turn. Not a bad look. Knocked through by Marsh on the last line. He was in a grapple with Cameron. Got the right fist clear. It's 29 points Collingwood's way.
He had options to go with the handball as well there, Devon Smith. He chose to take it on his non-preferred foot and couldn't make the distance. Howe kicks it into the back pocket to Maynard. Maynard clears for the Magpies. At half back, no one can mark. Blair takes possession of the ball. Got a handball away as he was tackled to Adams. Somehow got it out to De Goey by hand. Handballs it out. Marsh under pressure. He's missed Varco. The ball tumbles into the pocket. Can't stay in play. By the time Varco took it, he slipped over with the ball in his hands. It was out of play. 30 around from the Giants' goal left forward pocket.
Giants seem to be rushing for mine at this stage. They're rushing the ball to the next contest, rushing it, and the Pies are in control.
Ball thrown in. Jesse White knocks it down to the front to Smith for Collingwood. Back part of the square, Cloak in a wrestle, couldn't mark against Tomlinson. Mopping up Davis, handball to Patfull, handball to Whitfield. Whitfield to handball to Scully, gets tackled by Varco. He's coughed it up. Pendlebury with the ball, handball to Adams. Handballs to Aish, he's in midfield.
Aish has got runners ahead of the play. Darcy Moore, who can give it on to De Goey, who can stride into goal, settle himself at 25 and miss. Haynes provided the honest chase, and it was just enough to disturb De Goey in his progress. That is looking the gift horse in the mouth. Collingwood by 30.
Great chase by Haynes. Those little things may turn things around at some stage. Terrific chase.
Heathshaw kicks to himself. Comes the interchange gate side of the ground. It's a high kick towards Davis, who was forced to spoil in the end. Ball gets to the back. Varco keeps it in play for Collingwood. In-ball handball to Smith. Gets tackled by Devon Smith. He's coughed it up. Kelly for the Giants. Handballs on to Scully. Scully's got some space. He's got to go inside 50. Cameron leading towards goal. Scully's still going, though. Inside the 50. He handballs on the bounce to Palmer, who gets tackled, and that's where it will break down. Holding the ball. Free kick, Collingwood.
1 bounce, 2 bounce, 3 bounce. Scully, you're kidding yourself, son. Cameron was on his own inside 50. You've got to hit it straight away.
Got to stick your tackles too, and that's what Nathan Brown did to win it back for Collingwood. He clears the defensive area. 30-point lead as Moore threw himself into the pack a bit haphazardly. Lobb gets it for the Giants. Hand passes to Johnson. Brings it off to Green, who shoots it around to Shield. Inside the 50 there to Kelly. Kelly's had this shot twice today and he nails it. A couple of goals and they're back to 24 points. Matt Buntine.
Yeah, really important finish there by Josh Kelly. Yeah, you know, obviously it would have been good if Skulls hit Jeremy Cameron up before there, but everyone found a man, got a really good turnover, and really important to get a goal back and stay within reach here.
11-7-73 the Giants, the Magpies 15-7-97, 20 minutes into the third term on Grandstand AFL.
Matt, do you have a threshold at three-quarter time that you want to be inside, as in like what the margin would be before you start to worry?
Yeah, you generally just want to be within reach. I'm not too sure a threshold.
Like, is it 5 goals, 4 goals?
Yeah, probably 4 goals is achievable, certainly.
In the middle, Mumford wins it. Handball out to Canelio, who gives a handball under pressure to Palmer. But it's not going forward for the Giants. It's going forward for Collingwood as side bottom kicks up towards the 50. Spectacular work there from Shaw to win the ball, kick it back to Steve Johnson on the wing. He took it on the bounce, tried to handball it on, but he's outnumbered. Adams for Collingwood, handballs to Maynard, swings over his shoulder towards De Goey, forced to spoil from behind. Blair was extremely well tackled by Canelio. I tell you, there's one player that's pulling his weight for the Giants. It's Stephen Canelio. 24 disposals, 12 contested possessions and 4 clearances. But I think that tackle was deemed too rough.
Too rough, yeah.
Free kick to Blair. It was a late call, but it's been given.
The out-of-zone umpire called it, so the man on the spot never signalled. Blair runs himself into trouble.
Kidding us, your son. You're dead.
That's coming back the other way. Canelio wins holding the ball.
Hey, things are starting to turn, Matty, and you can see it. That chase at the end has actually just started a few things off.
Canelio at halfway. Short for Green. Bit of ball retention. How to set the play up. Green takes a couple of big strides and sends it up inside the 50. Lobb's going to jump. It's all about the crumb, though. Taken by Kelly. Missed his hand pass to Scully. Treloar for the Pies. Give it up. Lob off to Canelio. Hand passed over his head. Didn't find a teammate. Crisp working hard. Canelio trying to win it back. Shield lays a high tackle on Blair. Collingwood with a free kick at half-back.
They're starting to look a bit weary, the Pies.
David Mark?
It is apparent that the Giants are picking up their tackling pressure, and it's beginning to show in the stats. Obviously, they've given away a few free kicks, but they are obviously putting a fair bit of work into that.
Blair's going from one half-back flank to the other. Very dangerous. The ball hangs in the air a long time, but Howe has been able to take the mark. with Cameron coming late with the pressure. Howe goes in short to Maynard at defensive 50. Kicks out towards the outer wing. It clears McCaffer. Varco tried to tap it into the direction of a teammate, which worked out okay in the end because McCaffer was third man to the contest. He kicks inside the 50, but that's a poor kick. And Pat full marks for the Giants. He'll just steady things down. 23 played third term. Collingwood by 24 points after trailing by 24 points at quarter time. Patfull finds a target out extremely wide. And Whitfield marks defensive wing. He'll go down wanting lob, but that's not a good kick. Howe intercepts.
He goes bouncing away and thumps it inside 50. Cloaks his target. He takes the mark in the left forward pocket. He's marking them so well this afternoon, Travis Cloak. All of his game is not quite there, but that old feature of his has been re-engaged.
Jeremy Howe's attack on the ball's been strong today too. Very good.
Yeah, he read the play.
Here we go.
There.
Close your eyes.
Tough angle. 30 metres out. Cloak racked with uncertainty with his kicking at goal. This drop punt is a beauty. It's the full mixed bag. Missing from the top of the square, kicking them from the angle in the pocket. Cloak with his second. And it's a very handy settler for Collingwood, who lead by 30 points at the 24-minute mark of the third term, 16-7 to 11-7.
Yeah, I think Howe's strength back in the back line was really showed there when he just read the play so well, almost baited the kick, and his above head skills and sort of tackling the ball really allowed that counter, and not many backs can defend Cloak when the ball comes in so quickly.
Well, you got 3.5 minutes or 3 and a bit minutes to get back a goal or so, because you've got to get inside that 5-goal mark. You're at 30 points now. You've got to be at 24 or less, or else you're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah. It was 18 at half-time. It's now been extended to 30 points. Collingwood's advantage, and a free kick in the centre square. And it'll go to Grundy, who's been one of Collingwood's best players. He had 11 disposals in the second quarter. Now 50 metres. And Brodie Grundy will be having a shot at goal.
Devon Smith into the protected zone.
We saw it paid a lot last night. We haven't seen it paid a lot in the last 2 months. And Grundy is going from the centre circles to 30 out, straight in front. We saw him miss a really important shot after the half-time siren. This one a little further out, but this one is directly in front. It wasn't the case on half-time. He's coming up for his 18th disposal, Brodie Grundy.
Big day, isn't it?
It is a big day for a ruckman. And this is a big kick, a big moment, and it's a big goal. It is 36 points, Collingwood's lead at the 26-minute mark of the third term. Collingwood 17 goals 7, 109 to the Giants 11-7, 73. It's a long way back from here for the Giants, even though they're playing at home.
Playing a lone hand here, Grundy. He's been sensational in the ruck. He's up against Mumford and also Lobb at some stage, and he stands his own, and he's just been 19 or 18 or 19 possessions, kicked a goal. I mean, that is a real tick for the young man. He's improving as a player, and he's coming along with the side. He's understanding that he has to have handball off when he gets the ball in his hands, because he's not the greatest kick. He's learning, and they're improving the Pies. 36 points in front at this stage.
14 goals to 4 since quarter time. Grundy the tap, Canelio the footy though. High ball for the Giants to half forward. Free kick.
Another free kick.
Sinclair's way against Scully. Couldn't see that myself.
Yeah,
Sinclair with a short ball to Josh Smith. It's hard to change direction as he goes to scamper back. He topples over like a kid on roller skates. Out to the side for Marsh. Marsh, 30-metre pass is a good one to Brown. Between the wing and half-back for Collingwood. Brown having a look across the back of the centre square. It's a safe kick to Josh Smith. Grundy leads out to the wing, and he'll be honoured.
That's good work, because he's pushing Mumford. He's stretching him. He's making him work harder. He can't run with Grundy.
Grundy had a long look inboard, but there was nothing much to work with. So it's a long kick to half forward. Flying into the pack but not marking was Haynes. Free kick, Haynes' way. So the Giants win it at half-back.
90 seconds before three-quarter time. Haynes is going all the way back to fullback to Heath Shaw, who'll mark on his chest. He'll go in short. And the Giants just trying to... Well, I thought they would try at least one more time before three-quarter time, but they're playing slow ball at the moment. Patful up towards the wing. Almost another intercept mark there, taken by Pendlebury. It comes out at ground level to Nathan Brown. Nathan Brown kicks into the 50 again, straight to Patful, who marks on his chest. Patful out wide towards Shield. Shield, the left half back flank, takes the mark. Handball's on. Haynes for the Giants takes a bounce. His defensive wing kicking towards half forward. Marsh has to be courageous, and he was. He couldn't mark, but Sinclair was able to take the crumbs and kicks up towards half forward.
Moore takes the mark. Now what's he got working for him? Crisp. Deeper as White. The kick goes in the White Cloak direction. Cloak! He's marked it again!
He had a one-on-one with Heath Shaw, and you're not going to win that one with Heath Shaw's size and weight. Cloak's got 110 kilos or so. Just pushed him out of the way and took it easy on his chest. Where was Davis when you needed him?
So Cloak's missed from here in the term already. He's 15 out directly in front. This is the goal that will make it impossible for the Giants.
Not yet, Jared.
So there's so much riding on it. Travis Cloak kicks the goal and thrusts the fist into the air on the three-quarter time siren. He has three, and Collingwood takes a 42-point lead to the final change. 6 goals to 2 in that third term. And it would take something near biblical to change the course of this now. Collingwood 18 goals, 7, 115. The Giants 11, 7, 73. 42 points. Cloak with that third goal. So the goal kickers, White 3, Cloak 3. For Solo and Blair 2 each. McCaffer, Grundy, Adams, Aish, Varco, Sidebottom, Sinclair and Josh Smith, all with 1 apiece. 3 to Cameron, 2 to Patton and to Kelly, with 1 each to Shield, Ward, Johnson and Lobb. At the final change at the Showgrounds in Sydney, it's Collingwood by 42 points. This is Grandstand AFL on ABC Local Radio, News Radio and Grandstand Digital.
Living well isn't about looking good in Lycra. Living well isn't about eating birdseed. Living well is about knowing you do your best every day to be healthier, happier and just more content living on your side of the fence. Sunday mornings from 10 every week, we talk about living well, living healthier, living happier. With me, Libby Gore, on 774 ABC Melbourne.
Grandstand AFL.
You're with Grandstand.
Green and Haynes combined, but maybe not far enough. It's not far enough. Sinclair from the 50. He goes at goal and he's got another one for the Magpies. What a way to start the second half. Up to the wing to De Goey, who marks strongly. He plays on. He handballs to Adams, forward of the wing. Kicking up to Cloak, 70 out from goal. He bounced off Mumford, and from 45, he goes to full forward. Jesse White! Collingwood playing inspired football. Jesse White from just outside the goal square kicks the goal. The Magpies have got 8 in a row. At the drop, it's a ball to Cameron. Under pressure handball, tried to go back to Ward. Oh, he got hit hard by De Goey. Haynes, though, for the Giants. Handballs it out to Whitfield. Now to Cameron. Now with a settling goal. It looks like he is going to take the shot. No, he's not. At the last minute, he just changes the kick and Cloak! That's the best thing he's done in 2016 without question. Strong mark. 15 from goal straight in front. Not wasting any time. 15 out. Straight in front. He's missed. He has missed. He's gone from doing the best thing he's done all year to almost the worst.
Bouncing away and thumps it inside 50. Cloaks his target. He takes the mark in the left forward pocket.
Here we go. Close your eyes.
Tough angle. 30 metres out. cloak racked with uncertainty with his kicking at goal. This drop punt is a beauty.
He's coming up from his 18th disposal. Brodie Grundy.
Big day, isn't it?
It was a big day for a ruckman. This is a big kick, a big moment, and it's a big goal. It is 36 points, Collingwood's lead.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Local Radio and on digital radio ABC Grandstand.
And it was 42 by three-quarter time Collingwood's way, 18-7 to 11-7. Our next stop is the Gold Coast, where it's the Suns and the Lions, and that's where we find Quentin Hull. Quentin.
And Jared, I don't think an English professor would agree that you could call a 12th instalment of a rivalry a rematch, but that's certainly the case, because after round 4, when Steve May got his 5 weeks for his hit on Steph Martin, we've been waiting to see instalment 2 of the Queensland rivalry for 2016. Brisbane hasn't won since that game. It was back on April the 16th, and of course the Suns had been winless from then as well until they beat St Kilda last week. There are no changes to the selected teams. The Suns now with 4 wins for the year after beating the Saints last week. Brisbane still just the 1 victory for the season. Then they come off the bye to see if they can repeat the dose of round 4 and upset the Suns. We've got glorious conditions here for Q Clash 12 coming your way after things finish up at the showground.
One last chance to win the multicultural round, Sharon. The SMS 0467 920 222 or the Twitter handle ABC AFL. What do you bring to the footy? Send us your best photo and we'll see how you go. A winner to come at the end of the game. Matt Buntine, Mark McClure.
Well, what we saw there is at a three-quarter time, we saw the Collingwood blokes come in and actually very, very happy with each other, high-fiving each other, confident in what they're doing. They're playing on at all costs. They're stopping the first handball from the Giants. They won't allow it out, so they have no free run. And we saw a dejected bunch there, Matty. Pretty dejected, heads down a little bit. It's not what you want to see.
Yeah, certainly the huddles were sort of a reflection on the scoreboard. The Giants have sort of been beaten at their football today, contested ball defence, and certainly stemmed the offensive run of a lot of our good players. So that's what you'd expect with the huddles. But hopefully the Giants can sort of win their fair share of the footy this quarter, get the ball moving a little bit quicker into the forward line, and give our forwards a chance to get some score and hopefully have a go at catching this big gap.
They're getting killed in the contested possession. They're getting killed in the uncontested possession. They're getting killed in the inside 50s. And they're getting killed on the scoreboard, sort of running in patterns, isn't it?
Well, if they run Collingwood down, it will be something to behold. 42 points. The Magpies have dominated since quarter time. Into the final term we go. Mumford wins the first tap. Shield tracks and gathers the footy. It kicks the Giants out to the wing. Scully is in pursuit. He reaches it before the boundary. Kicks inside 50. His target is Patton. That is a towering mark.
That's the start you need.
Brilliant start, obviously. Getting our hands on the ball in the centre clearance is really important. And it was a great long mark and kicking a mark by Johnny Patton.
Didn't bounce the ball. Scully, that's a good start.
Absolutely non-negotiable, this. Patton kicked 2 goals in the opening term and he was part of that onslaught from the Giants to get them going. He kicks and goals. It happened inside a minute. They'll need plenty more. Down by 36 points. 3 for Patton. 12-7-79 to Collingwood 18-7-115.
Centre bounce clearances again. It seems to be the way that you score on this ground. You get the ball into your forward line quickly, give your tall forwards a chance, and Patton was on the end of that. Scully didn't pounce the ball, which he should have done earlier and finished off, but he did it perfectly. Hit it to the right spot. Patton was big and strong. Geez, they got some tall forwards, and they're when you get in there quickly, they're hard to beat.
So that's 1 back, but they need 6 more back.
Well, never know.
It's been done before.
You know,
only about 5 times in the history of the game, but it has been done before. In the middle we go again. Grundy jumps early. Mumford wins the tap down though to Shield for the Giants, who kicks out wide towards half forward. Scully knocks it on. Wanted Patton, couldn't find him. Found Cameron instead unintentionally. Gave the handball to Kelly. Scrubs a kick into the 50. Deep into the pocket off hands. It's gone out of bounds for a throw-in.
Haven't paid one of those today. Not one deliberate. So wide change.
Well, because the focus is on something else.
What's it on? Running next to the mark.
They'll pay one at the 20-minute mark of the last quarter with scores level.
Ball thrown in. Grundy tried to kick it out of the congestion, couldn't do so. Shield had a piece of it, lost it. Adams bounces off one tackle. Handball's under pressure out to Treloar, to side bottom, to Grundy. Grundy's handball over the top of Varco. It might be coming back. No, it won't. Collingwood's pressure was good to able to at least neutralise the contest and provide a throw-up about 75 out from the Giants' goal at left half forward. The Giants kicking to the Vincent Fairfax stand end of the ground.
To the right as we look at it.
Hey, the Pies cannot become complacent here. This is a time when they need to finish them off, not sit there and hope.
Had the ball up, Lob won the tap. Adams got the footy though to side bottom to Sinclair, who sends the Pies bursting through the middle. Hand passes it up to Varco, kicks to an open forward line. Moore's his target, he dropped it off his chest. A chance to regather before Davis shuts him down, and he uses it well to Treloar. And wouldn't Adam Treloar enjoy this moment?
We just saw the athleticism of Darcy Moore there, the quickness away from the fullback there in Phil Davis. Gee whiz, he put 5 metres on him. Quick.
He's to the left of the goal front. Adam Treloar. He'll need to kick it every bit of 50 metres. Against his old team and his former home ground. Treloar sinks the boot in and drags it near side. It's a behind. The Pies by 37.
Heath Shaw kicks to himself and then drives it straight down the middle. Will go into the centre square. Green, good mark for the Giants. He wasn't the tallest man in that contest, and he jumped over the top of everyone and took the mark. Kicks out wide towards Steele. Howe jumps over the top of Steele. Couldn't mark, ball loose. Aish gets tackled, dropped the ball, no free kick. They all jump on top. It'll be thrown up on the wing. On the far side of the ground, we had bright sunshine there for a while, but it's just clouded over and it's quite dark with the lights starting to take effect here at the showgrounds in Sydney. From the throw-up, Steele had it for a moment. Handball back into the mess. Mumford clears it with a handball out to Kelly. Handball to Scully. Has some space. Takes a bounce. He's at half forward. He kicks into the pocket. He's missed Cameron. And the ball has gone out of bounds on the full in the forward pocket.
After a bounce. He didn't need it to. The forwards want it straight away. They don't want you to bounce.
Marsh hoiks it into the field of play, but Lob jumps over the top of side bottom to take the mark. That was a high-risk kick. Lob trying to work it up to Steve Johnson. He got clattered into. No free kick, and the ball is out of play in the right forward pocket. Stevie J looking for a chop of the arms or a whack on the back of the head. It was an effective spoil. Thanks to the view of the umpire. Giants attacking, throw in favoured Mumford, who knocked it straight down to Howe. Not his best hand pass. Pendlebury keeps it out of Steve Johnson's hands and then gets down in the two-man tackle. It'll be tossed up 45 from the Giants' goal.
Collingwood by 37 at the 5-minute mark of the final term. The Giants led by 24 points at quarter time after kicking 7 goals in the opening term. I don't think anyone can believe we're at this moment. Grundy wins the tap down. Treloar gives the handball back to Grundy. He's almost playing like an extra midfielder to Varco. All handballs. And now Cloak. The confidence is building. He's taking a bounce from the wing in towards centre half forward. Jesse White. He's beaten 3 of them. He is one of a number of Collingwood players who are simply playing the best games of their season. And maybe in Jesse White's case, the best game he's ever played for Collingwood. He's marching back to the front left corner of the square because he's going to take the set shot. In he comes, the number 9 for Collingwood. From outside the 50, contact is okay, but it's not good enough. It's hooking, it's missing to the left. Only a behind. Collingwood's lead 38 points at the 6-minute mark of the final term.
Heath Shaw to kick in for the Giants. Dinks it in safely to Williams. Williams will bring it out to Mumford at the defensive 50. He wants to link it up with a hand pass to Kennedy. Back to Mumford, out of centre half back. He kicks in the Steve Johnson direction. Maynard again is on the spot to make the spoil. Grundy does the crumbing off to Pendlebury sideways to side bottom. Has it at left half back for the Pies. Wider still to Reid. Trelaw's up ahead of the play and he can receive it. He'll bring it inboard and Maynard on the spot. They can switch play across the ground, Collingwood, and will do. Maynard with the long kick to Howe. What's he got around the far wing? Josh Smith is the short target. The longer target is Aish. Mumford gets across the front, reaches up, makes the spoil, and knocks it out of play. Right half forward for the Pies, leading by 38 points.
Nearly 8 minutes now have elapsed in this final term. Collingwood still leading by 38 points, 117 to 79. As the ball gets thrown in at right half forward for Collingwood, Grundy wins it down to the front. Taken though by Steele of the Giants. Got a handball out. Whitfield sharing the ball with Canelio. That's where it breaks down. One too many handballs. Williams went again though for the Giants. Handballs back into the path of Steele, who took it on the bounce, but they all took him, 3 of them, and have locked it up on the wing for a throw up. Thrown up. One down by Mumford. Straight though to Aish of Collingwood, who kicks the ball back towards the 50. Grundy couldn't get to the contest. He was almost blocked out of it there. Palmer handballs out the top to Kennedy. Handball now to Heath Shaw, who squares it wide, and that's okay. Whitfield marks and he'll just chip it over the top, but they're still at half back.
Devon Smith marks down the line. Marsh over the top of Mumford. Canelio has to play Crummer. Mumford got caught with the footy and dispossessed. Crisp has a go for the Pies. Forward of the play to Marsh, who worked to kick out to centre half forward where Cloak takes the mark. 55 from goal. He sets it up. More one-on-one with Davis. Davis at the back. Superb mark. A one-hander against the behind post. And he works it across the face of goal to Whitfield.
But he's hemmed in the back pocket. There's no run from the Giants at the moment. Just a chipping kick over the top to Palmer. Matt Buntine, in these situations, how does run happen? Is it one person or does it need to be 2 or 3 running?
Yeah, you need to create space for your teammates, obviously, and take the options that are right to, like that kick right there to Mummy, obviously that opens up the ground. So
yeah. Canelio's done that with a kick to Mumford, who marked in the centre square, handballed on towards Whitfield, towards Johnson, got a cruel bounce. It bounced into the path of Maynard, who initially overran the ball. He ended up getting the handball out though to side bottom. Handball to Howe, handball to Reid, handball to Smith, loops the handball over the top to side bottom. He gets tackled well by Devon Smith. Should be holding the ball. He is. So a free kick to the Giants. Steve Johnson was going to take the advantage. He won't. 75 out from goal, Devon Smith.
Didn't like the long targets. He plays short instead for Green. Green is too far out to score though. He'll set it up 20 out from goal, give them a jump at it. Brown made the spoil. Ward's the crummer for the Giants. He's in the tackle. He loses the footy. Pendlebury to White working on the last line. Oh, he took them all on. Gets his hand pass away in the nick of time. Blair under pressure. Worked it away through Adams and off to Aish. And out of Crisp, who kicks out of half back. McCaffrey's the target. Patfull meets him. Patfull's the first to recover. Gets back onto the footy. Hand pass to Kelly. Works it around to Davis. The Giants going forward. Mumford tried to protect the way. Nobody took the mark though, and Blair wins it back for the Pies.
Adams, the no-look handball to side bottom at halfway in the centre square. Handball's on to De Goey. Looks up. He's going to kick into the 50. Good defensive spoil from Shaw. Knocked it 30 metres straight into the path of Devon Smith. Handball's out to Shaw. Right half back. Shaw. He's kicked this time. He's towards the wing. Johnson has 2 to beat. Couldn't do so. Howe with a spoil. Ball though to Haynes. Handballs back to Steve Johnson. He collects. He handballs to Lobb on the wing. Handballs to Green. Green has a bit of space. Takes a bounce. It's an open forward line. Patton is his man. Doesn't get to Patton. Doesn't get far enough. Patton waves his arms saying, "Why didn't you kick it long to me?" He didn't. And in short, it was Adams that took the defensive mark for Collingwood.
Need to come to the ball, didn't he?
Yep. Pies by 38. Into the back pocket for White, who guides the pass out to Brown. Brown kicks around the far wing. Aish sets himself. Kelly from the side made the spoil. Kelly gets back onto the footy. Hand pass to Canelio. Lost it in the tackle of Blair. McCaffer gets hold of it, puts it through Aish. Up now to Degoe. Hand pass to Crisp. Kicks up to full forward. Grundy reaches up, knocked away by Kennedy. And punched through for a rushed behind. Collingwood by 39 points. We are at the 12-minute mark of the final term.
Shaw straight down the middle to Mumford, who played on from defensive 50. Kicks out to the wing. Wants Cameron. Gets there on the second bounce. Handball defensively to Lobb. Gets tackled by Sinclair. Handball defensively to Shield. Shield beats one tackle, then slipped over and has been pinged for holding the ball.
I can't believe that.
The tackle didn't stick. It couldn't have been holding the ball. For Solo with the free kick, though, for the Magpies. Lateral ball into Smith. Josh Smith at the logo. Now creeps into the centre square. Kicking wide towards the 50. No mark to Aish. Crumbs though to Varco. Chips over the top to Blair. Didn't get there on the full. Then got tackled. Good work there by Heathshaw. Got a handball out to Haynes, who goes wide to Lobb, who was in the hands of the trainers only a moment ago. And he's kicked it out of bounds on the full. So maybe he did have an issue with one of his feet. Probably his right one, because that kick was a shank.
Sinclair gets the ball for Collingwood 60 metres out from goal. They've amassed some timber deep. The kick is a bit shallower than that. Gave Cloak a jump at it. Lobb knocked it away and sees it out of play. There will be next year, but this year you're allowed to punch it away out of play.
You see what Scully did on the mark there before? Didn't put his hands up, didn't mark down the mark properly. The little things creeping in that you just don't want.
Left forward pocket for Collingwood. At the throw-in, White taps it down to Varco. Hand pass went nowhere. Shield gets hold of it. Scully knocked it onto Lobb, who clears the area with a long kick. Reed up into the pack to make the spoil for Collingwood and keep it in their portion of the ground. Sinclair, Grundy, Sinclair, Marsh, and now Howe. He fumbled it on the wing. He needs a bit of a shepherd. He's stripped to the footy by Johnson. Johnson did pretty well in that. So too Green. Marsh fights for it. Sinclair, Cameron comes in. Howe came up with the footy though. How that happened, I'm not sure. To Grundy to Marsh. His hand pass out near the boundary. Reed knocked off it. It falls in short to Ward.
He marked on his chest, and from the wing he centres it up, and Kelly marks. Over-committing with Smith, so Kelly can run on from 55. He kicks into the pocket over the head of Steve Johnson, and the ball runs out of play. Kelly was 48 metres out from goal. Could have gone for goal. No one in the square. Went into the pocket and missed Stevie J.
Poor day, Stevie, hasn't he?
Yep. He's had mates, but it hasn't gone Stevie J's way. As the ball gets thrown in right forward pocket, Grundy knocks it to Treloar. Handball to Crisp. Crisp kicks for Collingwood back towards the wing. It goes over Sidebottom's head and bounces out of play. And the umpire sprinted from a mile away to make sure that was paying deliberate.
They get you in the end, Sellers. Tomlinson on the long kick in. No mark near enough to the forward pocket. Patton working hard. Palmer's kick was smothered. Treloar gives it to Grundy to Treloar. Collingwood running the gauntlet on the last line. Howe hand passes to Marsh. Oh, wonky old kick on the way out. Couldn't be handled by Sinclair, who lays the tackle on Palmer. He played for high contact. He didn't get it. It might leave him in jeopardy. The ball spills out but doesn't spit out. And it will stay as a ball up 30 out from the Giants' goal.
At least the Pies have slowed them down. They won't let them score. They're just marking time at this stage. No increase.
29 goals in 3 quarters, 1 goal in 15 minutes of this term. Shield trying to have a say about that. He gets it from the contest, kicks to the teeth of goal. Patton spoiled, working underneath Crisp. He works it away with Reed, clears the defensive area, and Cloak takes another mark.
Unbelievable.
Under fierce pressure from Tomlinson. He is a man reborn.
Another contested mark. He's had 10 overall marks for the game. I reckon at least 8 have been contested marks, but he cannot kick.
It's good for him. He cannot kick. No, we understand that. But gee whiz, he's a marker.
Steele, who gave it to Kennedy, who goes long inside the 50. Patton is there, splits the pack. Front of the pack was Cameron. Somehow got his hands free to handball out to Scully. On his left, kicks towards goal. He's missed to the left. And while all that was happening, in fact, is there a whistle from the umpire here? No, it is going to be paid as a behind. Lobb is in a bit of trouble for the second time. He's waved the trainers away, but he doesn't look particularly healthy. 38 points, Collingwood's lead with that behind to Scully.
Reed kicked it to Josh Smith, who kicked it back to Reed, and he's still in the goal square. He cribs out a little, squeezes the kick off the last line. Sidebottom takes a good mark.
was touched.
Okay, so he plays on to Maynard, who's running the broadcast wing, brings it over the top to Crisp. He feeds it on to Treloar, closes to 70, kicks out in the cloak direction, a bit too wide for him on that occasion, and it skips out of play. David Mark.
Alex Fasolo is in a bit of trouble in the Collingwood bench. He's been off for quite a while and he's complaining. I think he's having some problems lifting his arms above his shoulders, and he seems to be in a bit of pain and he's very upset.
25 out from the Collingwood goal. At the throw-in, Mumford gets an unimpeded run at it. He knocked it down near Varco, which was a dangerous strategy. Varco trying to get it to Treloar. He's been harried all the way by Steele and will be balled up a metre in from the boundary.
Of course, Fasolo coming back into the team after having that arm issue. So you're always going to be a little bit worried about that. From the throw-up, Mumford wins it down to Steele, who clears the danger zone, and luckily, because he didn't know he was there, Williams took the mark. Loops a handle over the top to Ward, who gets away from Pendlebury. Under pressure, he kicks towards Patton, who just ragdolls his opponent in Nathan Brown, and Marks forward of the wing. He's kicking into the 50, and Cameron Marks about 45 from goal. And he's going to go back and take the set shot. That's the first time we've really seen the Giants move the ball quickly and directly.
Yeah, backing in our forwards there. Johnny getting it on to Jeremy Cameron was really good, and a one-on-one mark back-to-back was important for this goal.
And Jeremy Cameron will kick the goal. He's fourth. He's such a good set shot kick. And it is the Giants getting back within 32, but at the 18-minute mark of the final quarter, you would have to think that this game is over. Collingwood 18-10, 118 to the Giants 13-8, 86-19 played final quarter.
I think we saw the frustration in Johnny a bit earlier where the mids are sort of overplaying the ball and not getting in long to him and players coming up at the footy. So it was good to see him get the ball wheel and go and get it in deep, and that's where you get the opportunity against this Magpie defence, who's been pretty good today, and when they're not set up defensively, you know, that's when you can sort of get a key forward and mark and goal.
Matt Buntine with Mark McClure on Grandstand AFL. Collingwood by 32 points. Bounced in the middle. Mumford wins the tap down to Pendlebury. Lightning hand pass for Grundy, who feeds it out to Adams, finds a way through the middle, kicks Collingwood inside the 50. Haynes went up and made the spoil. It's still to be won at ground level. Whitfield worked off it by Fasolo. Opened the way for Varco. Gives it to side bottom. Sold the dummy around Whitfield. Launches it goal. Cloak almost. He almost hung onto it on the behind line. It slips away and through for a rushed score. Collingwood by 33.
Zach Williams straight down the middle with the kick, wanting Shaw, but it goes over his head, but he gets front on contact, so it will be a free kick to the former Collingwood Premiership player at the back part of the square. Against Pendlebury, so they were Premiership teammates. Heath Shaw, the ball had to come all the way back to him after it left the area. He's in the corridor. At centre-half back, he'll go to the middle. He wants Mumford, who goes over the top of Adams to show courage, but crumbs to Shield. He kicks into the 50, and again space for Cameron. And Jeremy Cameron has marked 35 from goal, just right of centre. Very similar spot to where he kicked his last goal. And again, you just wonder, where was this from the Giants earlier?
Well, they used the middle of the ground. They used the middle of the ground there as well, and they open up some space.
Jeremy Cameron, oh, that one's got a bit of a fade on it. He usually hooks them. That one just didn't come off the boot well, and he missed to the left.
He poked at it too. He didn't really bang it.
That's in the bunker on the left. 32 points again, Collingwood's lead.
There'd be the actual swing and the predicted swing. Yeah, they were on divergent paths. Howe on the long kick into play. Giants have numbers around it. Patton couldn't take the mark. Mumford fights on, keeps it away from side bottom. Works a hand pass forward, in fact. He'd never reached Cornelio, though. Pendlebury had a say. So too Adams. Off to Aish. Forward of the play for side bottom, who kicks to the wing to Treloar. Marks and plays on. Hammers the hand pass up to White. White needs a bit of help. There's three around him. He's dragged down by Haynes. It should be and is holding the ball.
Yeah, a couple ahead of him too.
It's kamikaze stuff if he could just get it on, but Haynes was good enough.
And he goes wide to Patfield. They're still trying, the Giants, even though it's impossible from here. The kick down to Shield, who marks and plays on, and Chris gets him. So Shield has to handball it away. Luckily, in the vicinity was Cameron, who beat 2 tackles, swings a long ball that's going to go deep, not to the score, but for Howe to go over the top and take the great mark. A Jeremy Howe special.
Oh, that was only just
on the last line of defence.
Line and length one, that one.
Par.
Par for Howe, an eagle for most people.
Kick out to half-back for Pendlebury. This game has been littered with highlights. Some terrific marking, some great goals. 31 majors in total. Pendlebury's kicked a Cloak, who marks it again. That one's paid as a free kick to him. Over the shoulder.
He kicks it all right in play.
No, he's
out of bounds. Was I wrong again?
Just get ahead of yourself.
Oh, God.
Out of bounds on the fall.
How wide is the ground?
Yeah, it's not wide enough. How wide are the goals? Not wide enough. Mumford to Shaw to Kennedy, who took a while, got bowled over by Varco. His kick's not great. Patfull fights against Moore. Patfull kept it in the field of play, and he's the first one to get back onto it. Hand pass to Shaw.
Oh, that's
going to be deliberate. He kicked that 50 metres down the field.
Here
the umpire's right on the spot. Charging in, waving the arm. Deliberate out of bounds. Collingwood by 32.
Had a quota to meet, and they're going to meet it.
They're going to get there. Coming with a late run.
Josh Smith for the Magpies, or kick towards Cloak again, who almost squeezes all the air out of the ball the way he marked that one. That is vintage Travis Cloak. Mark number 12.
That is brilliant day for him.
Left half forward. He's kicking it deep. Grundy is there. Moore is there. Grundy hands to it. Couldn't mark. Moore crumbing it, kicking it into the pocket. Couldn't get enough screwage on the kick. And it's gone out of bounds for a throw-in. David Mark.
Alex Fasolo was back on the ground for about 2 minutes, but he's come back off again and had a chat to the doc. He's having a lot of problems with his left shoulder, and as I said before, he's visibly upset about having the injury.
Screwage or corkage, Whitey? At the throw-in, Whitfield gets hold of it. He's kicked it out of bounds deliberately as well. Same umpire on the other side. Beauty, they're racking them up now. That's at least 3 in the quarter. They'll be right. Luke Ball will give them the tick of approval as they head to the airport.
He's in the next box.
He is. Maynard at the restart. High ball inside the 50. They fly from all angles, so it's to be decided underfoot. And it disappeared into the pack. He balled up 30 away from the Collingwood goal. 25 minutes up in this final term. Collingwood by 32 points. They're goalless in it, but they've had it well under control. Grundy knocks it down. Steele gets hold of it for the Giants to Devon Smith, to Whitfield, up to Palmer and back to Steele and up now to Ward. They're short of halfway. Ward changes direction, cuts back through the traffic, kicks short to the wing where Lobb takes the mark. He gets on with it quickly. Cameron at the back, works Marsh under the footy, takes the mark. Jeremy Cameron can go back and line up at his 5th.
That's the value of getting the ball in with haste to a tall forward line and a special forward line that Jeremy Cameron's a part of, and he's had his hands on it 3 or 4 times this quarter. He needs to finish this off.
Left of centre, 35 metres from goal. Jeremy Cameron's kick is true. 5 for Cameron. And each of these last quarter goals contains a note of lament for what happened through the middle phases of this match. 26 points Collingwood's lead at the 26-minute mark, 18-11 to 14-9.
You can certainly see a change in the way the Giants have moved the ball this quarter, kicking out, going straight down the middle, being a little bit more aggressive with the ball, and it's paid dividends with us probably winning this quarter, which is a really important feat, seeing that our second and third quarters were very average. So it was good for Jezza to get on the end of that one and finish off nicely.
The crowd's come up at 13,483. And the crowd is going to watch a real shock here with Collingwood coming out on top against the Giants. From the middle, it's a Collingwood clearance to Adams. He kicks up towards Cloak. Oh, he's got it again! He beat 2 of them and another contested mark to Travis Cloak. It's his 13th mark all up. And he'll have a chance to kick his 4th goal.
It's almost a vote-winning round for him, isn't it?
Yeah. And more than one.
You sure? I feel like it.
It's a reincarnation.
It is a bit of a reincarnation, and I like it.
He's 25 out from goal. He kicks at it, and that is the cherry on top of the cake. A Collingwood cake. A stunning win. An extraordinary win. They're going to beat the Giants in Sydney. Collingwood 19-11, 125 to the Giants 14-9, 93. Collingwood by 32 points. Travis Cloke, 4 goals from 20 disposals, 12 marks, and I think 9 of them contested. 6 inside 50s and 4 goals won.
No, it's tremendous performance by Cloke. But the Pies have been the winners here. This has been spectacular for them. Cloke up forward, who's actually now got some confidence back in the way, he can run and mark the ball. He's hitting the packs. He's in front. His power is good. And guess what? He's actually kicked 4, which is an enormous return for Travis Cloke, who's come from nowhere.
The Maggies by 32. Grundy wins the tap. Adams, a bit of showboating off to Treloar, who's happy to kick it to the wing for Sidebottom. Sidebottom holds up for a moment. Jesse White presents. He's been a formidable figure. Kaffa leads over the top. White holds up. Moore wants it in the hot spot. Cloke just wants it deep. The kick is for Moore and Cloke. Moore flies high. The ball is loose. Treloar lays the tackle to keep it in dispute. Shaw worked it away to Devon Smith, to Ward, who ran into a dead end and had to kick it in a hurry. A ball that bounces around the wing. Howe reels it in for Collingwood. Hand pass to Brown. Gives it off to Pendlebury. He goes a long way backwards. The siren, well, frankly, that's the Collingwood that we feared would never arrive in 2016. Spearheaded by Travis Cloke. And yet here they are in Sydney, disrupting the Giants in a significant way on the way to the finals. Collingwood by 32 points.
Side by side, they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades should. All the premierships are cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
The Giants led by 24 points at quarter time, and thereafter Collingwood kicked 16 goals to 7. They led by 18 points at half-time, 42 at the final change and 32 at the close. The final score at the showgrounds, 19 goals 11, 125 Collingwood over the Giants, 14-9-93 in front of 13,483 fans.
Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades should. Oh, the premierships are cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
For the winners, Travis Cloke booted 4 goals, Jesse White kicked 3, 2 each to Fasolo and Blair, with singles to McCaffer, Grundy, Adams, Aish, Varco, Sidebottom, Sinclair and Josh Smith. For the Giants, 5 for Cameron, 3 for Patton, 2 for Kelly and 1 each to Shield, Ward, Johnson and Lobb.